Hello, I think we're live. Microphones are going. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Ironwood Tavern to Session 0. Meet our new players.
Hello.
We're going to be kicking off a brand new Dungeons & Dragons campaign. We're switching over to 5e for a couple of reasons for this one instead of Pathfinder. And it should be fun. We're going to... It's kind of a Session 0, maybe leading into a Session 0.75 or Session 1, depending on how far we get with character creation and stuff today. I think everybody's pretty much got their characters planned out for the most part. Just filling out final details, rolling the stats, and going over how the characters are all connected to each other at the start of the campaign. And going from there, I'm going to go ahead and kill the background music, as ominous as it is. There we go. So it doesn't interfere with the actual conversation at the table and talking and stuff. Black Suit Marcus, welcome in. We got Sputnik in here. We got To Be Able To, aka Nate. Just FYI, it will be a moderately low chat interaction just to not break atmosphere for the table. I'll respond when I can to any questions that you guys have. Make liberal use of the !question command if you have any questions that you'd like answers to, and we can try to get to those later. Again, that's just !question followed by whatever question you want to ask, and it'll save it for me. No, Nate, we can't see you. What's up? What's up, Mr. Ubik? How you doing? AKA Kyle. All right, so your character's pretty much complete. We did that the other day. Sawyer, I know you're still working on it. We're just going to kind of go this way around the table. Just because she's our newest initiate to Dungeons & Dragons. So just give the chat a brief synopsis of what you would like them to know. Anything that you would like to remain hidden or secret for a big reveal later, feel free to leave out. But give us a brief synopsis of who your character is and maybe why they feel like now is a good time to go adventuring, and just a little bit of background on like what your character is as far as class and that sort of jazz.
Sure. Noel is a ranger, and he's older than most, so he's in his late 50s, early 60s range. He's not really sure because where he grew up, no one really kept track of that sort of thing unless they really cared. He is practiced in the ways of survival and living on his own in seclusion for a long time, but he's received word that someone he's looking for has appeared somewhere, and he's out in the world to potentially try and track them down.
All right. What is, you said you're a ranger, what is your focus or your path as a ranger? Or have you decided yet?
I'm probably going with Master of the Hunt, I think, not Beastmaster. And primarily using the bow for range, and then just daggers everywhere.
Daggers everywhere.
Why not?
Because
why
not?
They're so useful.
Alright.
Yeah.
I think there's a black Sharpie somewhere, I think on your desk maybe. Is it a Sharpie or a dry erase? Yeah. I think there's a black Sharpie on your desk or something, a regular one. Yeah. Alright, so Noel gets added to the party. Pick a color, write your name on both sides.
Oh goodness gracious. There's options.
Something legible, but yeah.
Always green.
Emily, your turn.
Yes. Calypso is a dark purple tiefling with lavender hair. She's a cleric. And she grew up in Grossolis. Is that how you say it? Great. Grossolis on Mirodin. To two human parents with her twin sister. Their infernal line had been dormant until then, and the parents didn't know about it. And she is leaving because she's never left Grossolis before, and she has come to an age where she wants to get out into the world and see what else is out there, and maybe get away from her family for reasons.
All right. What class did you say?
Cleric.
Cleric. And forget you choose a path for cleric too, kind of like a your domain.
Yeah.
Domain. What domain did you go with?
Trickery.
Trickery domain. Nice. Noel gets added to the board. Upside down. Noel gets added to the board.
I didn't know which way you were going to do it, so I had to see if you could flip it around. Oh, I'm bad.
And then
I'll put that back in the
and
Bible.
then pass these on down to Calypso.
Thank you.
John,
So,
you ready for us, sir?
Sure.
For the synopsis phase, anyway.
Yeah.
Should we try to write them the same way?
So,
Yeah, just-
we've
Just
got...
upright the same way on both sides.
don't do it the way I did it. I'm a bad example. That's all I'm good for.
Ludwar Pip, or Pip, is a gnome sorcerer. He grew up in a small band of traveling gnomish merchants who operated on the edges of the law and traveled around out of necessity and wanderlust. He doesn't know much about his true birth parents or anything about his family. He has one sort of mentor within that merchant group that raised him more or less. He always had an innate knack for the arcane, and due to some unfortunate circumstances, he had to separate from that merchant troupe and has found himself all alone in a big wide world he doesn't know anything about.
Alright. Do a quick camera adjustment. You're cutting off the half of your face there, I just noticed.
That's kind of hard to do. That's alright.
You guys are fine.
And he has to read mine upside down, so,
There
I
we
set
go.
the bar
Now we
pretty low.
That's true. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Alright, and
You know, right?
Yes.
Mitsier,
I am a variant.
it's your turn.
Because special.
So, and Moira, it's a wood elf. She, at first, she didn't have a class or anything. She was just part of a merchant family and crafters that used to trade their goods for other stuff in the cities. They used to live in a forest. And I didn't write down.
The Coswood.
Yes, the Koshwood.
Oh.
But stuff happened, and pretty much everybody in her clan died except for her. And she was, I guess, rescued and healed by a hermit that lived in the woods, and that's pretty much where she grew up, with some hermit. Wild, and pretty much she doesn't know people or just anybody. She's a loner, and yeah. She's also when they got attacked and her whole clan died, she got pretty badly wounded on her face, and she has a huge scar like running down on her face, and yeah, that's also a reason why she's not very like adventuring into the towns and the cities or anything. She just
And then what was her name?
and Moira.
And Moira. What does Moira look like?
It's
Hair, height,
I wrote that
eyes.
down.
You wrote that stuff
I have
down.
really not
And I think we
done.
still need that from Pip as well. I don't think I asked Pip for what he looked like.
No.
You go.
Oh, I didn't do that.
So
And yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Pip's a short little guy with a big old nose. He's got bright orange hair and a derby hat that he loves and wears constantly. It has a faded purple tunic-ish sort of thing. It's very loose.
All right.
So yeah, and Moria is I don't know, 5-ish, 6-ish, and she has green eyes with copper outside of the iris, and her skin is on the olive tone with copperish tones, very earthy. Her hair is also brown with black stripes in it, and she likes to wear antlers. Yeah, so nothing big.
Tasteful antlers.
So she's a Burning Man hippie.
Yes.
I dig it.
Oh.
Minus the money. She has no money.
Minus the money,
Yeah,
right?
right.
So what?
Oh, I said Keyleth vibes,
Keyleth vibes.
for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Calypso's eyes also change colors like every 10 minutes or so for a little while. Like sometimes they're usually gray, like dark gray, but then every once in a while they'll be like bright purple or bright red.
Randomly or on purpose?
Commentary. It's just something she does.
Okay. So it's an intentional act.
yeah.
It's not based off of her mood unless she's like, I'm mad, I'm making them red.
No,
Like a mood
not at
ring?
all. It's mostly just like to fuck with people.
Gotcha. Okay. And then what did Noel?
Noel, he's older. He's about 5'10", 5'11", so just about average height for most people.
Okay.
And he's got a bit of a stooped stature and whitish gray hair. So he definitely looks old, or kind of a weathered face, like a bit of a tough boot leather kind of a man. Like definitely he's had a hard life, and he came out the other end alive, and not quite as soft as he was when he was a young man.
Alright. Just how short is Pip? Or have you decided?
Pip is 3'2".
3 foot.
Wow.
Gnomes.
Oh god, we rolled for miscellaneous stats like that in my other campaign, and my human wizard came out as like 5'4" and like 230 pounds.
Oh god.
And he's just like this squat little guy, but he's also like he's the youngest person in the group, and he's like 18, and he's got like this really like kind of excitable nature, so it's just really this weird juxtaposition of a personality on a person. Like it's interesting.
Nice. At this point, I will ask. I think we have Engineer Aaron and Kyle both in here, both of whom are mods for the channel.
Mm-hmm.
So if you guys just want to keep an eye on important questions to maybe pass to me at some point, so that I can try to get those taken care of if we have them. But again, just a reminder. It will, for the most part, be light chat interaction as we deal with the table stuff. But we'll get to questions later when we can and as we can. Alright, so now I guess you guys are filling out the small details, but we do need to do stats. Roll those stats.
Here we go.
Mitzir has already rolled her stats because she has the home field advantage, because
And also, I don't know anything about it.
we're married and we live together, and she had no idea how to build a character, so I had to teach her how to build a character. So rather than build one and then scrap it and build another one, we just went with the character that we built together. So now we will roll stats for the rest of you, and we're gonna go 46. Re-roll ones, keep the 3 highest. You'll do 2 columns of stats and pick whichever column you like.
I gotta pick my hot dice first.
I know, I'm like,
Now pick your
my
hot
D6s.
dice.
Yeah, here we go. I'm gonna.
Yeah, so Kyle, when Cannon says Dennis, he means Dennis. Missouri Dennis. In case that didn't catch.
Oh, pink sparkly dice, you're failing me. This is not a good start.
Tell everybody what your stats are, like what you ended up with out of your columns. Just go down the line of what
The
your...
big number or
The
the
big
little?
number.
It's like all 18s, right?
Yeah. No. So for strength, I am 13. Dex would be 18. Constitution 14. Intelligence 12. Wisdom 18. Charisma 11.
What weapons does Moira use?
She has staff and a scimitar.
And any armor, shield?
Leather. Well, they don't really what was it? The druids don't really do metal.
Metal, yeah.
So she has a leather armor and a wood shield.
And a wood shield.
She carries a hunting trap. She has a hunting trap. I thought she had a instrument, but I think I changed that, right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you changed
I
that.
changed that.
What background did you take?
Outlander.
Outlander.
Right, so repeat that combination for me one more time. It was
46.
46.
Reroll ones.
Mm-hmm.
Keep the 3 highest.
Okay.
And then you'll do 2 columns in that manner and pick the column that you like the most. And if you want to use the dry erase markers to write on the board rather than your thing,
That's probably a better choice.
there are some
Okie dokie.
dry erase markers there.
Dibs.
Nice purple.
Just saw green and was like, yep, that's mine.
Sweet.
There's no brown. Damn it.
You know these are all double-sided, so I don't know.
Yeah, but they each like.
They have corresponding colors, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Cannon, we're doing 46, our old school method. 46, reroll ones, keep the 3 highest. Only I'm upping the ante to allow them to make 2 columns and choose whichever column they like the most, because they're going out to be adventurers and heroes, and I want it to be a heroic campaign. So
This is not great.
hopefully nobody ends up with a 6.
So I did notice that with the little backstories we all got, 3 of us are pretty like.
Wandery.
Yeah.
Laundry, yeah.
Like no
Dude.
people
Yeah,
person.
what actual backgrounds did everybody choose?
I went with criminal.
Criminal?
Another
Well,
one.
that makes sense.
Good, I'm glad we have one of those. I went with charlatan.
I am folk hero.
Folk damage. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Folk
Black
hero?
Suit Marcus,
Yep,
thank you
folk
very much
hero.
for that sub with Twitch Prime. Greatly appreciated. Welcome to the Ironwood Tavern family.
Wait, we do 2 columns of 6, right?
Yes, 2
So,
columns of
okay.
6.
This is not great.
Ouch. This is a bad column.
Not
Yeah.
great.
That is
That also
bad.
happened to me too.
We're
the
warming
second
up.
one was better.
The second column will be better. Oh no.
Oh wow, that's actually a 666.
Nate, thank you very much for the sub with Twitch Prime. I can't remember if that's a
This is gonna be tough
first
because
sub
there's
for
actually
you
an
or
18
a
in here.
resub.
Yeah, and
It's
an
like
8.
it's gonna be really tempting.
Okay, maybe I need to switch out some 6s.
Sub train.
Hold on.
Enjoy
Yeah,
that emote that you get to use, the mantra high emote that you get to use all over Twitch, which looks like a bloody handprint on a shield.
Yes.
The blue dot.
I'm trying to think what else I missed about and more that I want to share.
Okay, yeah, is there anything? If there's anything else that you'd like to share, now is the time. No worries, Kanan man. No worries. True, Mr. Ubik, aka Kyle, says, I like when you get very high and low rolls in one column, allows for some fun character playing.
I was hoping for that. One of my columns is
Oh god.
the range is 12 to 14 for all 6
Oh,
of them.
wow. Damn. How'd your second column turn out?
Much better. I have two 18s in the second one. I was kind of hoping, can I swap one of those out for a lower score?
If you would like to tank one score for role-playing purposes, you can tank a score
Okay, cool.
if you like. That's
Can we do
fine.
the opposite?
No. No.
It's worth
This
asking.
is this.
2017.
I
That's the
will
wrong
allow
thing.
you to tank one score to 10 or lower to add 1 to any other stat,
Interesting choice.
Okay.
as long as it does not take it up to 20 with your racial modifier.
Right.
Well, I know which column I'm gonna go with
6.
Oh, yeah.
because one's a 6 to 14 and the other one's an 8 to.
You did get a 6. Oh, you got
I
2
got
6s.
I got 2 6s.
2 6s?
And the other,
In the
the other,
same column?
yeah,
Yeah.
and the other column is 8 to 18. So I'm probably just gonna run that.
Good option.
Yeah. I mean, just classic,
Doesn't-
charisma as a dump stat.
It doesn't really leave you with any stats to tank,
No.
but it explains. Do you want to fill in because I've read your backstory.
Yes.
And I won't
You
give
don't-
any spoilers in this statement.
Right.
But do you want to fill in everybody on where you've been until recently, or do you want to keep that in your pocket?
I would actually have to remember the name really quick because, I don't in real life live there, so names off the top of my head are tough. But I can share a little bit more about Noel.
I already forgot the name of the forest.
That's alright. I wrote my own backstory on the first page of my notes.
Oh, you're
so
from
that
you're
I
from the
can-
Kaj Forest.
The Coswood, yes.
Yes, the Kaj Wood.
So we have around the table a ranger, a cleric, a sorcerer, and a druid.
Oh god, there's so much writing in here that I sent you. Let's see.
You're looking for a plan that begins with Fa,
Yes.
if you want to share it.
I was going to. I just need to actually find which one I wrote. Oh, there we go. Up until recently, Noel has been living in seclusion on Fa Lin, which is a very, very misty, cloudy, overcast, not being able to see around you very easily. Good place to get lost in kind of planet.
Planet, right?
Okay.
Mhm.
Ah.
And
Okay.
he originated from the Kajwood as well, growing up near Kigstow, or not Kigstow, growing up near Kaj in the actual woods. Yeah.
So,
Interesting.
Noel is an older character. He's obviously done a little bit of planet hopping in his day. The rest of you, if you've not done any planet hopping, you would know that Fa Len is the right. Fa Len.
Mm-hmm.
Fa Lin.
Fa Len is a. You've heard through stories that the entire planet is covered in a dense fog constantly. There are a couple of remote areas where people have set up structures with constantly burning fires and heat that keep the fog held back. But yeah, just the whole planet without magical means or anything along those lines, you can't see more than like 30 feet in front of you at a given time, and even at that distance, it's silhouettes because of how dense the fog is. Yeah, Mirza is thinking of going Circle of the Moon Druid, so she will get wild shape, which will allow her to take some more beefy forms. So she actually will be able to be slightly tanky, and with her stuff that she took and her stats, she actually has a pretty decent AC of, it's your armor class up towards the top of your page.
Wow,
Your
15 to
shield.
17?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 15 or 17, depending on if she's using her shield.
Wow, add bark skin into that, and that's
Yep.
prodigious. It's more AC than what was my character's name? Poor old Privarax had, the Dragonborn Druid.
I'm gonna go for Dragonborn, right? Like
Dragonborn
the
You know-
Yemeni looking
That's not fun.
dudes. The one?
That's tieflings, which is what she's running as.
No, like the ones that look like they
They
look like dragons.
Yeah, they're all
Dragon-
dragony
yeah.
looking.
They look
Dragonborns,
like
yeah.
dragons. Yeah.
It was
So
yeah.
for the people in the chat, they're having a discussion right now about serious campaigns versus not so serious campaigns, and this will optimally be a mix of the two.
I'm a rookie.
Mirza is a rookie, so getting into the role play aspect of it is going to be a new element for her. So we're not going to knock her for that or penalize her for that. It's we're here to have fun and just share that fun with you guys. As Aaron used the exclamation point D&D command earlier, that kind of told you a little bit about the campaign. It's a homebrew world, 7 of them actually, where the world itself is homebrew, but we're following the rules of 5e. But no backseat rules lawyers. We're going to do what we do. We're not going to be too strict about it. If we mess up, we'll just try to remember and fix it going forward. And there will also be situations where the rule of cool comes into play, and we just kind of run with that. Like, it doesn't quite fit in with the scope of how something is supposed to be done, but if you can describe it in a cool enough way and it can be bent to fit the rules, we'll go with it.
Proficiency bonus starts out as a plus. It's just a 1, right? Or is it 2? It's 2? Yeah, it's 2. It's plus 2.
It does not go up to 3 until level 5.
Right.
Yeah.
And things get ridiculous.
Passive perception is 10.
10 plus. Yeah, at some point I will get... I don't know if we'll do it today. I need to get a bunch of note cards and get some stats from my side of the screen from you guys. And it will include more than just passive perception. I'll get like passive insight, passive stealth, things like that for you guys. Yes, Joe Bruce. Yeah, that's serious in the way of taking the game seriously and wanting to play, not necessarily the whole game being super serious. Agreed.
Oh, man.
You want me to put it over here?
No.
Okay.
Number.
Checking. I didn't see how.
Yeah, what did you make yourself over there?
It is not gin and tonic.
Definitely not. This is also definitely not.
This is definitely marked 18 plus channel, so as long as you're not drunk off your asses and promoting it to minors, then you're fine.
Yes, this is root beer. Oh, very old root beer.
I was too nervous going into this, so I had to take something.
Oh my god, I'm so squishy.
So after doing so many nerd nights and having like a beer or 3 over the course of like an evening, it's like D&D got a lot more relaxed for me. It's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
fine.
Roll for shoes, it was like a lot easier to role play and roll for shoes with that.
Roll for shoes is great. One of these nights, if we're feeling silly and just don't want to focus super hard on the D&D aspect, maybe we'll just take a break and do some roll for shoes, because that shit's fun.
I've never played that either.
You don't have to have. It's super silly and super like just off the cuff. It's dumb fun is what it is.
I like dumb fun.
Kyle, as far as storing the questions and stuff with that, exactly kind of like Engineer Aaron said, if you can keep track of important questions maybe that people ask that we kind of want to get answers to, you could either do the exclamation point question and throw it into my text file so that I can keep track of those later, or keep your own list and I'll check in with you guys periodically for any important questions that need answers.
It's just a +4, don't worry about it. What, it doesn't actually... I get a feat instead.
Oh, right. I was thinking it was the opposite.
Yeah, so
no, humans get a +1 to everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Feats.
they do.
But yeah, this table is just 3 2x3 whiteboard / chalkboards. Whiteboard on one side, chalkboard on the other side. Just lined up on the table so that they're easier to put away when we're not actually using them. That I just took a ruler, a straight edge, and a Sharpie, a fine point Sharpie to draw the grid. And that's will suffice for now.
Question for you, Adam.
Yes.
Do you want us to take the starting equipment or roll for gold? Or do you care?
You can do either.
Great.
You can do either. On hit points, start with your max, as the book says.
Great.
And then when you level up, you have the one of 2 options. Either roll for your hit points, or take the average that it gives you in the book. But whichever one you do the first time, you do every time.
Oh, okay.
Oh, stressful.
Yeah. I'm not really big into commitments.
Yeah, right.
Don't tell my wife.
Yes, there will be figures when we're doing actual combat and things along those lines. We'll have to go through and get figs picked out for everybody. At some point, I'll probably steal my fig box back from Sawyer for one of these sessions, just so everybody can pick their actual fig that they want to run with.
I'm probably going to give you a Hero Forge file.
Okay. And I will try to print it. Hopefully, it will get both arms.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll make sure it's not doing anything bendy.
Yeah.
There'll be lots of
Yeah.
straight arms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just don't go with this pose, and you'll probably be fine.
No,
Yeah. That's the problem
I know.
with your monk is that
I
she's
know.
posed like this, so the elbow is a really thin joint. So I need to just modify the file so that she's tilted back, so it's more of a
Yeah.
straight up and down. So.
I'm probably going to make another one for this campaign too. So
That's fine.
I'll send it to you
That's fine.
when I do that.
I'll switch the nozzles back and reprint them out.
Solid.
Get our fine point on there.
Equipment.
We can make you a druid online. And print it out.
Also, I'm choosing resilient for my feat.
Resilient?
Yeah.
What is that one? Read it out to us.
Choose one ability score, gain the following benefits. Increase the chosen ability score by 1 to a maximum of 20. Gain the proficiencies in saving throws using the chosen ability.
Gotcha.
So I'm using that for my wisdom trait.
Alright.
Because, God, do I hate being charmed / dominated, whatever.
Yeah. So, Sputnik's running off to rub his wood down. Just so everybody knows.
Good to know, Sputnik.
He's also a woodworker. So he's going to go put some oil on a piece that he made.
Yeah, that bumps that. Ooh, yeah.
Black Suit Marcus, yes. Black Suit Marcus is Mike's son. I was trying to think of a nickname for Mike that wouldn't give away Mike's name, but yeah, it's Mike's son from Mike and Vicky's son from Mexico. Waldo, that's the nickname I was looking for. Waldo. You looked like you had a question.
Oh, no, I was more... Okay. I had things buzzing through my brain.
Buzzing through your brain. That's
yeah.
Good. That's fine.
Yeah, because I was picking between armors, and then I was like, oh yeah, that. And then my brain just wandered. So much page flipping all the time.
So much page flipping. So what did everybody end up with for stats? What did you go with? What did you...
Mine actually turned out very well.
Oh,
On
yeah?
second column and my racial bonuses
It's just so nice for
worked
you.
out quite nicely.
Nice.
So I have a negative strength modifier.
Nice.
But that's my only negative.
Alright.
So I've got 9 for strength, 15 for dex, 17 con, 14 intelligence, 18 wisdom, and 19 charisma.
Nice. Well done.
Thank you.
Oh, I ended up with only 1 negative modifier because I went with that larger bonus. And let's see, it's 11 strength, give me a 0 bonus, and 18 dexterity, so plus 4 because ranger. Mm-hmm. And then 12 for my constitution, 10 for intelligence, 14 for my wisdom because I'm so worldly. And then an 8 for my charisma because I've spent a long time away from people
in the fog, as it were.
In the fog, yeah. And I just have forgot some social niceties, and just suck it up and deal with it.
My 11 doesn't feel that bad anymore.
Yeah.
No.
You're old and crotchety.
Yeah.
Exclamation point DND will give you some information about the campaign. What did Pip end up with, or have you decided yet?
So, Pip had a very fortunate set of rolls. I actually ended up tanking 2 scores because they were too. I felt uncomfortable with how good they would have been. So I have a 10 strength, which is one of the ones I tanked down. I have an 18 dexterity, a 16 constitution, a 14 intelligence, which I also dropped down 1 point. And then a 16 wisdom and an 18 charisma.
What was your strength originally?
14.
Wow.
That's not bad. That's
Nah,
not
but
super
still.
strong. But that is pretty damn strong for somebody that's 3 foot.
Yeah, right.
You do not want to get punched in the crotch by that guy.
That's about as far as you can reach.
Right. Hit points, you said we can do the average or we can roll for it, but we have to stick with which one we go with.
So you'll start with your max.
Oh, max.
Per the book. Because your first level is max by the book.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah. So by the book, your first level is always max.
14.
But then when you hit second level and you get your hit point boost, roll or average, but then you stick with that for the rest of the campaign.
So you're saying I don't have to choose now.
Correct.
Good. I like putting off hard decisions.
Yeah, Joe Bruce, we're starting at level 1. 7 worlds, 7 planets. In this particular camp, it's 7 planets for me to work with for campaign and story ideas. I doubt over the course of this campaign that we'll hit more than 3 of them, unless things just get batshit crazy.
We've got to flee the law and like disappear onto another planet. Maybe
It could happen.
it could happen. Okay, hit dice. 1d10 per ranger.
Hold on, I saw something here that I have to check to see what's... No, it's okay. Not anything bad.
I'm alert.
I think that I think they must be talking about you, John, because they're talking about somebody's beard being godly. So...
That's not me?
I mean...
Could be me.
That's pretty presumptive of you.
Yes.
I mean,
this beautiful 3-day, 7-day growth of laziness.
Well, thank you.
You probably can't even see it from the camera.
Trust us, it's there.
It's there.
There's like a hair or 6.
Thank you, Joe Bruce. Yeah, I threw this thing together last night in around an hour.
I'm so jealous.
I streamed for an hour longer than I should have, and just cut the boards, cut the boards to height and to the width, sanded them down, threw some Howard's feeding wax on it, and then today I took it back out in the garage and drilled the hole for our initiative tracker.
Do you have a hinge in the center to fold flat?
It's magnets.
It's magnets.
It's all magnets. These are not hinges.
Oh, jeebs.
They are...
That's magical.
They are steel dowels. So the whole... because the point is, I didn't want to have hinges on it, because eventually I want to make a DM's chest, like an actual box, that I can put up to 3 books in, the DM's screen, a little dice tower, and everything, and have it be able to carry around. And I didn't want to have hinges on it so that the hinges wouldn't scratch up the side of the box and take up space away from the actual boards.
Thinking ahead.
So it'll just, the little steel dowel rods will just go in a little container, and then the boards will all just stack next to each other and slide in the case.
And you were talking about the wood place. Were you talking about the one on Front Street or Woodcrafters that's on...
Woodcrafters.
Okay.
That's where I got these. I don't know how much of it they're going to have left.
Well, I don't know.
Because this stuff was out front for $6 a pound. So you could get a pound of different boards for $6.
No, they're like kitty corner to where I work. So I go in there all the time.
Yeah, Woodcrafters.
I actually have to go in there for work sometime soon. So it'll be a dual trip. Work and pleasure. Okay. Oh man, what have I not filled out?
Yeah, what's anybody have any questions or world questions, lore questions that might help you flush out your characters?
So, did you tell us where on the planet we were going to be?
It's going to be a mixed bag.
Okay.
We will start out once all the character stuff is done. We'll start with a 3 months prior kind of situation.
Gotcha.
Where you still be on the same planet, the planet of Miroden. You'll be in the nation of Juklian, which is on the continent of Weiss, in the capital city of Julakar. Okay. But then, fast forwarding, you will be going elsewhere, as yet to be told.
And I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Can you just repeat everything you just said?
Planet of Miroden.
Uh-huh.
Continent of Weiss, W-Y-S-E. The nation of Juklian, J-U-K-L-I-A-N. In the capital city of Julakar, J-U-L-I-K-A-R.
And where is that in relation to Grassolis?
To the north.
Okay. All land, or would I have to have taken a boat?
You will have taken a boat. It's approximately... From Grassolis, you would have to go north, probably to Port Wayfarer, and then you would probably have gone to Port Shermark, and then made your way north from there. From Port Wayfarer to Port Shermark, it is probably about around a month travel, depending on the winds. So you Grassolis, Port Wayfarer, Port Shermark.
Cool.
Makerfu, what's up? Zombie Tentacle Love Monster. Got a whole bunch of people in here today. Thank you guys for showing up for our session 0.
So many things to read.
There's a lot of things on there. And you won't obviously know where all of those things are, but...
I'm going to be honest, Shermark does not look like what it's written as. It definitely looks like something else.
You're not wrong.
Julicar.
Oh,
Okay,
spell.
way over there.
Where? Did you find it?
That's
Oh,
right.
okay.
Julicar. It was completely by luck.
Is that where we're starting?
Yes.
In the 3 months prior,
Yeah.
like the 3 months before now, you guys were in the capital city of Julikar. In the Julikar. Julikar.
Is this our railroaded where we all
Yes.
combined? Okay.
Yes, because I know a lot of people enjoy it. Critical Role does it very well, for one example. But I hate you're all in a tavern, tell me why you're all adventuring together, meet each other, and build a relationship from absolute scratch, and make the first 10 sessions extremely awkward because your characters barely know each other.
Yeah.
I don't really.
No, it makes sense.
I'm not a big fan of that.
No, I had a campaign skip around that by being, you guys all grew up in an orphanage together for the last 18 years or so at minimum, so you're all a tight-knit family, and you're not willing to just leave someone to die.
Right.
It's like, yeah, it made things interesting, because we legitimately didn't like a character, and we were just like, yeah, I want to leave that person to die. We couldn't because character reasons.
Their family.
That's my adoptive mom's brother. No,
What's up, CQ?
Good times, good times.
And then for we guys managed to get health potions. I made them bigger.
Oh, you made them bigger.
Nice.
Yeah, my best friend actually stole. I showed him that one with the cork top, and he stole that as like Christmas gifts for the campaign that he is playing in for everybody. And I was like, that's so good.
Did you use the salt one? The one with the cork?
No, that's still in my office. I'm gonna find something cool to make with that. You missed the R there, engineer.
120 minus 71. It's 125 minus 71.
125 minus 71.
Yeah, someone else do that for me.
Calculator.
I can add what
5 minus
6 and 3
71
is.
is that's 49.
Cool. Believe you.
Spending your money.
It's
Did you roll for gold?
I'm probably
I did.
wrong by some change, and I'm sure chat is going to correct me.
I'm gonna rail on you.
Yeah,
Kyle says 54, and I trust Kyle.
Ah! No, he's right, because it's
54?
125, not
Yeah,
120.
it's
Trying to
So-
shortchange me.
Well, you know.
Thank you, Kyle.
You need to learn how the way the world works.
So who else is going what method for getting your gear?
I also rolled for.
You also rolled for gold.
for
Trusting your
gear.
dice from today's earlier events, you rolled for gold.
I'm not willing to do that. At the
It's
moment.
okay. Neither did Mirza. She went with
I went safe.
the starting pack.
I went standard equipment, chose scale mail, set of leather, and I get my standard gold pieces. Just all my regular
And
stuff.
did you get anything from your background? Because the backgrounds give you things as well.
Well, I've got this really sweet iron pot
Alright.
and a shovel. Because there's nothing a folk hero needs more than a shovel.
So you
Well,
can cook and you
shovels are
can bury the
important.
dead
I
body.
was
Yeah.
thinking about buying a shovel.
Well, you know, don't
Since you've
worry
got
about
one,
it. I got you
I won't
covered.
bother.
We need to bury a body. I'm ready. But I also get some carpenter school tools. I do have artisan proficiencies, so I'm a proficient woodworker / carpenter.
Alright, and then did you get anything from your background? Calypso?
Yes. I have proficiency with disguise kit and forgery kit.
Alright.
And then I also have 10 bottles with stoppers with different colored liquids in them
Ooh.
for
Stuff.
reasons,
For reasons.
for purposes.
Stuff.
Well, the ranger is all set for pooping.
You know,
So says
Got
Chet.
got the shovel.
you know, having to dig a privy ditch is a pain if you don't have a shovel. He's right.
You can do it with an axe, but it's gonna take you longer.
Yeah,
Your
yeah.
back's gonna start hurting.
You can't really scoop.
Yeah.
It's a lot of chopping, and then like you got to use your hands, and then your hands are dirty, and then it's just shovels are where it's at.
Yeah.
So if I have a negative strength modifier, then my damage type would be 1d6 minus 1. That is correct.
Correct.
Super.
Unless you were using
Cool.
a finesse weapon.
Yes, I have a dagger.
But you're a cleric, so
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Yeah. Well, I have a dagger, but I also have a mace.
Yeah.
Yes, and nothing says cleric like a mace.
Yeah. I had a I don't know if Can will remember, because I don't remember if he was in that one, but Kyle should remember. Bob the cleric.
Mm-hmm.
He had a mace. He would join in occasionally as an NPC, like when too many players were out. He would come in and show up to like help the party.
Mm-hmm.
They would meet him in the most random of locations, doing Paylor's work. But his mace had a magical property to it, wherein when he hit somebody with it, he did the normal damage, but they heard in their head, "Paylor loves you."
I was going to say, nothing says social or religious justice more than a flanged piece of steel in your face.
Yeah. Daggers are for sacrificing. Definitely clerical.
Oh, then you'll be impressed because I carry daggers.
So many daggers.
Pip.
Are they like visible or are they just hidden all
No,
over?
they're hidden all over and they appear conveniently. I need
A
them.
criminal background gave me a crowbar,
It's kind of
Nice.
dark
Also,
clothes with a
dropping
hood,
into your hands.
and a belt pouch with 15
That's a
gold
whole
in
lot
it.
of stuff.
Nice.
Look at you with all your stuff.
Yeah, I bought stuff.
You bought stuff.
I bought a healing potion.
Trying to decide
So
if I
I'm
want that.
concerned already.
Hey, big spender.
Thank you.
When your cleric buys healing potions,
Yeah.
God help us.
It's backup, okay?
Uh-huh.
Paylor, protect us all.
She is a new cleric.
Oh, are you not cleric of Paylor?
I am not.
Oh,
No.
fancy pants
no.
over here.
No. Betrayal of the family.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not really. Grassolas is full of very numerous different types of clerics, all of which have either the good tag or the neutral tag at the end of their alignment. It's just the primary the primary masses of Grassolas are clerics of Paylor.
There we go. PT Dubs, I'm writing my flaws in pen because those are permanent.
There you go. There you go. Do you remember what you got
Did you
from
pick
your
flaws from
background?
Yes. I had the hunting
just kind of-
trap.
make them up?
I didn't roll for them. I'm selecting them
trophy
currently, but
from
it's
an
all going to be
animal
backstory
that I
related.
killed, so that's gonna be my
I know.
antlers.
That's your
That's what I did too.
Because none of
Yeah.
mine.
Everybody, we're all carrying around
the
baggage.
Shield,
Yeah.
I
That's
think?
really what it is.
No.
The shield was
No,
primary
that-
starting
yeah.
equipment, yeah.
10 golden coins, traveler's clothes, hunting trap, a staff.
Alright, cool.
I am. I'm good at geography apparently,
Nice.
and terrain.
Yep.
Yeah. I am good at finding water and food.
Yes, you have a whole benefit from that.
Yeah, that's the feature of the wanderer. So.
Yep.
I don't get to use any of my background stuff.
Don't eat those berries.
Why must I do this for character?
Oh, it's perfect. They're often considered rude.
You know, one of the very first
Yes.
one of the very first part of the backgrounds
Mm-hmm.
says that if you don't like something, switch it. You can move around.
That's what I
stuff
did.
from
I
the
picked
backgrounds.
a flaw that's from the criminal background because I was like, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Do we?
I guess I could pick something.
You could play. You can go with a background, but switch out individual components of it
Do we do these? The personalities and all of that?
if you want to. Otherwise, you can just make up your own personality.
I don't want to roll for
As
that.
long as, for the purposes of role play and keeping it fun for everybody, you don't make a character that doesn't want to go adventuring with everybody else.
Gotcha.
Because then that just makes it a pain in the butt to get things underway. And everybody else is like, we're going to go solve this crime. And you're like, I'm going to stay here and drink. That doesn't go so well for... I'm going to go with you and drink. Acceptable.
Yes.
Let's fight and drink at
I
the same
like
time.
Flask of some kind to put on the list.
I almost feel like the hermit feature might be the thing to go with, but I'd have to work with you on what exactly it's going to be. Because it's discovery. So it's quiet seclusion in your extended hermitage gave you access to a unique and powerful discovery. The exact nature of this revelation depends on the nature of your seclusion. It might be a great truth about the cosmos, deities, the powerful beings in the outer planes, or the forces of nature. It could be a sight that no one else has seen, and you might have uncovered a fact that has been long forgotten, unearthed by some relic of the past.
Yes, and I already know what it is.
Okay. You can talk to me about it later.
Yep.
Could you
That's a secret thing.
summarize and refresh my memory on how me being a small creature affects?
Your movement is reduced by 5.
Right, so I'm
25
at 25
speed.
there. I got that.
For 5th edition, your speed is lowered. Everything else is already built in for the AC and stuff. Like any of the negatives and stuff like that for 5e, it would have told you in the description.
The Amazon page for those.
Gotcha.
So you don't get any.
That's why you got
Your weapons, I think, might be the only thing that get adjusted.
Yeah,
I really
part of my
liked the white
second
and
question
gold.
was
These are like
wondering if I
copper
could
and
still
black.
use a light crossbow just as a two-handed thing.
You can
even
still
though I'm
use a
small.
light crossbow
Yeah, 'cause
because you
my-
can get a light crossbow.
My
for
sister
your
and her girlfriend
size.
got these for.
Okay, so
or are you wanting to use
like
a
ancient
normal
copper
size
or
light
something.
crossbow?
well, that's my question.
as
Something
a
silly.
as a
Yeah. They're heavy
crossbow.
too.
Well,
Right.
the campaign I run
Yes.
for them,
I'll allow that.
this is the bad guy.
Okay.
Like
but
you-
what would be the penalty?
And then the
if
white
it's,
ones
if
are
it's
the good
oversized
guys.
enough
Guys.
to me.
Yeah.
Basically, what it is you're wanting to
They don't
use-
like the dice.
You're using a
No,
light
they don't.
crossbow as a small creature in the same way that a medium creature would use the heavy crossbow.
Gotcha.
So
I have
it's
dice on
I'm
this
not
side,
going to give
but
you a
I
penalty on it.
Mm.
It's just it takes both hands to
Because I'm
hold.
right-handed.
And
Yeah.
reload.
Follow
That's
the
why I have to
rules
have it in
for
this
heavy crossbow.
Okay.
If you
But
want to
apply
roll
the
in this
stats
space,
for
you're
light
welcome
crossbow.
to as well.
What if I curse it?
Don't. Just don't. Just don't curse it.
I'll do my
Just
best.
don't have that in your brain pan.
Okay.
Just-
Okay.
It's all good. Yeah. I really like this D20. I don't know why.
I just roll these just to see
Oh,
what
just
I
to
would
see what
get.
you would
I
come
kinda
up with.
like it.
This is my favorite D12 because I always roll Witch Bolt with this one. 'Cause
Yeah.
it seems so witchy to me. It's like purple and black and blue. It's
Good
like,
Witchbolt.
yeah, Witch Bolt.
This is my first set of
What's a
dice that I
Witchbolt?
ever bought.
Gonna
and
roll.
they're still my
Witchbolt
favorite.
is primarily a
Fancy
warlock spell.
Oh.
I feel like you specifically need dice
where
for that
it-
accoutrements page.
when it hits, it
I
does
know,
a D12,
I really do.
but
I
you
will
like
be buying
hold
some. I just
concentration
don't
on
get
it.
today.
They're
Okay,
awesome.
think
Me too.
I just put my
Star Wars.
Yeah.
The electricity
Me
that
too, and I bought a new set of dice for this
That they shoot
campaign,
out of their
and I bought
fingertips?
Yeah.
Xanthar's Guide to Everything.
Witchbolt.
Hey, I just bought that too. It's my
Gotcha.
Woo!
I used the affiliate page for the Ironwood Tavern / Montrevant to purchase my dice and my copy of Xanthar's Guide to Everything. So, click that link.
Thanks for the promo there. But
There
yes,
you go.
we do have my affiliate link is down below. It's since it's been brought up, I don't usually broach it, but since it's been brought up, it is a no-cost way for you to support the channel. If you use the affiliate link when you shop on Amazon, basically click that link to go to Amazon, and then any shopping that you do on there gets reported back as me having sent you there, and I get like a very, very small percentage of like basically an advertiser fee kind of thing.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Promoter.
Fee kind of
That's
thing. Yeah,
cool.
so it pennies on the purchase, but
You judging
what?
No, it's
She's-
cute.
She's judging me for my
Cute
for my
it
choice
is.
of Golden Bear. Arizona iced tea.
But it's
changed their.
it's pennies on the dollar for the purchase,
Is that your
but
familiar?
it adds up.
It should be, but it's not because I'm not going with. Yeah, I'm not going with Beastmaster.
Yeah.
So Beastmaster gets a pet,
Mm-hmm.
and
Circle of the Moon Druid.
you become an animal.
Yes. But Circle of the Moon Druid becoming you also get the ability to, I think, speak with animals at some point.
I think
Or is
it's
that-
like
or
way
is that
down
the
the
other
line.
one?
No, I think that's Beastmaster.
I think that's Beastmaster. Druids.
There's a druid thing that they get to be able to communicate with animals.
You
I
can
think it may have
speak
been
with
the other
animals.
I'm
circle.
gonna say they do get speak with animals as a spell,
As a spell,
pretty
yeah.
early on, but I don't remember being able to
Remember it.
communicate with animals. I think you just get animal handling checks like increase and stuff
Yeah,
I think it was
But-
animal handling.
because it's all the extra wild shapes. Which oh my god, I was a brown bear all the time, and we ran into a group of bandits that had set up like a palisade with a little deck on the back so they could like stand there and shoot at us. And so it's like, I want to like slam the bulk of this brown bear into this palisade and try and like flip it over.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, okay, roll for bear slam, and that became like the new attack for when I was in bear mode. Like if there was anything like a wagon or anything I could knock over onto people, it became. It's like I'd like to bear slam the wagon, and yeah, it just became a really good time. Because it was essentially just a strength check to like do a brown bear against a wagon, and
Right.
brown bear won.
I used to always make people make mosey checks whenever they're just like,
Mosey checks.
because it started with somebody being like, yeah, I'm just gonna mosey on down to the tavern and get a drink. I was like, all right, make a mosey check, see how well you're moseying.
Yep.
And so it just became a thing.
Just makes me think of roll for shoes. Roll for running,
Yeah, roll for running.
and I fall down. Oh, I didn't fill out my bonds.
So how are we doing? What purchase? Has anybody made any big important purchases yet?
Well, I bought a healing potion.
Body healing potions.
Nothing else big. Ball bearings, because that's
Ball
always
bearings.
fun.
Nice. What's what?
Surprisingly useful.
I'm gonna say they're so multi-purpose.
Oh yes. Oh yes. As a rogue, I heavily appreciate things along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
But even as a warlock, to prove canon wrong here, in his game, I'm playing a warlock, not a rogue.
Yes, and
It's true.
you have ball bearings.
I do have ball bearings.
Yeah, and he has used them to great effect, including avoiding a troglodyte ambush in a pit of garbage.
I think that was me.
He
I was
threw
like,
the ball.
hey, can I have a ball bearing?
Yes.
Because you had
that
thrown
was.
them
So it was
right before that.
It
Yes,
was
but
the-
we did still use the
Yeah.
ball bearing.
It was
did.
the warlock assist on that one.
Yes.
And yeah,
I think that you used you threw him down that
I
staircase.
rolled them down one of
Yeah.
the like cavern hallways.
Yeah, you're-
Yeah. No, it was the bats. You saved us from the bats. Somehow.
Well, no,
With the ball bearing.
we discovered after I rolled it and nothing happened, and
Yeah.
then I went to pick it up and we made checks and
Yeah,
noticed all of the
Oh
bats.
god.
it was
The
a
bats.
particularly good perception check on that one.
I saw that one.
Hmm?
Did I see that
No,
one?
it's in his game.
Yeah.
At his house.
Okay. I did we play something? Did you play something long ago with a cave and bats? Did we watch something? Wait, no, they were playing. Yeah, I got it like whoop. Miss.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, were things in that cave.
There were bats. I got so confused.
Oh god.
Isn't your board for him my stuff here?
There's a table here. It's gonna fall in my milk.
Oh, ew.
What did everybody's ACs end up at? For those of you who know,
I have a 16, which
Did you
feels
find it
healthy.
a pretty decent AC
I mean,
starting out.
for level 1.
Yeah, it's pretty fair AC. How many hit points?
14. I mean, that's pretty much the max for a ranger at level 1. I mean, unless you, if you roll an 18 and you get a plus 1 and then you manage to have that plus 5. check that.
So AC is the armored class, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. That's how hard it is or easy it is, depending, to hit you.
I've got 13, 15 with my shield.
Cannon with the resub, Twitch Prime. Thank you very much, sir. And I'm sorry, you were...
Oh, I have my AC's 13 or 15 with my shield. And then I am very squishy at 11 hit points.
I'm 10
The
hit points.
squishiest cleric.
Yep.
No AC and so few hit points.
Yep. Clerics only have a D8.
Huh?
Cleric's hit dice is a D8.
Yeah, but
This
he's
baby.
a ranger.
This baby. I know. She's squishy.
He's squishy. What armor did you end up getting?
Leather.
Just leather armor?
Mhm.
Wow.
I don't want the disadvantage on stealth.
Fair enough.
She would not be about that.
Fair enough. This is true.
So
How about Pip? What's Pip's? Or have you gotten that far?
Pip's rocking a 14 AC,
Alright.
All right.
and with 9 hit points.
Squishies.
so squishy.
And then how many hit points did
Terrified.
you end up having?
10.
10. So we got
Pretty squishy team.
a pretty squishy team. I mean, the ranger, the old ass salt and pepper ranger, is the highest hit points, I think.
Well, he's seasoned.
He's seasoned.
I've seen a lot in my
He's
day.
been around. Been popcorn on my table.
I have popcorn on my table.
So, you want some?
This party wants to engage from a distance and stay behind cover.
You know, I'm pretty sure Sun Tzu would be on board with that plan because
Yeah.
he was about the superior. It was all about your superior physical location as well as moral.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you had to have the supremacy of Earth and the supremacy of Heaven, was I believe. There's a lot of different. I barely read the Art of War. I got about like 3 chapters in, so I know some of.
So you ended up with what AC again? What was yours?
It's
16.
Yeah.
So, I mean, highest AC when using the shield, highest hit
17.
points.
And I
So-
am proficient in shield, so I could just
You could
you know,
get a
snap
shield.
up a shield. But a shield and throwing daggers seems a little silly.
Yeah.
Yeah, for character flavor, it doesn't feel right.
There
so.
went my wrist.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't need it.
I'm just all I'm picturing is what is it? What is that movie? Mystery Men or Men of Mystery or whatever?
Mystery Man.
Yeah, Mystery Men. I'm just picturing the guy throwing the forks
Yeah.
and the cutlery from under his cloak, but instead it's a shield, and he's throwing from under the shield, throwing daggers at people.
Alright, so how far along are they? Emily, looks like you're pretty much...
I think I'm good.
I think Calypso's looking pretty complete over there.
Yeah. Got my spells picked for the day.
Nice.
I bought stuff. And I don't get Channel Divinity until 2nd level. So.
What flaws and or bonds did you go with?
So, my flaw, which I actually took from the criminal background, is the best way to get me to do something is to tell me I can't.
Alright. I like it.
Classic. And kind of along with that, ideals, no one tells me what to do. And then for my bonds, well,
I don't know if we did flaws and bonds for you.
That's what I was saying. I didn't roll or anything.
Yeah, those ones are almost more fun to like kind of pick on.
Yeah.
your own.
Yeah.
Bond?
I would just pick the
Come
ones
out.
that you...
That's what I was rolling, and I
Oh.
liked what I rolled.
Yeah.
I'll go with it then.
Oh, I didn't roll for mine. I just picked them
Mhm.
off the. Most of them were from the background, but
Yeah.
I switched up my flaw. Yeah. Flattery is my preferred trick for getting what I want.
Nice.
That high charisma score.
Alright. What about Noah?
This is
No.
the 8, right?
No.
Oh, well, my
Yeah.
my update was that my actual maximum hit point is 16.
No, because you forgot a stat increase.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's how that worked. Yeah, because I had forgotten about my plus on getting... I get to pick 2 skills that I get an increase instead of all 6 for Variant Human. So I hadn't added those in, so I put those into plus 2.
Nice.
But, yeah, what was the actual question, though? It was, what are my...
Flaws, bonds,
flaws.
ideas.
Let's see. Personality traits: loyal, idealistic, and a tad jaded. Which
For reasons.
I don't really consider that to be a flaw. That's more just
Life.
A fact.
that's more just how he is.
Yeah.
Ideals: truth, justice for the common man and most people. Bonds are again helping the common man, so he's more about helping out the little guy, and not quite Robin Hood mentality, but akin to it.
All right.
And then, of course, the flaws, which always sound so bad, but it's because they're supposed to be. Secretive, distrustful, and slightly reclusive. So, a little hard to get to know, maybe. But
And then I think, and Moira is still picking her stuff at this point. Does Pip have his bonds and flaws, or
Yeah, but I want to go over it one more time before I make a final call.
before we make a final decision?
Understand. I didn't expand my horizons to the other backgrounds to see anything that would fit my guy a little better.
Gotcha.
I'll look at
And I'm sure that one of these fine people would hand you a FUB if you'd prefer to look physical.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
happy to loan it out.
That'd be great. Thank you so
Go for
much.
it.
I've still got things marked in here from Tyranny of Dragons. Don't have to worry about these spell marks anymore because you guys killed Furlan Mondath. You don't have to worry about it anymore.
Ugh.
Oh, you guys really don't like her.
No, she wasn't great.
I murdered her.
Oh, that's fair because she was really mean to you guys.
And that was, I think that was honestly, like, that last session wasn't the first time that Sun had drawn his weapon, but I think it's the first time he actually used his weapons, and he murdered some bitches.
Yeah. Yeah.
Granted, 2 uses of Shatter
Yeah.
to kill a bunch of
I was just about to say that.
minions, and then just
You knocked off a lot of ads really early on.
Oh yeah,
And it shortened that combat up heavily.
Yeah.
Which I think I might have gone a little easy on you guys as far as how many people were left after just the cluster of the last session. How
I
you
was
guys
gonna
got
say
out
probably because you almost murdered us.
I think
the
I went a
session
little
before.
easy because I think there was like solidly like 18 enemies coming after you guys, and then there were only like 6 deaths.
and you should have put them all in there.
Yeah, I should.
And then I just got them all into one place and still done the same thing.
True.
They'd have still all died.
That was a tough situation for all of you, but
Because half damage on Shatter still kills most of those things.
kobolds are just so
Squishy.
they're so squishy unless there's like 10 of them,
Yeah.
and then they're dangerous. But that's how kobolds work.
Do you have the backstories with you here?
The backgrounds?
Oh wait, I'm trying to remember the name of the creatures.
Knolls.
Gnolls.
I took my monster
No.
out of the box.
His name is Noel.
Yeah.
Like
But
the
not like
creatures.
Noel. That's Noel.
Oh, I said I took my monster manual out.
Oh.
I didn't put it in the bag, so I was like, I'm not gonna.
AWL?
Do you need it?
No, I don't.
GN.
What?
Oh.
Is it
G-N-O-L.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
One of those unfortunate names that's just gonna be.
Annoying.
You murdered my family! Knowles murdered my family! No S. No S. No S on...
It's Noel. It's
No
the
wow.
one.
No.
It's called a
Noel.
hyena.
Noel?
No harm
Santa
was
Claus?
intended.
Okay, so I came up with the shenanigans here. The personality traits and stuff. Apparently I pick up random stuff from the floor and keep it until it breaks, or I just decide to throw it away.
Okay.
Well, those are always fun ones.
Yep. I believe that life is ever changing and we must adapt no matter what. So makes sense with the backstory as well. I suffer from visions of coming disasters and try to prevent them. The visions or the disasters or both?
Or maybe both.
Both, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm very grudgy. I remember like every single person that insults me or my peeps.
Do you have a book? You write their names down.
Probably. Yeah.
Just immediately remember this. What was it?
Like parchment or
Men
something
forget
letters.
but never forgive, and women forgive but never forget.
I don't necessarily go after them, but it's like, no, you told me a bitch once.
Oh, you're on fire? Okay.
Didn't work.
I mean, I'm not mad about it anymore, but you know.
Bye.
But I still remember.
But I didn't forget about it.
This will be our DM damage die.
Oh my gosh.
So
Lorge.
I don't like that.
I've seen it roll. Might not be.
No. As in, if you do something stupid at the table,
Oh.
I
Yeah.
huck it
Oh,
at
yeah.
you, and then whatever it lands on, your character also takes.
Get off your phone!
No, we used to do that with a plushie die.
Mm. Yeah.
And then
That's
when-
much nicer than that.
Yeah.
That would take somebody to the
Yeah.
ER.
I'm not getting a sound thing.
I heard something.
Yeah, so there should have been an alert there.
Yeah, I'm cursed with being able to see over here, so it's
Yeah.
like it's constantly in.
Flowing mode.
But at least I know the mic's working. So
Yes,
I can see it.
That's the main reason that I keep it up instead
Yeah.
of turning the TV off, is so I can make sure that everything is still going. Yes. So sorry about that.
No, do you have that on like a wall mount?
Yeah. It's not on a
Like a big swing out one?
no.
It was like the best choice for my TV in that room. Just being able to like angle it.
We were thinking of moving the TV from our bedroom into here because it's a little bit bigger and we're in here all the
Nicer.
time. It's
Smart
bigger and it's
TV.
nicer, so and we might switch out the wall mount. But all this tape on the walls is the part of the layout for the built-in cabinetry that we're going to be doing. The built-in shelving that we're going to be doing in here eventually. Which is kind of a map for me to visualize because I can't internally visualize things. So I need actual physical representation. So we're just going to have to make sure that that kind of fits within the confines of building the cabinets and all that other stuff. So
Yeah, I'll have to find you the mount that I bought on Amazon. It was like pretty
What?
reasonable.
This is messy. It was open.
uh-oh.
Popcorn
Yeah.
down.
Mine was pretty reasonable.
Whatever.
Swings out and does all that fun
I
stuff.
just want to put it away.
Yeah, because then you could be swinging it out and
Madre.
it'd be like facing you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've mostly got this. It's just I want to be able to glance over periodically and just make sure that the meters are still moving and people can
Yeah.
still hear us. Though I'm sure they'll let us know if it doesn't. I think we got also a XM Johnson 157. Thank you very much for the follow and welcome to the Ironwood Tavern. Hope you're having a great evening.
Well, I think I'm there.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Good.
now that your purchases are done and everything is filled out, is there anything new or interesting that you feel like you should share about your characters, or pretty much just where we were at before?
I'm pretty good. I think I've shared just about everything I want to share.
At this point,
And, I mean, I guess I actually have to pick between an explorer's pack or a dungeoneer's pack, I think. So I gotta make that decision. And,
That's
then I'm done.
it's a very important decision.
Yeah. I think either way I get 50 feet of rope, which is
Yeah.
super
Useful.
useful.
Very
About
useful.
that.
You
About
always
that too.
need that.
I tried to think of what she would actually buy before leaving home, so it's not a lot.
And where's and I'm not trying to rush you, John.
Mm-hmm.
Just checking in. Where's Pip at? What's
Pip?
left for Pip?
Pip's just we're going to another once over his Pip's bonds and ideals and stuff, and then I think
Nice. You went with the simplified character sheet there over the standard
we're
ones.
minimalist.
Minimalist. That's what I was looking for, but it escaped my brain. That's even what the file is called.
Well, it's minimalist, but it's also it's 4 pages, so
minimalist layout.
yeah, there we go.
Cannon does bring up a good point, though. I mean, since we are still going through character stuff, he says, "Let's hear it for their bladders, not one break." If anybody needs to use the restroom before Pip is all finished up, now would be a great time. If not, then that's fine.
I'll be the
good
only
idea.
one.
Noel's gonna go dig his latrine.
Because he knows that you
Take the
always want to
shovel,
go
take the
before you
shovel.
have to go.
All right.
Take the shovel.
Take the shovel.
in. I've gone twice since you started.
You broke the seal.
Ooh, that's a nice book. I didn't see that book.
Oh yeah, I was
I
just
know, isn't that
looking at
cool?
it.
Like an actual physical latch and everything. Sawyer, I don't know what happened, but your book is gone.
It's probably in a good home, though.
It's in good hands.
Mr. Ubik wins the bar fight.
Yay! Kile, kile, kile! Sorry. What's his name?
It's his second bar fight win tonight.
Oh, from him?
Yeah.
Yes. Wow.
He must be going rogue and just hanging out in the back of the bar waiting until there's one person left and then just going Amanda on him. For those of you not familiar with the Highlander TV series, Amanda was a character who had a bad habit of waiting off to the side while two immortals fought to the death. And then when one of the immortals died, a huge power surge of their energy went from the one that died to the one that won. And then Amanda would come out from behind a dumpster and lop that person's head off.
I'm good.
And get all of
Both.
the energy. Yeah.
Never watch Highlander.
Wait, I was about to say, is this Highlander?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, it is.
I heard power surge goes to the victor, and I was like, the quickening. It's come. No, actually, growing up, I never ran into anybody with my name, which, you know what, people that grow up with like names like Nick and stuff,
Yes.
they always run into somebody else that has the same name. But being named Sawyer, it was like, it never happened. Like, it was always like somebody would be like, oh, my cousin just had a kid and they named them Sawyer. Or I had a dog named Sawyer when I was growing up, or something weird. And then when I got into high school, another Sawyer appeared. And he was in other classes. We never had a class together. We never shared any sort of interaction the whole time we were in high school, but we knew of each other because, like, we had friends in common. And they'd be like, oh, yeah, I'm friends with the other Sawyer. And I'd be like, yeah, that's the other Sawyer because I am the original. And then, so about 2 years after high school, I was at a friend's house, and her older brother was friends with this Sawyer. And so we were walking by their room, and she was like, oh, Sawyer. Meet Sawyer. And it's like, okay. And we looked at each other, and I said to him, there can be only one. And he's like, what? I was like, I win. I win. You don't know Highlander. I win.
You don't know the response. I win.
Yeah, you didn't know. So, you know, I'm automatically the only Sawyer. Go change name.
Yeah.
So, that was the one time I've ever met another Sawyer, and he didn't know Highlander quotes, so...
Our whole group back in Missouri was just obsessed with Highlander.
Thank you very much. I do a similar thing anytime I meet another John, but it's not quite as... It's a little bit more obscure because no one ever really gets it. In the original Jurassic Park, whenever the owner, John... What's the guy's name?
Can't remember.
I can't remember either.
I can't remember.
John. His
See,
name is John.
he was
John, what's his butt?
He was a straight up necromancer, that man.
Yeah. And so in the very beginning, he's like putting on a presentation for the people who are there, and he walks up to the screen, and being projected onto the screen is another, like, a image of him.
Oh, yeah.
And in the beginning, he goes, oh, hello, John. And then the image responds with, hello, John.
Yeah.
And so every time I meet a John, I shoot for that. It's only ever happened once.
Oh.
But it was a magical moment.
John's also my middle name. Yeah, fun facts. Sean is my middle name.
So normally,
Yeah.
I would not care about that, but these chairs are half about to
sorry.
fall apart anyway.
Yeah, my bad.
I thought you were talking about his middle name. I thought you were like, normally I would not care about that.
Normally, I would not care about that, but you're gonna
But
have
please don't share personal
to,
information.
you're gonna have to change your middle name. Just FYI, John Hammond.
Hammond.
Oh,
there it is.
Hammond,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Still, I just lived that meme where it's like John Hammond was a straight up necromancer. He was reviving dinosaur corpses and making new dinosaurs.
Okay.
And it's like him, and it's like look at him with his staff of necromancy and his like little cane, and, and then he was like looking at it, and it's like look at him bathing in the power of his necromancy. It's like, yep, that's John Hammond, necromancer.
All right, so
Ooh.
I think Pip is. Are you done with your once over, Pip?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go. I'm gonna check, just glance at one thing, but yeah, it's in good shape.
Yeah, Steve unfortunately is not live in the family room. We don't have Steve functioning in here. I don't have Onkbot running. Steve is my garage dragon.
Steve.
He's not hiding in the corner up there.
I have a Dungeons and Dragons dragon from a slot machine in Vegas.
Nice.
There's actual Dungeons and Dragons themed licensed slot machines in Vegas. At least there used to be. They did an overhaul a couple years ago where they changed up the machines a little bit and got rid of the dragons. I won't say how, but I came across. It was given to me, but I'm not going to say who gave it to me.
Sure.
But I was given 2 of these dragons. One sits up in the corner in my office. The other one sits in my garage. In the garage, whenever the chat needs my attention for some reason or another, either my microphone pack battery died or I've just been hyper focused and they have a question, they type !listen, and Steve roars like a dragon roar in the garage to get my attention.
That's freaking rad.
But I don't want that in here because if we're immersed in some sort of a situation, a combat or whatever, it's a easy way for somebody to just whoop and break immersion.
And then we're all like, "There's a dragon!
There's
really
a dragon!
Take cover!"
Got the shovel.
Yep, the shovel. The shovel solves every problem. Okay.
Especially dragons.
Yeah. Been around a long time, and shovels solve everything.
What's up, Fine Stew? How you doing? Welcome in. Fine Stew, yeah.
Like good stew?
Fine. Either a good hearty stew or fine stew.
Maybe both.
Maybe both. Maybe fine stew makes a fine stew.
Or maybe fine stew.
Or it could be fine stew.
Yeah.
That one's
Yeah, fine stew. Have it your way.
It told me no soup for you, so I'm having stew. Fine stew.
So, alright, so I think we're nearly ready to kind of get into a pseudo start to the campaign. Give you guys a little bit of information regarding how you guys all got together, where you were and where you're going to, or rather where you are at the point of the start of the campaign. Pip is, I think, still just writing down his final details. And so once we get Pip's flaws and ideas and stuff, I think we'll go ahead and kick off, because after that it's just filling out some paperwork.
For my flaws, Pip's got Pip's it's hard for Pip to focus sometimes, and so one of Pip's flaws is if there's a plan, he might get distracted and not follow through with the plan. And also kind of rolled into that, Pip, as someone who ran with a small criminal enterprise in the past, is wanted in certain parts of certain places. For his bond, Pip just really wants to find his old friend Bixcar, his mentor, and the only sort of fatherly figure he ever had. His ideals are just freedom, and the ability to act on his own accord, and he's a pretty friendly guy, so his traits are that he would rather make another friend than another enemy.
And I failed to ask earlier, is Pip a wood gnome or a rock gnome?
He is a rock gnome.
Rock gnome. Of the Tinkerer.
Of the
It's kind of
Tinkerer
implied
sort.
in your backstory, but
Right,
for the chat who may be wondering. and for the rest of you guys, the rock gnomes are the tinkery sort. There were actual dedicated tinker gnomes are almost all rock gnomes. So, so I think we'll go from there. I think John at this point is just doing some final paperwork, checking some boxes, writing down some numbers. So 3 months prior to where we are presently, you all ended up in the capital city of Julakar in the Juklian nation, Juklian kingdom, for whatever your various reasons, searching for somebody specific. That's the area you traveled around in already, running from this sort of a dodgy past, whatever your individual situations may be, searching for adventure. You all kind of came together in the capital city of Julakar when word kind of started to spread that there was going to be a competition. And there was some coin and some prizes to be had from this competition. But it was for groups of adventurers to work together. You needed at least 4. And none of you knew anybody else that you cared to adventure with or enter this contest with. So you all just put your names in the lot. And it was a lottery draw of who you got put with. So you all got placed together for the purposes of this competition, which was that you were led to a cave entrance and told to go forth and encounter the difficulties and battles therein, and that when you had achieved the actual goal, you would know, you would be made aware. So you tarried forth through this cave system and out into some clearings. Battles were fought against some undead, against some natural wildlife, and entered into another cave system wherein you fought together against a big brown bear and a couple of kobolds that were there in its area as well that had kind of been trying to tame the bear. And you interrupted the process of this bear being tamed. You succeeded in defeating the brown bear, as well as the kobolds, at which point the illusion surrounding you dropped, and you found yourselves not in a cave system or a clearing, but in a giant kind of arena with masses of bleachers and seating up around you, at which point you realized that the entire thing was a very elaborate construct of illusions and phantasmal forces being conducted by the ring of wizards at the top of the arena that you now can see. As the illusion falls, you're met with cheers, and after another couple of teams, you get to then go up in the bleachers and watch all of the other teams compete. And it is then announced that you guys completed the task the quickest of all these other groups, thus winning. You are given a fair amount of coin, which adds into the coin that you guys is part of where the money that your starting gold comes from. As well as that, you are being sent to the island of the continent of Noitset, of which Pip is familiar, to the capital city of Katheri. In the, I'll give it to you in a second. In the, I had all this written down. Which sheet is it on? I think it's on this first sheet, very top. Nisfon, I believe, is the.
You have an electric one. Yes.
Yeah, the kingdom of Nisfon. Nisphon.
That's the kingdom led by that half-elf.
Yes. Yes. Is that where you were touring around, is in his kingdom?
I don't believe so. I think I was farther east, but...
Volcaren. Because Nisfon is to the east.
I think
and Volcaren is to the left, where the giant volcano Hell's Breath sits.
Okay, I was to the east.
So you were in Nisfon.
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of your trouble area.
Sure.
But you are being sent as victors. As kind of a prize thing, to go to Nisfon, to the capital city of Katheri, which is CHATHIR space RI. So technically, it would be pronounced Chatheri, but they pronounce it Chatheri.
And it's on the island of...
It is on the continent of Noitset. Noitec or Noitcet. And you are to actually meet with King Ambrose Eveningfall, wherein he will host you for a private dinner as part of your prize of being adventurers, with a special request from the king following dinner.
King Ambrose what?
Eveningfall.
Oh. And Pip, do we know that this is like a rough spot for you to be in?
I feel...
So maybe not at the onset, because
Okay.
again, you guys came together
That's what I wanted to
as
make sure.
you guys came together just for this adventure thing. They gave you like 2 weeks to prep and get to know each other for battle tactics and things along those lines before the actual competition. You then did the competition and you were told of your prize and where you were being sent. The way that the teleportation circles across the continent and all the various planets function is that within each individual kingdom, certain cities have scheduled teleportation ring openings to other cities, but not nation to nation.
Okay.
For the most part. Nation to nation is by special arrangement only, as there's a lot of work that goes into it. So at the conclusion of your competition and being sent on your way to, you've been given your coin, they held a big feast for you and sent you along. You would then travel from Julakar down to the far south to Port Shermark. You would travel from Port Shermark to Port Royal on the island or the continent of Noitset. And from Port Royal, you would then be able to use the teleportation rings with writs of passage to go to the capital city of Katheri. We're getting bombarded by bits. So the journey overall from Julakar down to Port Shermark, sailing across the Sea of Turmoil into Port Royal, and then getting to Katheri, it's approximately a 3-month journey. So that's where you're going to get the information about each other that you would have. Maybe you would have discussions about, oh yay, we're going to Nisbon! That's great! I love that place! Anything along those lines. So character to character, if there's anything that you guys would like to share or discuss or like have each other know over the duration of this 3-month journey, this is kind of now when we would do that. In addition to that, though, throughout the combat, to kind of help tie your guys' characters together, throughout the 2 weeks of training prior to the competition, and then the actual competition itself with its battles and it's like across several days of like camping and doing things, I want you guys to all try to think of one tie to another character that was built during that situation, whether it was somebody saving your life at the last minute by, a quick sword thrust or a swing of your mace, a healing spell, or whatever the case may be. Some way to like tie yourself to at least one other player, more if you want to, that kind of help build the bond that you guys are getting on your journey. So try to think of those, and then whatever information you want to share back and forth between your characters on this 3-month journey to get where.
Can I see the map?
Yes.
Thank you.
This map is available on gaming.montravant.com. Will take you to 7 worlds. Click on the link for Miro Den in the sidebar, and that will be able to show you this map if you're interested in seeing it. If one of our mods wants to hit !D&D, that will just drop the link to the site. So share amongst yourselves, build those connections.
Oh, well.
So I think that Calypso probably would naturally just gravitate towards the
The
other
other female.
female in the group because she has a twin sister.
Oh yeah.
And she's a tiefling that came from a family of humans in a village with a lot of other humans, and so she kind of didn't exactly fit in growing up completely, and so I think she would gravitate towards someone that like has a huge scar across her face and maybe felt that same way.
The misfit.
Yeah.
So you don't
Misfits.
necessarily like humans that much? Were they
I don't have
abusive?
issue with them necessarily. I just was, different. Like I was the different one. And kids are mean.
It's
So.
true.
I just realized I 100% failed to post on Twitter or Discord or anywhere
Oh,
else
no!
about the fact that we're going live.
Never too
I
late.
did actually share it.
And yet we
Did
still,
you?
and yet we still have 17 viewers in the channel that have just shown up.
Yeah,
So
I managed to share out, and my best friend and DM in the game that I play in commented saying, I would, but I really don't want to. Which is exactly what he
What a
said when I
dick.
said, hey, I'm going to be playing in a D&D stream. And he's like, I'd like to watch, but I probably won't. And I was like, I appreciate your honesty.
Yeah, that's nice.
It's my best friend, everybody.
Honest friends are important.
yeah.
Those are the best ones, the ones that tell you
That's
the
right.
truth.
I told my sister that I was going to be streaming a D&D game on the internet, and first she said, I don't know what that means. And then I explained it to her, and she goes, oh, I'm uncomfortable with that.
My mom actually said the same thing. She said, I don't know what this means, but I'm proud of you.
Well,
Thanks, Mom.
my best friend, she said, I'll probably be watching The Bachelor.
Yeah.
It's like, that's fine.
That is the reason that I pulled out my phone, actually, was because I was sending
To
your,
check what's
your
happening on The
handful to
Bachelor?
my friend. Who
Oh,
supposedly
The
said he was gonna
Bachelor.
watch, but
Was it? I saw something and it said The Bachelor, a show about a man that dates a lot of women at the same time, watched by women who hate men who date a bunch of women at the same time. Like that's
fair. That's
it's fair.
I just don't
So-
bother.
So Calypso gravitates towards and Moira
Yeah.
on a personal level. Are there any events that occurred for Calypso during the whole combat and your competition, or during the journey towards Catherine?
yeah.
Like anything specific that happened either with her or with anybody else during that journey?
Well, I think that probably, if anything dangerous, there was probably at least a moment during that trial that, you got hurt, and I was quick to jump in and try to make that better. My squishy little body and my healing skills.
No, you have healing properties?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, also, along those lines, getting hurt at some point and, you jumped in.
Yeah.
But also for Moira, somehow having a bond with you, Noel,
Yeah,
No.
no.
because we're from the same world.
Yeah,
And pretty much the same area.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was on the same page as Noel would know of the wood elves that
Yeah.
are in the area, so there is a bit of a recognition there as far as race to race, I guess. But yeah, being from the same area, knowing some of the same places, and all
Yeah,
that fun
probably even
stuff.
the same people, because mine was a moving clan kinda within the forest.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, Noel was very much not quite the back country of the woods, but was kind of in the less frequented areas and stuff, because as a young man he liked to travel around in those
Yeah.
areas, but that's not something he really likes to comment on very much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else do you have any? So again, kind of a personal, hey, you're from this area, I'm from that area too.
Yeah.
Were there any events that occurred that may have tied you to more securely to Moira or to anybody else that occurred during the competition or during the travel? Like anything happened specifically that maybe drew you close to somebody, or just the personal connection of the area?
It might have been the personal connection. I mean,
So the trial you spoke of where we entered the cave, you said that lasted several days. Right?
Yeah, it was like a day or two. You guys were the fastest team to get through.
Okay.
You were just kind of punching your card and going.
So I'm imagining Pip was on his own for a very short amount of time before he had the good fortune to be matched up with these very capable adventurers. And
Squishy people.
I'm imagining a scenario during that trial where Pip was just trying his heart out to start a fire, and just not. He couldn't do it. He's like, poor little guy, just going and going and going. He didn't want to resort to any of his magic. He's trying to, trying to be a good part of this group and start a fire. And I think Noel probably just got fed up and was like, "Here, let me help you."
Yeah, it was probably a bit of a just not even saying anything and just walking up and just kind of starting it.
This
and
is
then,
how you do this.
Like, I'm not even gonna comment on the fact that you've been struggling. Like, it's just
that's upside down.
Like,
Turn it
no,
over.
just flip that over and then do this, and
Yes.
then there's not even a dialogue. It's just done and making sure you're paying attention, and then. And then going and sitting down.
Yes.
Eye contact the whole time.
Right, yes.
Just like,
do you see
this?
Don't you see?
Taking notes.
Yeah. All right. So you travel to. It's a long journey. Like I said, it's the boat ride itself from Port. What did I say?
was it Port Royal?
Port Shermark.
Port Shermark.
I kept wanting to say what you guys were thinking earlier. From Port Shermark to Port Royal,
Yep.
alone is approximately a 2-month boat ride.
Oh, jeez.
They did get you on one of the nicer kind of commuter boats, so to speak. It's just a big ship for transport of people rather than goods. Obviously, they still brought along food supplies and things like that, but it's more of a people transport ship than a goods transport ship.
Yeah.
A little bit of a luxury sailing kind of a situation where they sailed you into Port Royal. You are given papers for writ of passage that will get you one gate passage from Port Royal to Cathay, and then one additional teleportation from Cathay to another location in Nisfon of your choosing. In case you don't want to stick together as a party, you guys can all travel to one additional location afterwards, together or apart, as the fates decide. So you go through your journey. You arrive in Cathay. It is in the southern half of the continent, summertime, which, when you get down there, it is a stark contrast to the winter that you had up north in Julakar. You teleport into Cathay, into the central area. I'll go ahead and just go through. It'll be a bit of dialogue information section for you guys, just so that you have some context for the areas that you're going to, and for our viewers who may not have read some of the information that I directed you guys to for this. Continent of Noitset, which is where you guys are traveling to and where Nisfon is divided between the kingdoms of Nisfon and the kingdom of Vorkalon, separated by the Kryden Mountains. Peaceful relationship between the two kingdoms is kind of tenuous, but it's been stable since King Ambrose took rule about 38 years ago. The previous king of Nisfon was a known warmonger, whose attitude was really only kept in check by the global treaties that were formed when the gate systems and everything like that kind of came into being, to kind of force everybody to play nice, or you don't get to use the gate system from planet to planet, like you're kind of excluded from that situation. It kind of wraps around from the map you saw earlier. It kind of almost encapsulates the entire bottom hemisphere. It wraps almost all the way around the globe for the whole continent. It has some of the most fertile lands on all of Mirrodin, and almost of all of the planets in general, owed largely to Hell's Breath, the massive volcano that is constantly letting out a stream of smoke on the western portion of continent of Noitset in the island, or in the kingdom of Volcaren. The kingdom of Nisfon itself, again, rests to the east of the Kryden Mountains. It's ruled by King Ambrose Eveningfall. Lush trees, fertile lands, hardworking people. Port towns bring lots of fish to the inland cities. The inner cities provide lumber and things like that for the ships, as well as their fields, crops, livestock, and all of that jazz. The laws of Misfon, you've heard, you know, are strict but fair. As long as you are, like, you kind of stick to the guidelines, you're fine. The smaller cities outlying are given kind of leeway to maintain their own laws and courts as long as they stick within the guidelines of the capital. Which is probably, you guys were probably a little bit closer to the capital when Pip's situation.
It was in Axedale.
Huh?
It was Axedale.
It was in Axedale.
Which is pretty close to the capital.
Pretty close to the capital, yes. So, whether you've told anybody about that, on, like the situation during your journey.
We'll get to that.
And a meal is always available to those in need. They're very strict, but Ambrose is very big on helping his people where and when he can. So while it's true that a meal is always available to those in need from the Crichton Mountains to the Port Holly, doesn't mean that being homeless and jobless is a viable way. The laws dictate that if someone can't pay for a meal, they must still be provided one, but there's a process and requirements. Only certain businesses are required to provide the meals. And to obtain a meal, you must provide a drop of blood freely given onto a magic scroll, agreeing to put in the worth of your meal in work. It's basically a binding contract that if you're given a free meal, you have to do something for it. Like, you don't have to pay coin, but you have to put in work. And it doesn't have to be at that establishment. It can be for nearby fields or whatever, but you put in the effort to get your meal if you want to get a free meal. Some clean dishes, some rooms, mucking up pig pens, feeding livestock, things along those lines. To the numerous constants, there's always someone in need of a meal, and there's always work waiting to be done. So, Ambrose, half-elf bastard of the previous king. How much of this information all of you know will kind of be dependent on history checks and things like that, but hearsay, you'll have picked up a lot of this information. He took the throne by default when he became the last living heir.
What was his name again?
King Ambrose Eveningfall.
Wait, he's the one that took the throne by... What was the other king?
I don't have his name written down.
I thought you did, sorry.
Not here. I may have it in some of my previous information, or it might be later in this blurb. 4 other sons preceded him in right, and 4 other sons died untimely deaths. 2 of them died when the munitions in the hull of their ship exploded. One had his throat slit by his fiancée, who doesn't remember anything about the incident, doesn't remember it occurring. The last brother died in front of the king's own eyes when he challenged Ambrose and accused him of killing his other brothers. The king decreed in front of a room of royal guests that if Ambrose could best Prince Gerald in a sword fight, that it would be the will and jury of the gods to declare him innocent, and that he would claim him as an honest heir. The king was kind of tired of his bastard son mucking things up and making noise, and was sure that his son had received the best training possible for sword fighting. And then the king sat with a gaping mouth and a seized heart when Ambrose parried the prince's blade with ease, slashed his wrist, picked up his own sword, and killed him. And became the last living heir and immediate king. He was crowned within a week, as there was no denying what was said in the room, and the king had promised that he would be an honest heir. 5 queens has he taken to sit upon him with him upon his dais of 6 thrones, and from those 5 queens, 23 children has he brought into the world. He bears no bastard children, holding that if he loves a woman enough to put a child in her belly, he loves her enough to have her sit his throne. There's no order of heir amongst his children. He doesn't want them infighting he doesn't want them to go through the same thing that his previous brothers did. It's a thing of there's no order of heir among them, but rather a message of truth that any of them could rise to be king or queen based on merit and merit only. You have to earn it. Capital city of Kathari has become city of few crimes, strict punishment under his rule, but they don't follow him out of fear, as most would think, but rather out of respect, because he does take care of his people, as long as you follow the rules. And he's made some changes, some sweeping changes to how society functions, from small things to the way things are named and called, to just grand sweeping policy changes. We'll get back to his physical description when you actually meet him. Kathari. So you come in through the portals into the Tier of Commerce. Kathari, the city of tiers, but not tiers you cry, levels, separated out into various tiers.
Could you give just a quick description of what the portals look like?
Yes, so they're arranged for purposes of the city's teleportation circles. They're arranged with 2 large portals situated next to each other, but almost always, except for in some of the smaller cities, almost always divided with a large barrier wall between each side, and just kind of pathing to force the way that you can get into and out of the portals. They are restricted. You have to either have to pay a hefty tax to go through the portals, or have writs of passage, or have a merchant's pass to be able to use them freely for business reasons. They are large structures on the ground. All of the major capital cities have had work done by dwarves and tinker gnomes to build these grand contraptions that are buried within the ground that actually manipulate the stones, because the teleportation circles are done with sigils that define a set specific place on a planet. And so what they do is they have a schedule that they go through, where at X time of day, the portals are open between this city and this city. And so you recognize the sounds easily as the stones are being rearranged. Basically, they have a group of sorcerers that perform some small magical acts. There's no physical dials that can be controlled. You have to know what's where and how to manipulate it. It's training the wizards of a certain order that this is their job. They get trained on how to do this. But they're basically triggering levers and things like that are out under the ground, out of sight, that cause these massive contraptions to pull back stones and sink them into the ground and push up other stones and lock them into place. If you've seen Stargate, think like how the dial is on the top, but laying on the ground. And this is not my idea. This is linked portals from actual D&D. They probably stole it from Stargate. But yeah, so it's changing the sigils, locking the different sigils into place on these large stone portals. Sometimes not all of them change. It depends on the location. And then it opens with a kind of a iridescent blue shimmering light. You can see through the portal to the other side to know that it's not a dangerous place that you're being sent to. So there's basically in each city there's an in portal and an out portal, and they're opened at the same time to the same opposing locations. So you guys are in Port Royal. You take your writs of passage. You stand around and wait in line for them to open the portals to Kathari. The portals open, and you basically are just filtered through in the line as a group, along with the merchants and nobles that have enough money to just travel wherever they want and not care about the taxes. And you come into Kathari, City of Tears, into the Tier of Commerce. It's a sprawling landscape of buildings ranging from small huts and vendor carts to towering buildings 10 stories tall. All manner of trade can be found within the walls and within this well-kept section of the city. And from what you've heard, with few exception, all of the city's inns, taverns, and the handful of homeless people that are here are within the Tier of Commerce. You arrive midday as the southern continent's summer, distinctly separate from the rest of the city. You come through the portals and you're just kind of not visually accosted, but just immediately aware of why they call it the City of Tears. Whatever preconceptions you may have had about it, you've seen it from a distance, at least, if not been in the city before. You come through the portal, and just immediately ahead of you as you're filtered out you can see the tiers just traveling up this massive hill to the castle sitting up at the top. Like you see the spires of this castle peeking out from the top walls. The Great Wall that surrounds the city as a whole are 25 to 30 feet tall, depending on like the area, the build of the hill, with their great parapets and everything around the top for the guards to walk and keep track of things. It doesn't look like it's, a city prepared in a preparation state for war. It's just the guards doing their job, making the rounds, making sure that everything is fine. You see from you again this kind of, it's a direct path up towards the castle, leading through some massive gates. And the inner walls are not quite as tall, 15 to 20 feet, depending on the area, that separate these various tiers. The gates are tall enough just to be visible from most places where you are, that you can tell there are 3 large gates to go from this tier into the next.
How many tiers are there?
There are a total of 4 tiers. There's the tier of commerce, the tier of the masses, which is kind of where the common folk live. Pip, you would know that it was previously called the tier of the tireless, which is what the previous king called it, in kind of a degrading manner. He just viewed the commoners as a workforce, people that he could throw at the front lines if he absolutely had to. It was a predominantly elven city originally.
About how long ago did Evening Fall take power?
About 38 years.
38 years.
Yeah. And that's one of the first things that he did, was to change some of the names of how the tiers are laid out to show the people that he does not think of them as so much less that his father did. But yeah, so you know more specifically, having kind of been around this area before, and the warmonger attitude of the previous king, that the city was kind of built with the idea of it backs up to a cliff up where the castle is. So it's really hard to get at the walls that way. So for anybody to get to the castle and to where the previous king was, they have to go through the city of commerce and destroy all of that. They have to go through the city of the tier of the tireless. They have to go through the nobles before they finally get up to the king's walls, which are even thicker and tall walls as well, just more dense and more heavily guarded. He viewed everyone between him and the main gates as a buffer, as a guard, whether they intended to be or not. But Evening Fall took control, and it's been, again, sweeping changes to how society works and the names of things, just to make people feel more welcome within the society that he's built. It is a hum of activity. Vendor carts just lining the streets. There's the commerce curve, which goes from the far east wall to the far west wall in kind of a sweeping arc. And push cart vendors constantly wheeling up and down, trying to sell their wares. As you come out of the teleportation circle area, you are accosted by vendors trying to sell you things immediately. They expect you to have been on a long journey, so they're trying to push food at you. They want you to buy their local wares, their local fish, all manner of things, just constantly trying to get you to buy things. But this is where you arrive, in the city of Katheri, in the tier of commerce, with the full scope of the height of the kingdom in front of you.
And how would you say this compares to like a city like Grossolis?
Grossolis is fairly similar, actually.
Okay.
But without so many interior division walls.
Okay.
It is,
but still similar sized buildings.
Similar sized buildings, kind of a similar layout, but rather than a hill that backs to a cliff, it is more like a domed hill.
Okay.
Even from all sides, whether it was made that way or just naturally that way. Sure. The main temple, the high temple of Paylor, sits atop that hill, and then there's not really as much of a separation of rank between nobility and commoners filing down. It's more a separation of clerics who mostly live up near the temple, mostly for necessity.
Yeah.
It's not a rank thing so much as a put the clerics closer to the temple, and that's mostly the clerics of Palor. The other clerics live closer to their individual temples, things along that. But layout wise and view wise, it feels kind of homey.
Okay.
Just
Great.
with massive walls.
Cool.
So you guys are entered into the city. Are there any other questions? Anything that you guys want to look for now that you are here? Anything specific that you would like to find out?
This is just kind of more of the same as far as capital cities for planets and everything. It's not necessarily grander than anything else on Mirodin or any of the other planets. It's just different.
You've been through
A few.
You've been through the kingdom of the capital city of Kigstow.
Mm-hmm.
You've been through Cerule.
Mm-hmm.
Kigstow is heavily fortified in near the same manner.
Yeah.
It's not tiered; it's more flat layout. It's on its own kind of individual, separated island. So
Right.
it's made them easy to defend, hard to attack.
Yeah.
So they're most of their security is in beefy outer walls,
Mm-hmm.
and then some walls surrounding the castle itself.
Right.
Cerule is it's a very elegant city. Not so much walls; they're backed up to a bay.
Mm-hmm.
And they just aren't. It's not a very heavily defended, walled off city. They've got some walls, but it's mostly just kind of guide people to where they're supposed to go.
Right.
Rather than massive walls of defense.
Right.
Is that the Elvish?
It's the Elvish city on the planet of Kigstow. And which you were headed there originally. So did you ever make it to Cerule? Question.
No.
No, you never finally
No.
made it there. Okay, so
No, wanted to go.
You also have been privy, one of, I think, probably the only person in the entire group, now that we're speaking of Kigstow and the differences between the cities.
Right.
Cerule is, like I said, much more elegant city. It's also one of the only place in all of your travels, all of your world hopping, where you've seen airships. You've seen them sparsely. You've only seen them every once in a while. But you've seen an airship. You've seen it with your own eyes. You know that they exist and that they are real. This is actually, as far as the way it's laid out, it's one of the most fortified capital cities that you've ever seen or been in, with the exception of maybe Volcaren.
Mm-hmm.
Because that capital city is just insane. It's made out of dragon-hewn stone and things like that. So yeah, it's not an unfamiliar sight to you with your ages.
But there's nothing that really it's
yeah. There's nothing that would really impress a person of your age.
Yeah, just more walls,
more
houses, more people.
Pretty much
More the same.
Yeah. Pip. Have you been in Catherine before?
Pip's never been in the city. His band of gnomish merchants stuck to the rural areas of the country for multiple reasons. So he's been outside the city walls, but this will be the first time Pip's been inside. Outside,
close to the strict laws, but where they aren't quite as strict. A little bit more leeway to play with the way that it's written. Okay. What's Pip's take in... these guys are all taller than you.
Yep.
And then you come into the city with 30-foot tall walls. What's Pip's take in?
Pip is taken aback. He was pretty much a rural kid who visited villages and settlements and traveled around selling trinkets and oddities with his adopted family. And so the amount of civilization and the amount of urban sprawl and things he's seen in the last few months has kind of blown him away.
Okay.
So he's just wide-eyed and craning his neck everywhere constantly.
About how old did you say Pip was?
Pip is 52, which is like just at adult age for
For a
a
gnome.
gnome.
Okay.
And Moira, this is probably like the capital city of Julikar, where you guys just came from.
Mm-hmm.
Had a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
It was a big city. It was well walled, decent defenses. But this is just more people in one place than you have ever encountered. So, like, what do you think in Moira's take is?
She's definitely feeling overwhelmed by the noise and just place smells and amount of people just walking in and out and people like on her face trying to sell her fish or whatever. She's just like,
Yeah,
especially because she's not that much of a people's person.
Yeah. It probably would definitely be like I can imagine it would definitely be an assault on the senses for Moira. That is for sure. But you guys are here now. You're in the city. You've been ushered out of the portal. You've gotten past that immediate rush of people shoving things in your face, trying to get you to buy them, and you're just kind of out into the general area now.
Do we have some place to be immediately? Do we have a strict schedule? Do we know how that's
Not immediately. You've been told that you have, like, again, you transported midday. You have the remainder of this day to kind of just get your bearings, do whatever, and then you were supposed to be at the castle by noon tomorrow.
Oh, okay, so we have like the whole evening.
Yeah, to meet up with the king for your private, basically your day of festivities with the king in private session, where he'll tell you about something he would like you to do, and hold a kind of a private feast for you.
Were we specifically quartered anywhere?
No.
No.
Again, you were given some
Free
coin.
roam.
You were given some coin for the competition.
Sure.
You were given writs of passage, and included in those writs of passage is you can stay at any of the inns in the commerce, in the tier of commerce, for free for 2 evenings, this evening and tomorrow evening after your dinner with the king, and then from there it will be either be up to this king or to your own devices to come up with room and board.
At some point, since we got those writs of passage, would there have been a good opportunity for me to try and forge a copy of them? Or would we have been like around people?
You've had some private time. I mean, you had private quarters on the ship.
Okay.
Even like on the ship, not just private quarters for your group. You each were given private quarters on the ship that took you across the ocean.
Cool.
So I mean, you would have definitely had some alone time where you could try to do something along those lines.
Okay.
Were the writs individual or was it for the group?
Individual.
Oh.
In case something happened to one of you, you
Cool.
still were able to get here and at least meet with the king. Whether or not you take the job as a group is kind of beside the fact. You still earned by winning the competition individually and as a group. You still earned the right to meet this king and be held for a feast. So you definitely would have had some time to try to do a forgery. It does hold 2 official royal insignias.
Cool.
For passage through 2 different kingdoms. But you could definitely try.
I would like to try.
Okay.
And I have a forgery kit and I'm proficient with it.
Okay.
So is that dex based? Or do I just add my proficiency bonus?
Just add your proficiency bonus. What? I'm starting. Let me see.
Character sheet?
Yeah, just a blank
Oh,
character
cool.
sheet.
Well, mine's not blank, but
It's not fun.
it's on there.
I would allow, if you have points in it, I would allow a use of sleight of hand. I'll allow use of sleight of hand. You're doing detailed work.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's not great. 13.
Does not proficiency with that kit, does that just allow you to apply your proficiency, or does that give you advantage?
I think it's this.
I thought it was just your proficiency
bonus,
right?
I think so.
Okay. It's one thing that I haven't looked into a whole lot is the kits.
Yeah, so I think it's just Just
Okay.
proficiency
Okay.
bonus.
So what did you?
A 13.
13. So no, you were not able to make a match. You get halfway through and you just automatically know that it's just. Yeah.
Crumbles and
You better
bites.
burn that shit.
You in the process.
Toss them a little fire.
Yeah, in the process, you lose 5 gold worth of materials.
5 gold?
5 gold.
Parchment is like a copper piece.
Not this parchment.
Bummer.
It is just proficiency.
Just proficiency.
It's just
Yeah.
a provision.
Not this parchment. This is fine paper, royal insignias of mixed inks and.
Oh well, that would have been cool,
Yeah.
but that's fine.
But no, yeah, but you do still have your original copy. It was not destroyed
Yeah.
in the process.
Cool.
So you do not have a forged copy.
Cool.
But yeah, you guys have this whole evening and half the day tomorrow to kind of get yourselves situated, check out the city, look for anything that you might want to look for, anything else that you guys might like to try to do. So any questions that you guys have, anything that you'd like to seek out, feel free.
I really thought this would be more exciting. This. I mean, this looks just like home. So.
Hey, it is what it is.
Yeah.
One city's a lot
Wow.
like the other. I mean,
That's very
Just
wise.
more
Yeah.
people and more houses and more shops and more and more and more until you can't
Walls.
quite take any more.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, what do you want to do? Go outside. Oh.
You're outside.
I'd like to kind of try and like push myself in front of Amoira so that if any shop people try to come up to us, I am there first, like rather than getting at her, that they come to me first.
So now that you're out of the teleportation circle area, you're not being
We're
so
pretty
much
safe,
accosted. It's
Right.
just there are street vendors with their carts stationary. There are vendor carts that are being pushed up and down the thoroughfare, but nobody's shoving things in your face.
Great.
They're kind of going by the merit of, I've got this. Do you want some? Just like being bellowed out to the masses, to anybody that's close enough to hear.
Cool.
You're getting some of that from shops. You definitely hear from nearby, like down the way a little bit. You definitely hear some people calling out stuff that sounds like they're trying to draw people into a brothel. There's a lot going on.
Right.
This entire tier, which is probably 3 miles front to back, and probably about 15 miles east to west,
Wow.
is
That's huge.
entirely commerce. And it's
And this is where like a place to stay, like we would find a room here.
the taverns that are open, the taverns and inns that are open to just anybody that's coming to this town are here. And the reason that this area is so big, you can look up the tiers, and the tier of the
Here are the masses.
tier of the masses and the tier of nobility, as you quickly learn that it's called, you can obviously tell that that amount of people, even if all of them were in the tier of commerce at one time, is not this many people.
Okay.
This is a major hub for all of the nearby villages. So, like, they'll all have their own individual little shops, but those people come here to sell their wares to try to get a better price, or they come here for things that they can't get in their own villages. It's all of the nearby villages come here for things constantly, or travel, or whatever. And you see people wearing colors of like other nations that you're familiar with, that like just not they're representing that nation, but it's just clothes that are more stylized to another nation. So you know people are like not half, but probably a quarter of these people are visiting from not even this kingdom.
Well, my friends, shall we get out of this crowd?
I bet these two would like that.
I haven't had a Cried Mountain Ale in months.
Yeah?
Yes.
I appreciate a quiet room.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that we'll find that, but we'll try.
All right.
No windows for
Start.
me.
Looking for the quietest tavern, apparently.
They are they are all busy.
Hmm.
This time of day, all of the taverns are just bustling. Unless you want to go to kind of one, unless you, like if you ask around, you could find kind of the crappier ones that nobody wants to really go to as much. Which they might not necessarily be as bad. Maybe the service is bad, or somebody gets food poisoning once a month.
Right.
But I mean, yeah, if you're just looking for a tavern at all, I mean, there's several within eyesight down the main arc. Your chances of getting a quieter than this immediate area tavern are to go more off the main road. Like I said, you've got a couple of miles north-south and many miles east-west that you can explore and try to find some like more common house kind of thing tavern. So if you'd like to spend some time doing that, you definitely can, or you can go to one of the closer taverns to just get a drink.
Are there any types of temples or anything on the tier?
There are a couple of temples within the commerce tier, mostly just because the people that are visiting are not, like the people that are just visiting the town for commerce purposes are not allowed into the tier of the masses or the tier of nobility. So if you want to go to temple, it has to be
Down
here. There are some smaller churches and temples and things like that that are reserved for more quiet masses in the upper tiers, but you technically might be able to get to those with your writ of passage. You might be able to get up there. Additionally, you do know that there are a sparse few inns and taverns in the tier of the masses that you may be able to get to with your writ of passage. You'd have to try, and it is a bit of a walk. So, a matter of how you lot would like to approach it.
Well, I was thinking that probably one of the inns around the churches or the temples would be quieter, just because people are more respectful around those areas.
Well, one of you tall people has got to be able to see, so I'm following you.
Can I go up to like one of the nearby shopkeepers or cart keepers or whatever and try to kind of get out of earshot?
Sure.
And talk to them?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's such a throng of people that it is not hard to lose a voice that's trying to be lost.
Great. So I will go up to a shopkeeper. Hello.
Hello.
So I'm new around here, and I was just wondering if you had to pick your favorite glitzy tavern, the coolest spot in town, where would you go?
Oh, that'd probably be the Fussy Duck.
The Fussy Duck. That does sound exciting.
Yes, Fussy Duck. I mean, the clientele are usually a little bit more laid back. I mean, if you're sticking within the tier of commerce, you're not going to find a quiet place.
Oh, that's fun.
But yes, if you're looking for a more upscale place to get a drink, Fussy Duck would probably suit your needs.
Wonderful.
It's that way about a mile and north about 3 streets.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much.
Oh,
You've
you're
been
quite welcome.
very helpful.
No problem.
Okay.
Did you make much of like a
Pickle.
Oh, no, thank you. Good.
All right.
Brainy stuff.
Did you make much of a fuss when you snuck off to go talk to someone?
No.
Or no?
Just
Okay.
walked away.
Just walked.
So were we just
Just walking nearby.
I'd say were we just continuing to walk and she just
We probably noticed you walked away.
Yeah.
And we're like,
Pip
well,
definitely
I
got
probably
distracted.
gave like one of these, like, you know,
like okay.
I'm right back,
Pip got distracted by some...
and just went over and talked.
Check
to
out
this
how many
little
gears
shop.
this has, guys! Look at it!
Oh.
It's so cool!
There definitely are a lot of trinket shops around as well.
This is bread and butter.
You see a shop just immediately off to the side on the main road. That's pretty much all they sell is little trinkets and contraptions and things along those lines. Roll a perception check.
That was a good roll. It's 21.
Yeah, you immediately like just you're kind of trying to keep track of where everybody is. You're trying to not get stepped on by people or horses.
Mm-hmm.
You duck under a cart that tries to go past you. And as you come up, you're looking around. You're seeing these trinket shops, and you see one where almost everything in the front window was very obviously made by Tinker. Just the detail of work, the way that it's put together, the combination of stuff that they used. It was made by your people.
Pip gets a glint in his eye for sure.
Sling.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll kind of catch back up with them after I talk to that guy.
Okay.
If they've kept walking.
We stayed nearby.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Where'd you go to?
So I think we should go this way.
What's that way?
A tavern.
A tavern.
Comes highly recommended.
What's the name of it?
Something duck. The duck. Duck.
I like that.
Sounds
You like ducks, right?
aquatic.
Ducks are great.
They're not quiet.
As long as I can get a Cried Mountain Ale, I'm happy.
Ducks are.
Right.
I'd almost say ducks might be fussy.
I like fussy.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Shall we?
Well, it's
Yes.
better than no place to go.
It's better than being on the street as well.
Looking at trinkets. Yeah.
Do you
Onward.
Do you need a boost, little fella?
Now, I can make my
Okay,
way.
just asking.
Well, off to the duck we go.
All right, so you travel. It takes you a little bit to get there, just through the mass of people that are here. Yeah, you walk through a little bit. You find a couple of other places that it look like you could get a good drink there, but not where you were told to go.
It's not the fussy duck.
Not the fuzzy duck.
We're going to the duck.
But you travel for a little bit. It takes you a little bit to get there, but you locate it. You follow his directions, and you maybe ask a couple of people on the way, and then you're able to locate the fuzzy duck. Go in. It looks like a fairly well-kept establishment. Paint still looks new. The sign is in good condition. There's nobody getting thrown out of a window. You don't hear the sounds.
Good.
You hear raised voices from inside, but not raised in anger or fight. Just people trying to talk over people. Man, you are there, and you may enter the fuss.
Strolling inside.
This place isn't very quiet.
Yeah, well, it's hard to find quiet here, I've heard.
Well, is there a
Don't know how you
table
heard.
at least?
See one over there in the corner, and the music is nice.
A female half-elf comes up to you as you come in. Welcome to the Fussy Duck.
Hi.
How can I help you?
Is there a table?
Yeah.
Do we see a table?
Oh,
Another one?
we can get you a table. Yes,
Great.
come this way.
Perfect.
She leads you over to a table. Seats the three of you. She sees you, Pip. Oh. Sorry.
What, no booster seat?
She goes over to another table. She just takes another chair, wrestles it in like how chairs kind of stack, and she stacks up 2 chairs high, and she pushes that up to the table for you.
All right.
Pip will indignantly climb onto the chairs.
I'm not trying to be rude. I just want you to be comfortable.
Thank you for your service.
That's
Can I
very
please have a
nice.
Cried Mountain Ale?
A what?
Cried Mountain Ale.
I'll have to check.
Oh.
I'll just have whatever meat you have.
Got it?
Meat's good.
It's always good.
I love meat as well.
And for you, Sugar?
Water.
She's an elder.
Oh.
Water.
Water.
That's boring.
Really?
Water? Do you have any, fire whiskey?
Cinnamony
I
whiskey.
think so. I think we might be able to whip something up along those lines.
Great. You bring one of those as well.
She's any food, anything like that? You guys hungry?
Yeah.
Avoid the flatfish. They call it a delicacy around here. It is terrible.
What is it?
It's
Flat
terrible.
fish?
He ain't lying.
Don't ever get the flatfish.
I'll have a flatfish.
Noted.
Ah!
All right, darling. Your call.
Whatever the kitchen's making, it's fine.
You're making a lot of things, Sugar. She's eyeballing you hard.
Oh. That's odd because he's not very appealing.
Neither is she.
Well,
She's a female, half elf. She is elderly. She's kind of scrawny, long black straight hair that's well kept ish for somebody who's working in a kind of an upscale tavern, but is still kind of a little bit frayed.
okay.
Got kind of beady hazel eyes. And she's got a scarred up lip. And she's pretty, like, she looks her age.
Well, so
Tough
do I.
life.
Yeah. That's why she's digging you.
Yeah.
So she's going for a while.
Oh, before she leaves, I'm sorry, we didn't catch your name.
Lucy.
Lucy. That's wonderful to meet you, Lucy.
Never heard that.
That's my name. So she runs off to the kitchen, comes back with your drinks a couple minutes later. So apparently the kitchen knew what you were talking about. She sits down and cracks.
Oh, thank you. Peb will waste no time to just bury his face in the top of this ale.
Here's your water. Back with your food in a minute. Off. Bustle of sound around you. Various conversations taking place.
Whiskey
What, do you expect me to drink this alone?
Well, I mean, we're all drinking other things. You're the one who got a water.
It's been a long journey.
Cheers!
I'll sip on the fire whiskey.
Cheers!
Though I'd
Cheers.
rather not.
Let me get my mead.
How long has it been since Noel had a hard drink?
Oh, might have had a little bit on Lynn, but not much. It's been maybe 8 months since his last hard drink.
All right.
Oh, wow.
And I mean, it's like once in a while you'd come across another person who was living someplace and maybe had a still going, but never really drank heavily.
Gotcha.
That was something for a younger man.
Younger man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which he never was.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
he had his adventuring days.
So, all right. So yeah, just various conversations taking place around you. Any conversations you guys would like to have about your experience so far?
You seem like you're pretty familiar with this place.
Well, I spent most of my time around here, never in the city though, and let me tell you, there's a lot going on. I'm not really a big fan, but I did see a bunch of trinkets that look real nice, a bunch of really mechanical things I'm really interested in seeing.
Wow, that was a lot of words. All at once.
Yeah, well, I'm really excited, and also this ale is real good. Oh, this is...
Yeah, she brought the 3-point-something-foot person a full-size Crag Mountain Ale. The cup is as big as his head.
It's been a long trip. I don't like boats, and we were on that boat for
Looks
a very
like
long
someone
time.
found a place to kick
You
up their
need
feet.
help up the stairs, let us know.
All right, thank you. I gotta be honest with you though. There are some places around here that I am not welcome. There's nothing I did on purpose. Well,
I thought you've never been in the city before.
not in the city, but outside the city. Let me just. I was set up a couple times. Just trust me. It's not all my fault. But
You were set up a couple times?
yeah,
a couple times.
when I was when I was being raised, we had some bad instances. But there's this place, Axe thing, some axe place near a forest. Oh, I can't go there. I can't be there. The forest was nice. It saved my ass. I had to live there for a couple months when I was in hiding. But let me tell you,
What did you do?
I did nothing.
Axedale!
What? Yeah, that must have been it.
What did you just call him?
Rude.
I like your
Looks like
horns.
someone found a place to kick up their feet.
You talking about Axedale?
I was talking about Axedale. Thank you.
Axedale.
Axedale. That place is a shithole, let me tell you. I got an axe to grind there.
An axe to grind.
my-
An axe down.
my old friend was
I'm gonna buy you a drink.
I love a drink.
Because I hate that
Down
place
with his
too.
right now.
Why?
He said it's a shithole. I don't like it. I'm from there,
Oh, great.
but it's not pleasant.
You could take it from a local.
My parents still live there, and it's just not. It's not.
Oh, good night, sir.
Hey, buddy, can I still get that drink?
I was just gonna get it for you.
Alright, thanks.
At 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Welcome to the Fussy Duck.
What
Wait,
do you
Like
describe
someone
this
found a
place
place to
as?
kick up their feet.
Quiet.
The fussy duck?
Ritz
Yeah.
described it to you as my forehead's gonna be a little
Yeah.
bit red here in a couple minutes.
That was your
Appreciate your
hand.
dedication.
Oh,
I didn't get my hand under the head in time.
No, I thought that was some really solid like stage acting.
Wow.
I'm just
Yeah.
I'm just glad that I didn't land on the die because I forgot it was there.
Oh no.
You got metal die.
Yeah.
Still stuck in his forehead.
More injuries during the D&D stream than during woodworking.
Yes.
That's the way it should be.
So a couple minutes later, she comes back with your food. She brings you out just a hearty piece of bread, nice beef stew.
Stew.
Yeah, good stew. It's what the kitchen just has on available.
I didn't order
You
food.
didn't order food.
I had a
You just had your crag ale.
Oh, she did the
And yeah, she
flatfish.
brings you out your flatfish. So she
Looks
brings
like
this
someone
fish
found a
out to
place
you.
to kick up their feet.
And it's on a just a kind of a platter. Platter looks clean. Like the presentation is decent. But it's this fish. It's cut very thin. You can see like the bottom side, the scales are still left on there. Kind of like salmon. But the inside of the fish, like bright orange. You've never seen a fish that looks like this when you cut it open.
That's what I wanted to get.
It doesn't look seasoned. It looks like this is the natural color of the fish.
Okay.
There's like
It's
a little,
cooked though.
It's cooked.
Okay.
There's some vegetables around it that are cooked. It smells decent. You can go ahead and eat it if you want. There, it's in front of you. It's food.
I don't know if I trust anything that's that color.
I told you, it's a mistake. Don't do it.
You're eating your stew.
Yeah.
It's very good stew.
Good
Ah.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's well seasoned. It tastes good. At first. The seasoning is masking a fish that you obviously would not normally want to eat. It's made as a delicacy, but you can instantly tell as somebody that's been living off of wildlife for a long time, it's not a fish that's really meant to be eaten by humans.
It's a garbage animal.
It exists, but yeah, it's like not good. Once the seasoning wears off, you start to taste the actual fish, and it just
Oh no.
What did I say?
No.
What did I say? You gonna hold it together? Because if you're gonna puke, I gotta go. I cannot handle that.
I got it down.
Hey,
It kind of reminds me of my fermented mushrooms in the forest.
not really what you want from a fish.
It reminds me of home somehow.
I think anything colored like a carrot that isn't a carrot is not something you should eat.
Salmon is good,
Pink.
and sweet potatoes are good too, and they're
everything else on the plate tastes delicious. The vegetables that they brought you, there's a small little like pocket of mashed potatoes, and everything else tastes great. The fish, again, it smells great, and that, like when it first hits your tongue, it tastes fine. But once the seasoning gets washed away, yeah, it tastes like your fermented mushrooms, like a little bit of a hint of you're not quite sure, a lemon mixed with horse urine.
Something
You
that's
don't-
going bad.
Yeah, it's,
truffles. Okay, well, I'm gonna eat my potatoes and my vegetables, but I'm keeping the fish.
How's this stew business over here?
It's good. Stew.
It is that.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
And I will eat all of my stew because a good meal is sometimes hard to come by.
okay. You finish your fire whiskey?
I'll be sipping on it throughout
throughout the meal.
Now, when I see that everybody's kind of taking a drink, then I'll take another little sip just to be joining in.
Throughout the course of the meal, though, do you finish the whole thing?
Yeah, I'd say I do.
Roll a Constitution save. For your 8 months of no hard liquor.
This feels like vengeance of some sort. Okay,
I've never been hit by your carousing rolls.
Yeah.
No, you always avoid them deftly.
I'm performing.
That's a 15.
You're fine.
Okay, I'm good.
It was an easy roll. Because you're padding it with meat and stew and bread.
Yeah.
So you're padding the shock of it.
I didn't shoot it and then try and eat something.
But you can feel it.
Yeah.
It's there.
Yeah.
You know you drank it for sure.
There's a tingle.
But
Lucy, I'm out of ale!
Oh my god.
Yes, let's
Somebody
get
him
Lucy
more.
back over here.
Lucy comes over.
Lucy, hello, thank you, my savior. Can I get another, please?
Can you even fit another mug of that in you?
You want me to? I'll prove it to you.
All right. Go ahead and roll a Constitution.
It's gonna start leaking soon.
He's trying to move in on your girl. You gotta do something.
15.
He's welcome.
15. Yeah, you're fine. Like, you feel it. You're happy. You got a little buzz going on. But it's, at this point, maybe partially a little bit played up.
Sure.
I don't know how Pip rolls with that sort of thing. Like,
Pip
because you're not drunk.
No.
You're definitely not drunk. You're feeling it. You're buzz. So how much of it is buzz, and how much of it is Pip playing it up?
Well, it's probably about 60-40 buzz to playing up.
Okay. Yeah. So she comes over. Yeah. Get you same.
Yeah, excellent. It was perfect. Thank you.
Alrighty. How's your stew going, Sugar?
I've finished it, actually, by this time.
Oh, so you did good.
Mm-hmm.
Good job.
Oh, you want a gold star, huh?
Where do you get a gold star from?
I don't know. You.
Lucy.
They hand out awards in this bar?
No.
I don't know. He knows more of this area than I do.
That was just a bad joke. I'm sorry. Just let him have whatever.
Do you need anything else?
I guess I'll have another fire whiskey.
Oh, he likes it.
Well,
It is
who
on.
doesn't?
Good job, you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Get you anything else?
Oh, sure. I'll have another mead, please.
Alright. Nothing to eat still?
Oh, no. I'm good for now.
You sure you don't want a flatfish?
Your flatfish is gone, honey. Tell me you didn't eat that.
I was hungry. It reminded me of mushrooms.
Never forget. Did you actually order the flesh, or you put it in a cup?
I put it in a
You put
bag.
it in-
I put it in a bag and I sealed it away and I put it aside because I collect things.
Okay.
Disgusting.
All right, hon. Well,
Those cooked disgusting fish.
Yeah.
the latrines and the outhouses are back through that door.
I go outside usually.
Not down here,
Honey,
You get in trouble
that's
for
way
that.
too much information.
You'll get.
I'm a social skill.
You,
I'm
you will
just
get in
trying
trouble
to
for
help.
that. In
We
this.
probably would have noticed by now that she does that outside.
Yes.
Like on the deck
Yes.
of the ship
Oh,
for
yeah.
3 months.
We also probably have noticed that she has no
Did
social
you grab the
skills.
shovel?
You will get arrested for that, Miss.
There's a lot of clips
You
of Blake
gotta
Sheep.
use the buildings.
Okay.
Oh, wow. That's good to know.
Yeah, that's it. This is a clean city. The only things that go to the bathroom outside here are the animals.
Okay.
So, and we got people that go around cleaning that stuff up periodically.
Noted.
So,
I guess so.
okay. So you need anything else other than the knowledge of where to go put your guts later?
No, I got my leftover vegetables.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing more to drink.
I still just.
All right. I will be back. She goes and she.
Thanks, Lucy.
Thank you, Lucy.
I love you, Lucy.
Don't listen to her. I have my shovel if you need to go outside.
Oh,
I don't want to get
you
arrested
guys.
though.
So she goes
This is a
and
nice place.
couple minutes later she comes back with your ale and your fire whiskey and another Crag Mountain ale for Pip.
Thanks.
Should we
It's
be
valid for such a
worried
little
about
guy.
him?
I don't think so.
No, he's fine.
Has there been heavy drinking like in the I mean, it's been like 3 months that we've been traveling.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yes.
You guys are
I
probably
feel like we've all gotten drunk
There's
together
been
at least
time.
once. The
Sure.
three of us.
Yeah.
2 months of that were on a ship.
Yeah.
But you had like a month and 3-ish weeks, maybe 2.5 weeks in the other capital city, where and traveling from that capital city to Port Skirmarsh, Shermark.
It was close.
Port Skirmark. So yeah, you probably hit a slew of smaller taverns and things along those lines.
Well,
so this
and
is
I
the
know
norm.
The night.
Is
The night.
No,
that
this
we
is not
won.
the norm.
Okay.
And I think, but he's gotten drunk around you guys enough to know that, for you to notice that he is definitely playing it up a little bit.
Okay.
But also, Cragmount Nail is not available in the Kingdom of West.
Right. It's also
For
it also is a
reasons,
reason.
or it's just
Just
distribution?
not. Just
Okay.
Just distribution.
Okay.
Just
I know the
distribution.
night that we won that contest, Calypso would have been all about like, yo, we're going out on the town. We're
Celebrating.
doing the drinking. The scene.
So after Pip gets through his second very large ale, he's gonna stumble off of his chair and bust out his cards and try to find someone who wants to play a game of cards with him.
Roll a dexterity save.
Sure.
Roll a stumble check.
A stumble check. 14.
Okay, you make it off of your stacked chairs
Mm-hmm.
without falling on your face.
So
Teeters a little bit,
Pip,
but then you correct.
Pip's trying to find someone who he can hustle at cards.
I might have steadied his chairs.
Cards?
Hey!
You want to play Axedale Shuffle?
Axedale, I would love to play Axedale
It's
Shuffle.
a trash game, but I'll play it.
All right, let's do it. So I'm just like slide some stuff off of whatever table is near me.
It was the flatfish.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
No,
Are you dealing first or am I dealing? And who's the king?
Yes.
All right, I got it.
Okay, I feel like your odds are pretty good in this game.
Get it?
I don't know how to play this game.
I don't know.
Well, I'll show you. It's super easy.
Great.
Settle this with 2d6 and 2d8.
Okay. I'm already 8.
Yeah.
Would I know the rules to this game, maybe?
Yeah.
Roll a history check
History?
or a
Or another intelligence stat? I don't have.
yeah, no, that's gonna be a
It's gonna be
a history check.
Straight history?
Yeah.
Okay. 14.
You've heard of it.
Heard of it?
You
Yeah.
don't know the detailed rules.
Okay.
Roll an insight check.
Looks like someone found a place to kick up their feet.
That's better.
Somebody what?
Found a place to kick up their feet.
Oh.
It's the follow notification.
That's a 19.
This guy is drunk enough. It probably doesn't matter. You don't know the rules.
Okay, yeah, I'll pick up a set of cards, or I'll be dealt in.
This is
You know how to
Pip?
play a card game?
Oh, I
With
play a
other-
lot of
with
games.
other-
I think it matters.
all right. So you need 2d6 and 2d8. These are representing your cards.
Okay.
Actually, 2d6, 2d8, and a d20.
Okay.
Oh,
D20 acts as your royalty.
okay, my royalty. Why that in there?
Yeah, bad royalty.
Ooh.
So what are we looking at? Are we just comparing straight across?
So-
or what?
Total of your sixes, total of your eights, and then your royalty will play in effect.
Okay. So going up, I got going up the 8, 9, and 5.
He's got 7, 8, and 3.
10, 7, 11.
So yeah, you win the first hand, I think.
Ooh.
Nice job, my friend.
Wow.
Dang.
Nice job, man. I used to be so good at this. I don't know what happened. Hey, I don't know. You wanna put some money on this one, buddy?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Why
Let's
not?
do it. Let's do it. How much? What do you think? How much you got? You got 2 gold?
I got 4.
4. I will match that 4. Noel, what are you thinking?
Sure, 4.
All right, 4 it is. Shall we?
So much more satisfying with metal dice.
I know, right?
So heavy. I can feel the weight of my decisions. Oh God.
Oh, that's great. That's very
All right,
good.
so
Yeah, this is hot.
just for tracking purposes, let me grab one of these. So I've got
Sharpie and stuff.
6. All right, Pip.
It got a 7, a 9, and a 12.
All right, and Noel.
7, 5, and 1.
Oof.
That was bad.
So
First natural
it
one of
is.
the campaign.
Actually, could I try and flip that die a little bit?
You
when
want
it's
to try a
coming up?
sleight of hand on
I
it?
want to try a sleight of hand to kind of
Which
get
one are you
something
trying?
else.
What are you trying to sleight?
The royalty.
Your royalty?
Yeah, I want my royalty to be a little different. That might have been a bit of a passover.
All right,
Go for it.
go for it.
Okay.
Roll sleight of hand.
Okay.
Where is this
rolling
guy
for
sitting
sleight
in
of hand.
relation to like
Their
our
table is like right next to yours. This is
Okay.
the drunk guy that was like axe down.
Yeah. And is he the only guy at his table?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it's a 23.
23. He'll roll a perception check, and Pip, you may roll a perception check as well.
Okay.
See if you catch it. He definitely doesn't.
16.
So no, yeah, you successfully switch your royalty to what are you switching it to?
I don't want it to be too ridiculous, so
Okay.
I'm gonna go for 14.
14. Okay. So it was very close.
Can I roll a perception check to see if I saw it?
Yeah, you guys can both roll. If you're paying attention to them, you can roll
Yeah,
a
I
perception
am.
check.
I really think we gave him much of an option when I just cleared the table and started throwing cards
12.
down.
12, yeah, no.
What
Are you
is
gonna roll?
this?
So you've got your perception,
Yeah,
and so you don't have anything for.
persuasion.
Oh, sorry.
Perception.
Perception. Yeah, so you got +4 on it. So you roll your d20 and add your 4.
Yeah, I got a +6. The sleight of hand.
16?
So yeah, no, you didn't see it because he rolled a
better than
20
mine.
something.
Oh.
So
It's
for his sleight of hand, so he definitely maneuvered that die.
it's not my first time.
Cheating?
Yeah.
He went to arrange his dice for adding purposes and just slipped the royalty.
There
with
was-
his
there was just a
pinky as
little
he
bit
was
of a
doing
roll.
it.
So nobody saw?
Yeah,
No.
nobody
No one
noticed.
saw.
Nobody noticed.
Sneaky.
All right.
So
Paying up, I guess, right?
So the guy won the 6s. Pip won the 8s. And Noel won the royalty. But averaging out the totals, Pip actually won.
So
Combining the totals. So Pip won the 8 gold from these two people, even with your flip of royalty.
Wow.
I should
You'd
have been
think
more
the royalty
greedy.
would matter more.
Yeah, I would think the royalty would be weighted a little more,
Yeah.
but
Well, it's just a odds of a higher number.
sure. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
All right, well, Pip will gladly take the gold.
Mhm.
Wow, that was great. That was awesome. Anybody else want to play? I got more gold now.
You need people to look up and go back to their conversation. If you want to find somebody else to play a game, you can roam around the bar for a while.
I'll play.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I'm in.
You know how to play this game?
Well, I think I can figure it out. I've been watching you guys play.
You can roll a history check. It is a game that originated from.
I think I can figure it out.
the immediate area.
I rolled a 6.
Yeah, this is the first time you've ever heard of the game.
Yes.
But they're playing it with cards, and there's some shuffling of things going around. But
and
Well,
it looks
this-
like you just get dealt and then...
And
Yeah,
our
whatever.
friend here is out of
Sure.
gold, right?
I'll play.
yeah, that was me for the day.
Well,
Crap, I can't buy any more alcohol.
and you still owe me a drink, actually.
Oh yeah.
Oh, are you gonna fall asleep again?
Fell asleep.
Once.
We were talking about Axdale being a trash town. And
Yeah, Axdale is a trash town.
And then he asked if I wanted to play cards.
Where have you been?
Where have I been? Indeed. Alright.
I'll just take the deck
So this
from
is what
him
I need,
and
right?
you
Cards?
just have
Cards.
a sit.
Yeah, these are the cards you need. Alright. So we're doing
I'll
one without
handle
money,
dealing.
so we
You
can,
want some
so you can
mashed
learn.
potatoes?
This guy's
I
not.
can learn.
Alright,
I appreciate
alright,
that.
alright.
Let's go.
It's being fed.
Yeah, he just shoved it in his mouth.
It has flatfish juice.
Did
Not
well
eating
that
that.
time.
I got 8, 10, and 14.
Yeah, 10, 15, and 14.
Okay.
Alright, so
There
that's
you go.
how you lose. Did you figure it out?
Oh, great.
Yeah, alright,
thank
now.
you. Thanks, Pip.
Now you want to put some money on it? Because I'm having a great time.
Yes, I do.
Alright, how much you looking at?
Well, stick with our 4 gold.
Alright, 4 gold.
yeah, friend.
Hold up. 4 gold it is. Let's do it.
Okay, and is Pip still dealing?
You say I took the cards from the.
Okay,
So I'm dealing for you.
You're dealing for them.
Oh, okay.
Are you
Yeah.
playing or are you just dealing?
I'm just dealing.
Okay.
Alright,
yeah.
All right. So never mind then.
Yeah.
I was gonna have Pip make a dexterity check to deal the cards, but you're dealing for him.
No, I'm dealing, and I'm half thinking about stacking the deck a little bit.
Well,
Try.
I could try.
You could try. You've refamiliarized yourself
Watch
with
it
the
now.
rules.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
are you gonna hurry up and deal or
I'm-
what? I haven't got all night, man.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna deal Calypso a couple off the bottom. Well, a couple trash cards.
sleight of hand.
Yeah.
Perception.
19.
Ha ha! 23.
Oh wow.
I did not
you.
notice.
So you see it.
Uh-huh.
Are you doing anything about it? Are you putting? Was there money put on this hand?
Yeah.
there was
Yeah.
4 gold.
4 gold.
What are you
on
doing
this.
about it?
Okay. Do you know enough to actually know if I'm dealing you bad cards or not?
I mean, I saw him do something funny with the deck.
But
But I've never played this game before.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do
So
you,
you don't
want
know
to
if
wait? Do you want to wait and see if it affects the outcome first,
Sure.
or do you want to call out
So-
what's happening?
trade your d6s
Uh-huh.
for d4s.
Ugh.
Should have tried to set me up with a waitress.
That's fair.
Oh,
Ooh, that's good, though.
yeah, not good for me. I got 6, 7, 2.
I got 5, 16, 5.
So yeah, so she would take it
Yeah.
definitely, even with the disadvantage.
Yeah.
All right, here you go. And Pip didn't even notice, so he's none the wiser.
You might think that I was helping you a little bit.
I would like to... Can I roll for that to see if I think that he helped me or if I know that he was trying to screw me over
You
and just
don't
fail?
know. You don't know the rules well enough, and you
Great.
won.
Great.
So,
Yeah.
so I mean, you could roll an insight check versus his sleight of hand that he rolled, which was a 19. You could roll an insight check
I'll do that.
to try to catch the intent behind what he was trying to do to you. But you know that you won.
No, that was an 8.
So yeah, so you think he was trying to help you?
Awesome.
I am
Cool.
an enigma. No
Now
one
you're
knows
like,
my
now I'm
intentions.
helping you.
Yeah.
balance on with the
Yes,
waitress.
so clearly he appreciates me trying to help him hook up with the waitress
Yeah.
because she just helped me win this card game.
She's like, let's get more people in here.
Yes.
He's gonna keep stacking it for me.
Yeah. But so there you go. I don't know how late everybody wants to run it. Is it Friday?
Tonight? Oh, I don't care.
So yeah, I don't know. Like, I was thinking 11 o'clock, but I mean, I will leave
11
it.
sounds fun.
Yeah, well, that's good with me.
It's
But
good.
I mean, actually, I don't care about later. But
I don't care.
as far as schedules and what everybody has going on, I don't know what timeline you guys wanted to hit. We can tentatively say 11, and then if you guys want to keep going, we can keep going. But
Sure.
we'll call for future purposes. 11 o'clock is our end time,
Sure.
and then if we
To
extend,
be renegotiated.
and
As
then,
Yeah.
and then if we
As needed.
if we extend past that, or we have to call it early one night,
Sure,
whatever.
sure.
That's fine. Okay. So yeah, you guys continue playing like some just regular hands. Maybe you put some money on them. Maybe you don't. It's all bouncing back and forth between the party. Every once in a while, somebody comes over and like watches the game. you're able to con a couple people into playing with you that really don't know the rules, and you explain it to them, but you explain it to them poorly, so you get a couple more silver out of a couple of people.
Yeah, that was the whole point. It was that he was trying to act more drunk than he was pretty drunk, but trying to act more drunk to hustle some people.
But yeah, so you guys are. We're not going to go with the carousing rules for this evening.
Thank God.
Oh jeez.
But
you guys so much.
You get how late do you guys want to stick around this tavern before you go try to find room in like actual rooms and?
Well,
this is just a tavern.
we do have shit to do tomorrow.
We do.
You have to meet a king.
Not till noon, though.
You have to meet a king tomorrow.
Some guy.
Yeah, right. I like your thinking. Not until noon. But we can't sleep here.
No. You find an inn with a tavern. Preferably on the same floor.
Who knew that Moira was such a party animal?
What's a party animal?
Oh, sweetie, it's fine. Yes,
Now,
let's go.
now here's a question: Is
It's
Moira,
fine, it's a good
is
thing.
Moira particular about her name?
You can call me Anne.
Because she called you Moira, so I didn't know if
I thought it was
It's
N.
E-N
I thought it
Moira.
was M Moira.
N Moira.
N Moira. Okay,
N.
so it's an E-N, not E-M.
yes.
Oh yeah, you don't have the benefit of looking at the clothes.
Yeah.
No, I can't see
They're
those.
kind of. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Just rotate the skull
Yeah.
a little bit.
I'm just straight on.
No, that was an
there we
Emily
go.
mistake, not a Calypso mistake for sure.
So yeah, it's up to you guys if you guys want to split the party
Oh god.
Jesus,
and go do
that's-
different things
Dun,
or
dun, dun.
look for different things. I mean,
Calypso wholeheartedly believes that if he leaves, he probably won't come back. So I don't think that she would do that.
She knows me so well.
Lucy comes over a couple more times,
I bet she does.
gets some people some
Whoa.
drinks, brings you another ale, or ale?
Mead.
Brings you
Please.
another mead.
Need.
She brings you another fire whiskey, even though you didn't ask for it.
Oh god.
He hasn't finished, yes.
She brings it anyway, like throughout the course of the evening. Throughout the course of the evening, she brings another. So, is there anything else that you guys would like to accomplish in this tavern? How long are you staying here, and then what are you doing here?
Pip's happy he's done what he was hoping for. He's just gonna drink until everyone else wants to leave. Yeah, but eventually he will cut himself off, hopefully.
Bill tries to kind of pick up a little bit of the gossip, not necessarily the gossip, I guess, like get a feel for how the populace feels about King Ambrose. Like if there's any talk of like, oh, the king, or is it? Yeah. Investigation. Yeah, intelligence rolls. It's a 2.
You don't really hear anybody even talking about the king so much. Just talking about their days, their work, just other BS conversations. Things
nothing
like that.
worthwhile.
But yeah, nothing about society as a whole or the king specifically.
Okay.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah,
Anything specific?
Do we know how you got your on your face?
Yeah. Did you have
Oh, I
a
never
conversation with
went
them during the
into
travels to explain what happened?
Well, they know that yes. So,
We do. Okay,
yes.
Cool.
That was like the only survivor of the clan, and
And that happened
yeah,
during
they
it. Cool.
they thought I was dead, but I wasn't.
Beautiful. Okay, just want to make sure.
Okay. So how late did you guys say you're staying at Fussy Duck? Or you head out somewhere else?
I'm staying until somebody tells me to leave.
I was thinking more of finding an inn with another
Yes.
tavern. So if in case you guys need to crawl into bed.
Yeah.
What's that supposed to mean? Crawl into bed? Come on.
Sorry, Pip. What
Wow.
did you say you were doing?
We do have a senior citizen with
Finding lodging would be
At
a good
this point, this is
regardless of your age.
at this point, this is when Lucy brings in Moira her next mead. And she's like, "Oh, he's got a bed if he wants." And she leaves. And then she just walks away.
Wait,
You better check that fire whiskey and get going.
But there's no inn here.
She's
Oh,
already
honey.
walking.
Oh, honey. we've
goes,
been here for like 6 hours.
When she goes, I cast light on her. Are you wearing your antlers right now?
I'm learning the ways of the people.
If she's got her antlers on, when she goes, and makes that realization, I cast light. I can't on her antlers and they light up.
Half the bar's like,
whoa.
And then I just fell.
Hey, turn your antlers off.
The magic exists, clerics have it, but like a lot of the common folk aren't used to just seeing it on display.
Oh shit!
They weren't like scared.
But in Grossolis they are.
In
Grossolis, okay.
Yes.
So yeah, that's.
But yeah, like they're not scared of it or anything. They're just more like a, whoa! Like most of these people are drunk at 4:00 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Like people watching fireworks at
That
4
guy.
Yeah, exactly.
That guy who was next to us, the drunk guy that we were playing cards with.
He is passed out again.
Oh, bummer.
Oh,
Okay,
damn
never
it.
mind.
The reaction would have been great.
I'm gonna quickly finish my drink. So just shoot it back.
Okay.
Stand up.
Heyo.
Find an inn. And out the door.
Alright, I guess Noel wants to go, so we're
we
leaving.
paying for your fire whiskey then?
He's going.
Okay.
He's going.
Lucy.
Comes back over. Yeah.
Hi. Apparently we're taking off.
Oh. Alrighty.
No, I'm very sorry. I tried, girl.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. What do we owe you?
Well, with the meads and the whiskeys and the Crag Mountain ales, flatfish, and you're leaving, so I'm not going to charge you the outhouse cleaning fee for the flatfish.
Thank you.
We'll call it everything combined. We'll say 5 gold.
I'll throw 3 on the table.
No, we'll say 3 gold.
3 gold?
3 gold.
I'll throw 2 on the table.
Throw 1.
Cool.
Thanks, guys, for the drinks. That was real nice.
Yeah, well, I figured it was only fair since I took your money from you.
Oh, hey, I still ended up up on the night because I took his money and that guy's money.
That's
right?
true. Cool. And then I guess we'll go try to find where Noel went.
No!
He's just outside. He's just outside.
Oh, you're just outside?
She's doing that as she walks.
I'm literally leaning against the outside of the building just to the left of the door, and so you step outside and I'm right there.
No!
Just a quick tap on the shoulder.
Hi.
You disappointed a very friendly woman this evening. I just want you to know that.
Even
She'll
I
find
felt
company
bad for her.
eventually.
That's
Yeah,
probably true.
as you're walking out the door, she's flirting with somebody else.
Yeah.
With the drunk guy.
No, he's thoroughly passed
He's
out
He's a cousin.
and not quite her age.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But yeah, she's already flirting with somebody else. Like mildly disappointed, but she's flirting with somebody else. Obviously, not too hard.
I love it. What a hero.
But yeah, so Noel's
Stop playing matchmaker. Have a coin.
Noel's just hanging out outside.
Waiting. Yeah.
Did you find an inn?
No, I'm
Slash.
waiting.
I'm actually
Tavern.
gonna eat this though.
Yeah, you can actually eat that. I gave that to you in real life.
Apparently I'm sorry.
There's also these.
Peanut butter, filled pretzel. I'll take one of those.
It's okay, I got it.
As of yet,
Fresh.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
They were on sale at the Walgreens.
Yeah.
The Walgreens?
Yeah, the Walgreens.
Much obliged, sir.
I'm good, thank you though.
I just gotta take like 8 of those. It was like 5.
Well, Pip stumbles out.
So an
He's
inn.
ready to go.
Oh, you guys were looking for a nearby inn?
Mm-hmm.
Can we spot any nearby, or
like nearby?
like on the street? Like if there's another inn.
Yeah.
Or an actual inn, not just a tavern.
There are an inn right over there, an inn right over there. Down the street a little ways, if you want an inn with a tavern, you're gonna have to go down the street a bit.
You said it was like
I
4?
need to refill my glass.
I was saying it was at like
I don't
4
think you're
p.m.
supposed to take those out of the bar.
I paid 1 gold though.
Well, one gold.
I mean, it's hard to argue.
But she picks up things.
Yeah. I know.
She just takes a glass.
1 glass. Add to inventory.
I do this in real life.
True story. How late did you guys stay at the Fussy Duck though? What time do you guys think it
I'd
was?
say
Why
until
not super
evening.
late?
Probably.
Yeah, not
maybe
super late.
it's twilight time.
Yeah.
So you come out. It's twilight.
Early.
The sun is starting to set. It is still almost just as busy as when you arrived at noon.
Okay.
It is like a center of commerce with thick walls dividing it from every other section of the city. It is very apparent now more than even when you got here that they do not care about calming down commerce. If a business wants to be open at this time of day, it's open and they can get business. So it's like New Orleans. They never close things.
Oh
Like,
gosh.
so yeah, it's still like there aren't as many people walking the streets, but it's still obviously busy. People going from place to place, doing things, still conducting. So if you want it's a Walmart city. Somebody said I looked down at the comments and that's
I'm out. Bye.
New York, the city just like Walmart.
Yeah. So are you trying to head down the street to find a tavern and inn, or just looking for an inn?
Tavern Inn, probably.
Okay.
Would be more
Um,
funsies.
You find the Galloping Horse.
Ooh.
Just down the street. Walk maybe quarter of a mile to get there. But you don't have to leave the street that you're on to go to a different area of the tier. And it's because it is a tavern and an inn. At this point, at this time of day, the tavern is not as rowdy. You have a minstrel playing some music up at the front. People are having more quieted conversations. The tables are still almost all full. There's a couple of open areas here and there, but it's more quieted conversation. It's not as loud, not as rowdy.
I like this one. I like horses too.
They are nice.
You know there's probably not an actual horse in there, right?
I know.
There might be. You never
Yeah.
know. No, it's fine.
Let's go find out if there's a horse in there.
There is not a galloping horse
It's
inside.
just a name.
Hey, alright, just making sure I don't want you to be disappointed. Like Lucy.
Like Lucy.
So you go in.
Never gonna let it go.
I promise I won't try to set you up with the waitress in this one.
I appreciate that.
Yep.
She has to at least be pretty.
Lucy was
Wow,
pretty.
throwing shade at Lucy.
She was kind of creepy.
She was a very
She was very pushy.
handsome woman.
Handsome. That's the word.
Let's find a table.
She wasn't pretty.
Yeah, so there, unlike the Fussy Duck, there is no host that comes to greet you. It is just you find a table, find a space that can fit your group, and you sit down. After a while, let's say a human female. Go with this one. Marking names off my list. Comes over to the table. She kind of short, thin. Her hair has been dyed to kind of a dull blue, and it's kind of shortcut. Her eyes are very proud and multicolored. She probably has some mixed heritage in her background, but she presents as human. Her attitude is not all that great, though. She kind of comes up to the table and... Yeah. Let me get you.
I would like some meat, and I would like to use my cup.
I guess I can make that happen. Sure, why not?
I would also like some mead, but I will need a cup for mine.
Okay. Sure.
It's just for your own good.
Yes, cup and mead.
Alright.
You're having mead?
Small one?
I would like a large one, actually. Thanks for asking.
You like some big?
His name is Pip.
Alright then. Yep.
Also,
A large what?
I will need a cup, a mead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wanders off.
That was awkward.
Do you like it when people provide you with a booster chair, or is that like offensive?
I mean, yeah, I really like it because otherwise.
Yeah. Are there any
Oof.
other like empty chairs around us?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Great. I'm gonna grab one, and I just pick up him in his chair.
Roll. How much does Pip weigh?
Pip weighs 62 pounds.
Do you have a
Oh, I
negative
can do that.
strength modifier?
Roll strength.
Yeah, but
That's gonna be heavy.
maybe we'll see. I would like to try to.
Oh
Jesus.
no. They
That's
both fall to the
7.
floor.
I see her
In
grabbing.
your mildly inebriated state and your low strength, you pull the other chair over. You get down. You grab Pip's chair. That's not happening.
I tried.
Thanks for the thought.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
fine.
yep. Mm-hmm.
Just get off. Let's there. Climb up.
Okay. Well, yeah.
You need a
I become seated.
She comes back a couple minutes later. Plops your ales down on the table.
Meads.
Meads on the table, and just pours. She has another cup, and she just pours it into yours. No cares in the world. Like a fifth of it probably sloshes out onto the table or the floor. And then she just walks off.
bitch.
I love it.
I don't. You got me dirty.
She walks back towards the kitchen. There's
She brought you a souvenir cup, though.
Oh, we need rooms.
two guys sitting at one of the tables that she's walking by, and you can see them talking, and they kind of glance at her. She's walking by, and they kind of like make a face and laugh or whatever. And she's they kind of turn back to talk to each other. And as she finishes walking back, she just like kind of backhands him. Not hard, just enough to just like jeer his head, make him spill his cup a little bit.
So you said that our
Just
board
have fun.
was covered for tonight and tomorrow night. Do we have like some paperwork that
Yes.
confirms
Probably,
that?
yeah.
Yes, it is in your writ of passage.
Okay.
Paperwork that you have that any of the hotels or inns in this city will provide you with a free room.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Okay.
Sounds good.
And again, that is, you have individual paperwork, so you can get a large suite that can accommodate you all if the facility has it, or you can get individual rooms, you can share rooms, that is up to you.
Have any of you ever met a king before?
No.
Met a king? I barely met people before.
Oh, that's fair.
Not a king like
You
this.
want to roll for it?
What?
We met a king before?
I mean, yay. It's a 10.
10.
I don't know.
You've seen one.
You've been in the company of a royal who had a meeting with the king, and you were on the outside, and you saw the king through the door.
Yeah.
But you never actually met them. They certainly don't know who you are.
Wait, you saw a king?
Yeah.
Did he have a crown?
He was wearing one at the time.
Was he cute?
Was he old or young?
I don't know if he was young enough to be cute or ladylike enough to be cute, but
Old,
he was
old people
regal?
can be cute. Right?
Old can be cute.
Yeah.
there's definitely a range on the outsides. He was regal.
Regal's nice.
I like that word.
Like the cinema?
So you've seen a king.
You're old as dirt. Lucy likes you.
And you barely drink.
No, I had two.
He's had
fireworks.
That is
several
true.
fires.
I had
That's
two
true.
or
That's true.
two or three actually. There
Yeah, I'm
were,
actually
there were,
gonna need another constitution.
yeah, there were.
save.
Let's get in drunk. Spill all your secrets.
That's an 18.
I think by
Still
now
fine.
we
Killing
have
it.
like a goal to try to find out as much as we can because he's like the elder.
Oh yeah.
We're like, where you been?
He's a muscle.
So, since you're the only one who's ever been in the presence of royalty before,
Yeah, you got some advice?
do you have
or
any
what's
advice for
up?
us, or am I right? I need some sage wisdom, old man.
The king
Should
whose
I
castle you
courtesy?
were in
What?
was a very
Should I courtesy?
uptight king.
Yeah,
I don't.
a lot of protocol and everything.
I
Rules
hope not. I don't
abound,
wanna do that.
tons of protocol, tons of guards. Everybody like at the time you were were you helping this noble? Like, did you do a job for this noble? Like find somebody or fix something or
I probably did afterwards. I think I was brought in.
brought in for the purpose.
Yeah,
Um.
but this was long ago and far away, right?
Right. So you were a younger man,
Yeah.
but still maybe a little bit disheveled because you were out in nature a lot. So yeah, a lot of the people that were there kind of looked at you. You didn't quite fit the decorum of the situation or the locale. So all in all, it was neither a pleasant nor unpleasant experience for you. It was just a lot of rules that you had to follow, and people that you didn't care about.
Yeah.
It's a very uptight situation in general.
Kings have a lot of rules, so make sure you follow them, whatever they may be. But usually, it's always don't make a lot of eye contact.
Really?
That's easy.
They tend to think they seem to appreciate always being polite and being well dressed.
Okay, I can do one of those things.
Most royals are allergic to dirt,
Oh.
metaphorical or the real kind.
Oh. Okay.
So we need to take a shower.
I'd say bathing beforehand might be a good plan.
Well, it's
See if we can get our
Where's the
clothing
river?
March, so it's about my bathing month.
For a second, though, I thought that was going to be I only bathe on my birthday. It's almost my birthday, so I'm due.
Oh. Okay.
I mean, if you have any nicer clothing to wear,
What?
wouldn't be a bad idea.
Don't.
You looked at your wrist? Do you have
Are we
a
going
little?
shopping?
Do you have a little Tinker Gnome device on your wrist that doesn't tell you the time, but it measures somehow how filthy you are?
Stinker alert.
It's
No, but I'm working on it.
Its
I'm working
only
on
its
it.
only purpose is to tell you how
So-
filthy you are and how offended people around you might be.
Wait, so what are you gonna wear then?
I have a separate suit of clothes.
Oh.
They're just common clothes.
I have fancy clothes.
Yeah. Oh, well, good for you.
I have a very nice wolf pelt.
Maybe we should go shopping. I mean, I don't know. I've never met a king before.
I haven't either. Maybe he likes wolves. Maybe he'll like my pelt.
If he
That's
likes wolves,
true.
You
I
lot
don't
need
think he'll
anything
like
else?
your pelt.
Yeah, what do you wear to meet a king?
Like I would know. Walks away before any of you can
We-
answer anything about getting more drinks.
Okay, well,
Wow.
mostly wanted to get a room.
Oh, right. I forgot.
Maybe next time she comes over, we'll just like snatch her and like tie her down and ask for drinks and rooms.
I don't know about tying her down. That
She
might
just
be a little
flies
much.
away. She walks away.
Yeah, but
Doesn't seem like the hard to get type.
There is a You've all been drinking a little bit. Everybody make a perception check.
So 20.
Yeah, d20 plus the number next to your perception thing.
Oh wow.
15.
28.
What?
14 plus 14.
No, that's your passive.
That's your
Oh,
passive
okay,
perception.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, it's
okay,
like, oh
well,
my
18.
God.
18.
18.
10.
She's like,
10.
8 perception?
12.
Wait, it
Well,
goes
so
down?
you were
15.
No,
It
so-
goes up. Yeah.
Yeah, you add up.
Okay.
But my passive is 14.
so 15 and 18. As you're talking about getting a room and looking around to see where the hell this inconsiderate lady went, you realize that you're in the tavern section of this building, but there is like a separate area where they would probably have the keys and actually checking into the tavern or the inn part of the building itself.
Mm-hmm.
And she always just heads towards the kitchen whenever she's done talking to people. So you figure she's probably not the person to talk to about getting her.
Oh, cool. I think I should probably go and talk to whoever is on the other. Maybe they know something about rooms.
Yeah. I think you should do that.
I'm gonna go talk to people.
Right?
Cool, let us know what they say.
How many rooms do we need? 4? 1? Are we sharing?
If I got a free room, I want a nice free room to myself. Non-offense is meant. A room would be good.
Okay.
Alright, so you get up and you head over to this area that you saw.
Yes.
Let's see.
Can we still, like, see and hear her?
You
Probably.
can see her. You'd have to
Probably.
strain to hear her. The conversations are quiet. The minstrel is playing music, and it's kind of the other side of the room.
Okay.
So you'd have to strain or get closer if you still wanted to hear the conversation.
Okay.
Once
she gets over there and starts talking to someone for like a minute, I'm gonna just get up and kind of wander
Okay.
just closer so that I can hear what's
Um,
going on.
There's a dwarf behind the counter. Hey, lass. Like your
Hi.
antlers.
Thank you. I killed it.
Ah, good for you. Well done.
Yeah.
What can I help you with?
I need 4 rooms.
4 rooms, alright. Nice rooms.
Yes.
Basic-
Nice rooms.
Nice rooms, basic rooms.
Nice rooms.
Nice rooms. Alright, well, it's gonna be about 8 silver each.
Well, wait, they're free though. We got them for free.
I don't know what you're talking about, darling, but our rooms are not free.
I have this paper. They gave it to me. And it's 4 of us, and we all have a paper, and it says it's free.
So it does? Alright then, well,
Yep.
I'll need to see their individual papers, because that's just good for you, but, that room gets you each, that will get you each your own really nice rooms. Let me check to see how many of those we actually have available. Right now we actually only have one of the nicer rooms available.
Mm-hmm.
We've got some, when I say nicer rooms, I'm talking about the suites.
Right.
We do have some of our more upscale rooms still available. And then quite a few of our more
We'll take the prettiest
lower
one.
class. Alright, well.
Am I over there yet to hear
Yeah,
this
you're,
part
you're
of the
pretty-
conversation?
Yeah. So
Here's the best one
Alright,
myself.
so he
I did win an ask, so.
he takes your paper for a second, takes some notes down in a ledger, hands you back your paper very carefully. Here's your key. The others will need to show their
Yes.
papers for their
I will
keys.
tell them that they should come over. Their papers.
Alright, you do that. I'll be waiting here for them.
Okay.
It's kind of a job.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, enjoy your room. And
I'll
he
go back to the table.
tells you how to get there.
Mm-hmm.
You're upstairs on the 3rd floor,
Mm-hmm.
down towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
Nice view of the tier.
Is it noisy?
No, that location and that height is going to be one of the quieter areas.
It's great. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Faces away from the rowdy street.
Okay. Sounds great. What's your name?
My name is Skimir.
Okay.
Skimir.
Skimir.
Skimir, yes.
Skimir. Okay, cool. I am going to go talk to my friends and tell them that they also got rooms, but they need to come over and talk to you and give you the paper.
Yeah, they need to show me their papers so I can make note of it in the ledger. We need to pass the information along to the authorities so that we get recompensated by the kingdom for the rooms.
Right. Okay. Then I won't be back, but they'll be back. They'll be here.
It's good to know us. Enjoy the room. Have a great evening.
Thanks. So they don't have nice rooms.
They don't have any nice rooms?
No.
Oh, a place
Not
like
anymore.
this looks like they would have
Not-
nice rooms.
Not anymore.
Not even one?
I mean, they did, but not anymore.
Oh, well, what happened to it?
Well, I asked, and I got it first, and then now they don't have any more nice rooms. I'm sure they're still nice. I just got the pretty. I just asked for the pretty one.
You got the, miss, I sleep on dirt all the time, wants a nice room all of a sudden.
Well, maybe that's why.
Mm.
She wants to
Maybe
taste of the
I
finer
will
life.
like it.
Well,
I want to see if I like it.
maybe you go check it out and see if you've got like a nice big old dresser drawer situation.
I don't have
'cause-
clothes.
right, but I could fit real nicely in this.
I don't think I want your snoring in my room. I've heard it from across.
Alleged snoring. I've never heard it. This is all hearsay, so
It's definitely there.
it's fine. Whatever.
I'll
Anyways,
go over and talk to the guy.
Yeah, he
I heard that
needs
conversation.
to like scribble on the papers, and he'll give you back the papers and then the keys. And
Okay.
grace.
Well, I will.
Go over there.
Yeah, I will also proceed over there to go get a room.
I'm not going back over there though. I'm okay.
Hello, the lot of you.
Hi.
Greetings.
Sir.
We
Everybody
need
in this town
rooms.
likes you.
They are my friends who were coming over to talk to you about the papers.
Yeah, we're friends with
What?
Yes. So
Yes.
yes, I need to see your paperwork.
Proffer the paperwork.
Takes your paperwork. Very well. And what sort of room would you like?
Nicest that you have available still.
All right. Well, hands you a key.
Thank you.
Not quite as sweet, but still, nobles will pay for it when they're in town. Sometimes,
Is there
if it suits.
is there a bathing chamber in this room?
Yes. I believe I still have enough rooms left with bathing chambers for the lot of you.
Lovely. Thank you.
Takes your paperwork. Noel, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Very well. Writes it down. There.
Thank you.
Can
And,
I do an insight check on him? Why is he being so weird?
Yeah, he's being weird.
Go for it.
None of my dice are being friendly tonight. 15.
You're not exactly sure what it is, but you're catching a hint of recognition in his eyes. All right. Well, if that. Oh, sorry, sir. Don't mean to offend.
That's fine. Here's my paper.
He doesn't mind a drawer.
Hey,
All right. And he scribbles it down. Here you go. And he hands you your key.
thank you.
Tell you what, friend. If you mark it down for one of the nicer rooms, I'll take a basic room, and we can split the difference.
No, you're fine in that room, sir. We'll get recompensated from the keep.
If you insist.
No coin out of our pocket. These papers get you the room, and we get reimbursed.
Say so.
Have a good evening.
You.
No.
I'm so uncomfortable.
So is he.
Do you want to roll a wisdom check
Sure.
and or a history check?
Terrible. Not wisdom's better. It's still bad. It's a 6.
Yeah, you are not sure why this guy roll an insight check first off. Actually,
He's being weird.
What the heck is
Yes,
why
being
can I not see? Insight, right? Yeah, okay. That's better. It's a 17.
you also catch the hint of recognition. Like this guy might know you somehow, but you can't place him.
Yeah. Used to that kind of thing.
You know,
But it's been a while.
And he's
Yeah.
a gnome.
No, he's a
Wait,
dwarf.
dwarf.
Didn't
Yeah.
know.
One of the short ones.
This is how she defines them. That's the tall one, that's the short one. Those are the short ones.
Yeah. So you all get your keys, and you head up to your rooms, or you stick around and drink for a little bit more?
Pip retires to his room.
Okay. Alright, so at that point, it is 11. I will leave it to you.
I want to catch and Moira on our way up to our rooms. Did you catch that dwarf's name?
Is this you forgetting or Moira forgetting?
I'm forgetting.
She just heard it. Skimir?
Yeah. Sounds like an instrument, like a music. Maybe a sword.
You own. What is your weapon?
I have a scimitar.
A scimitar?
Yeah.
Oh man, the puns.
His name is Sword?
No.
Skim.
Skimster? I don't remember.
Skim.
Sounds like that. What's the name
Skimster.
again?
Skimmy boy. Here you are. How you doing?
This is for me. What's the name?
Skimir. Skimir.
But she told me Skimster.
But then she did tell you. But then she did tell you that she couldn't
Like
remember.
that.
Yeah, I wrote
Something
Skimster
like-
question mark. So
Question mark.
cool.
Yeah, it is. We are at 11 o'clock, so I will leave it to you guys for if this is a night where we call it 11 or if we keep going. John's putting his dice away, so that kind of gives me an indication.
Well, we talked about 11. I'm cool with hanging out, though. Look at that. Look, they're out of the thing already.
They're everywhere.
But it is up to you guys. I don't know how tired or
I got nothing to do tomorrow. So.
entrenched everyone is, or
I'm okay.
you're not exercising tomorrow at 6 o'clock.
No, I am not in that program anymore.
Oh,
so
okay.
I will take this
Good,
opportunity
that's way
to
too early
take
for
a-
anyone.
Yeah, we're gonna take a quick bio break. I'm gonna catch up on some of the chat.
Yeah.
Ubik and Aaron, if there are any items or
What?
questions or
Yeah.
things that occurred that
Listen.
I should know about or questions that need answered, now is the time to hit me with those. Tag me with the at Montrevant so that I pick them out of the lineup.
You want a sour gummy one? Yeah.
Because there's been a lot of chat happening in here. A lot of follows. Let me hit up some of those follows and thank some people while we're on break.
This is what it's
So,
yeah, it's a 28-ounce bag.
Oh my god.
You know you can buy
So
40-ounce bags of Gardettos on Amazon? Yeah.
Those are so good.
And they're like 15.
Don't they
it's like
sell just like the
just the
chips?
rye crisps? Yeah.
The rye crisps. Those are the best.
I need to do a round here real fast. So, Ubik, thank you for the host. XM Johnson, thank you for the follow. Greek Mustachio, thank you for the host. Engineer Aaron hit us with 100 bits. Nate hit us with 13. Vampire Kitten, thank you for the host. Nate with 11 more bits. Hairfoot with the host. Got some follows from Gun and Floor Mat, Kiwi, Ryland TV, Tiffany Pirate, Prophet 7. Thank you guys all very much for the follows and welcome to the Ironwood Tavern family. Hope your evenings are going great or your mornings. Blitzwing with 300 bits, and then Nate with 7 and 9 more. Thank you guys very much for that. Greatly appreciated. Say what? Whatever you're showing her, you're also showing the camera.
Yeah, okay. It's really small over
It's
there.
us.
Yeah, it's going to be the picture-in-picture because I received that from...
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Yes, I will also take a quick moment. Well, how much gold did
Yep.
everyone start
Yep.
with?
Not much.
I
Yeah,
started with
everybody's-
12
these
after I bought
two-
my stuff.
These two started with the standard starting gold and took the standard equipment. These two rolled for gold. I'm not sure what they rolled for their starting gold. And bought all of their gear.
I rolled, let's see, I got 15 from my background, and then I rolled, and I think I had 110
Damn.
to start.
I like
Because
10.
clerics get like 5d4 times 10 or something like that to start.
Really?
Yeah.
That is nuts.
If you don't take any of the starting equipment.
Oh, if you don't take any of the stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
so then I bought the starting equipment that I wanted. now I have 50.
I had 75 with the gold from my background.
I had
Total.
a whole whooping 10 and then I went down to 9.
Yeah, druids don't get a lot, do
Well, but that was in addition to your starting.
And monks get
equipment,
nothing. Like, nothing.
Well, they
It's
are
because you do not
Yeah.
require material possessions.
I know. 5d4.
All those tithes.
Yeah.
Breaking in that
I
money.
think Emerson started with 6 gold.
Okay.
I have sent my sister.
Ooh, wine after gummy worms.
Yeah, the beer after gummy worms also
It's like
is
sour
not
and then you
great.
drink wine and it's like,
Chad, how are you guys doing tonight?
Yeah.
Is it good over there?
Thanks
wherever
for
you
joining
are?
us.
Chat also requested, apparently. I got more than one comment in chat saying chat wants more when we were talking about finishing. So I think this has been one of the most hyped streams that I've had for a while. Props to
what is that buzzing noise?
Oh, it's probably.
Oh.
let's see. Props to all for only one urine for this session. How do you roll a d4? You just kind of flip it in the air,
It's-
Aaron,
Yeah.
and it just
It's one of
lands.
these. It's just
Mm-hmm.
that's a 2.
The one on top, right? And so,
Yeah.
Cheers
Yeah.
for their bladder.
It
Well,
just flaps.
some of them, you'll run into some of them where the numbers are on the sides instead of the corners,
Yeah,
and
I've seen
then
it
it's
that
the
way.
bottom.
one,
The
yeah.
bottom, yeah.
I've got
Oh.
I think I have a couple in my.
I know I have more than a few in my dice bag. Yeah. Is this chocolate coin for me?
Yeah, that was for you.
Because I'm gonna eat it.
Yeah.
I ate mine. I always seem to roll 1 or 2s.
Well, those are statistically half of the available options.
Yeah.
Yes. So. You know what?
Hush your face.
There's too
But why not 3 and 4?
There's too many
It's the other half. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, there's so many dice. I don't know where they are. There's more D3s somewhere in there. I actually like, because I bought the pound of dice,
Mm-hmm.
and it's such a solid mixture. You get a lot of D20s in there. I think it was like 16 D20s.
D4
Oh my God.
caltrops developed by 80s players to aid against FBI raiders for devil games.
I was thinking of that 8-bit theater episode with
Oh, those
where they were
ones.
talking about like
Yes.
Yeah, just like
the
this.
Oh
block
yeah,
of-
like those. Like
oh, that's probably the exact ones that I was thinking of. But
Yeah.
yeah.
yes, exactly like those that are in the healing potion.
Yes, that was right there the entire time we were talking.
Yes.
Solid.
We all failed on our perception checks for the most part, and then the mirrors are
Good
rolled high.
thing we're on timeout.
I mean, we're still alive.
Yeah, we've been sitting here.
Sending this thing to someone.
Okay.
Oh, no, I gotta join in on this bar fight real fast.
Buck of coins. I have more at home.
Bar
Are those like Easter theme or something?
Yeah, they all say Happy Easter. Because
Oh.
I made the mistake of going to Walgreens to buy snacks, and yeah, they were just like, oh yeah, Easter candy.
My mom got me addicted to
So those are gross.
See, I
I
avoid.
can't do the
it.
I can
It
eat, like-
reminds me of childhood and Peep. I
That's
love
fair.
Peep.
I can eat like one peep a year. That's my limit.
I can eat a whole pack.
I
I
graduated
got a
from
one peep
Peeps to
one
just
every
having
peep quota.
the-
Yeah.
No,
it's just the
not
chocolate covered
same
marshmallow.
thing.
It's the best.
It's not the same
Peeps are
thing.
disgustingly good.
Yeah, that is marshmallow with chocolate.
Yeah.
Do you have it? Just open on your phone.
Yeah, it's just over there because we were talking about chat, and I was like, I want to see what chat's saying
I
for a
know, I
minute.
kind of was curious too.
Cannon says, I have more alcohol and more piss breaks in me.
Well, share the alcohol. Get over here.
As far as hanging out
I
and
got some
watching.
wine here if anybody wants some wine. I should have taken the mead bottle downstairs. Got from the Ren Fair last year. The Rainier cherry mead.
Nice.
Which rent
So
is around here?
Yeah, the one in Silverton.
We went to that last year too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it was hot. It was like very hot.
Yeah. And very dirty and dusty.
So,
Yes.
for those of you that care, Skimir, who most of you don't know his actual name because she can't remember. He was a muscular dwarf.
Skimster.
Oh.
Long frizzy black hair, large hazel eyes. If you care to know that information.
I didn't recognize him, so it doesn't matter.
Skimir.
Skimir. Chat wants to know how you're feeling about your first game.
Coming out of my shell.
Are you having fun?
Yes.
Good. There have also been several compliments to you as a whole group of like people being happy with the fact that you're all getting into your characters and playing your characters.
Yay.
Well, I get better from here.
Yeah.
This is like 3 hours in.
I know, right? But no, seriously, if you are tired, I'm fine with cutting it.
Let's go. We got some time.
Okay. So who's actually going to bed when they get up their rooms? Who's doing what? Is it pretty much everyone just taking baths, going to bed?
I think I'm
Regroup
still
in the
drinking
morning?
mead.
Or are you still? Did you stay downstairs and can you continue drinking?
Yeah, I'm sitting while they're doing their room stuff.
Okay. Roll me a Constitution.
I don't know
So
what that
you roll a
means.
d20 and you add your Constitution save.
Okay. 12.
You feeling pretty buzzed at this point. You were on the point of total inebriation.
Oh, wow.
You've been drinking.
Oh, wow.
Total
You've been
inebriation.
You've been drinking since like noon. Well, since like 1:30 or 2. It's been not a constant, but a near constant stream of alcohol. Probably to cope with all of the people
All of the people.
that have been around you, with which you are not accustomed.
Yes.
But yeah, so you're pretty well inebriated at this point. Not so much that you can't get to your room.
Just like happily drunk.
You're gonna run into a few walls on your way to your room,
Okay.
but you still know how to get to your room. Kind of situation.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna take a glass of mead up to my room with me
Okay.
and get out my little book
Okay.
and just kind of read through what's there and see if anything's
You're reading through your passages that are in your book, and it's all things that you've read before, and you get through and you turn the page and you read a passage that's following. You've never really read this far in the book before. You're just kind of reading through. And you read through the next passage that's in there. Talks about appearances not being necessarily what they seem, and not all royalty should be taken at face value. And just, it kind of goes into a passage about how even the lowest citizens can be of the highest rank, and those of the highest rank whom you would expect to act their status, much to the way that Noel had described before. The gist that you get from the passage. This isn't the passage, but the gist you get from the passage is about how Noel had spoken before about how most royalty is kind of uptight and stricter for rules and all those sorts of things. It talked about how even the lowest class can be of the highest rank, and some of the highest rank are fine rubbing shoulders with the lowest class. Basically, just it's a passage that tells you to just don't take people on their appearance, take them on their character.
and then eventually I'll go to bed.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything at night, or just going straight to bed for the rest of you? Who's taking baths before bed? Who's going to risk drowning?
Pips.
Noel's waiting until the morning,
Pips
and
passing.
I'm gonna go ahead and just sleep on the floor, directly in front of the door.
Okay.
That way, if the door was just
Straight
open.
on the wood, or are you putting down like your bedroll?
Yeah,
or...
bedroll.
Okay.
Just that's what I've been sleeping on for forever.
Okay. Is same bedroll and you've been patching it, or just bedrolls in general?
It's been bedrolls in general.
Okay.
I mean, over the years, it's been rotated out and patched and refilled and replaced.
Okay. All right.
Serviceable.
Yeah, Pip's heading to bed ASAP.
All right. Now, is Pip like you get into this room, and like you said, it's not the royalty room that in Moira got, like this big suite, but you've still got like a king size bed here. What's Pip doing with this king size bed? Like,
Well, after clambering up on top of the large
there
bed,
is a foot chest at the end of the
Okay.
bed that you could use
You
to
will
put your
make
stuff
u-
in.
you
for the
will make
evening,
use of that,
so he could
uh-huh.
use that as a stool.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, so it's not the first time that Pip slept in a bed that was made for a larger being than him. But this is probably one of the nicer beds he stayed in like the majority of his life. So he's definitely gonna crawl up under the covers and then kind of explore to the other side of the bed under the covers.
Takes a minute.
Yeah, he's gonna go all the way around.
The bedding is heavy too, so it's
Mhm.
kind of.
So it's like some effort.
If somebody were watching a video of it,
Mm-hmm.
it would look like almost like a dog or a cat just kind of
Underneath.
crawling through it underneath the covers.
Yeah, and he'll do a couple spins before he finally finds a place that's comfortable, and then he'll lay down.
Okay. All right. I was half expecting him to like climb up the. I was half expecting him to climb up the foot chest, get on the end of the bed, and just Superman. But yeah, no, that seems fitting as well for Pip.
Just picturing Pip in the morning, everybody walks in his room and is like, "Where's Pip?" And his head pops up from behind the pillows like he's a cat. Like just up there behind the shams.
Yeah. All right.
I just feel safe up here.
So you're sleeping in front of your door.
Yep.
Pip crawls up underneath his blankets and finds a comfy little spot. It's just off center to the left. Is your golden spot. Calypso. It's a nice room. Not the nicest room you've ever seen. You're used to some of the rooms that you've seen in Grassolas and stuff like that. You've stayed. Your family. What rank was your family?
Pretty high up.
Pretty high up.
They and I don't think that Calypso talks about it a lot, but they were not ever chosen in the Pillar Shining ritual, but they lit up a
Okay.
couple times, both of my parents at some point in their history.
Okay, so they're pretty high up there.
Yeah.
So the house that you grew up in then, was it a very
It's
nice?
pretty nice.
Okay.
Yeah. They were pretty modest, but
Kind
they
of-
liked it's kind of one of those like smaller house but super expensive. Sure.
Gotcha. Okay, so very very well to do house. So you're used to kind of the higher rank and file
Yeah.
of Grassolas. So it's not anything impressive, but you don't feel dirty staying here. It's a nice place. It's a good enough room. The bedding is nice and comfy. It's well kept. You
The
don't.
mead's good.
The meat is good. Yeah.
It's a Holiday Inn
So-
Express.
Maybe like a Hilton.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a Hilton.
Yeah.
Like a
Like a
Hilton. Okay, so what's Calypso's path when she gets up to her room? Just been relaxing,
Yeah, she kind of takes the book
reads her book,
out from where she's got it tucked in her robes, and then
finishes her mead.
finishes her mead, and then she probably like grabs all the pillows in the room if there's like any extras, and kind of like builds a little fort on the top of the bed, and then snuggles in,
All right,
goes to sleep.
all right.
So.
And Moira, up in your suite,
I haven't
Must be
made it to my
nice.
suite.
king of the inn, queen of the inn. When you finally bang down the hallways and stumble up the stairs and manage to finally unlock your door, get into your room. It is a very large room. There is a single oversized bed, like larger than a king-size bed. Smack dab in the middle of the room.
Mm-hmm.
Two very nice marble top nightstands on each side. A couple of lanterns pre-lit for you. Like as soon as they found out the room was going to be used, they sent somebody up to light the lanterns in the room. Very nice curtains. If you look out the window, as he described, like you can see all the way up the tier to the towering castles of the towering towers of the castle. And yeah, it's just a very, very nice, elaborate room. The floors in here are much better maintained than they were out in the hallway downstairs. Door is thicker than most of the doors that you pass to get up here. Foot chest that's at the end of the bed is very ornate, elaborate. What's this forest dweller do when she gets into this very luxurious suite room?
So she gets in and looks around. There's she's only carrying like a sack of, I don't know, like her cup, the fish that she got from earlier.
Fucking flatfish.
And Moira has a backpack, right?
Yes, like so her backpack. She has like
fish.
with the stinky fish. Whoa, she has like
Cups of
a
fish.
skin that it's like preventing the odors and the juices to flow out, so it's protected inside of the pouch.
Skin pouch.
Skin pouch.
Skin pouch.
Sealed for flavor.
Seared with wax. But it feels very weird. She's not used to this type of luxury, I guess. So she looks out on the window and she notices that the stables are right down there. So she jumps out the window.
You're on like the third floor.
Yeah, well, she climbs.
Not for long.
She climbs down the window. There's no stables.
From where you are, you can't see the stables. They are on the side towards the front to keep the noise specifically from the back where the suites are.
I see. Well, she makes her way to the stables.
If you open the window, you can hear the
Name.
you can hear the neighs of the horses like whinnying in the background softly
Yeah, so she's gonna make her way down and go to the stables and
through the window.
yes. She doesn't want anybody to know that she decided to not use the room.
You know, took the nicest room in the hotel.
And then ditched it to go sleep in the stables.
She went, she saw, she didn't like it.
She tried.
Okay, so
Don't tell me I broke my leg.
make a dexterity save
Remember,
at
this is you-
disadvantage.
Yeah, you're
This is
pretty
what it's all
drunk.
about.
What does this mean?
Disadvantage means you roll the d20 twice,
And then
and you take the lesser of the two. You are very drunk.
Well, there it is.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, 19 and a 19.
10 and 4, so 4.
That was a
Plus your
solid
dex
4.
save.
4, so 8.
That's so bad.
High or low?
Huh?
High or low?
What do you mean?
Choose high or low.
It's deciding your
Okay.
fate.
You go to. I rolled a 74, so you're lucky. You open the window. Go to start like you're propping up your legs, starting to like try to climb out the window, all super drunk. You're looking down. I got this. You stick your other arm out. You're trying to reach for something, and your grip slips. You fall backwards. Luckily, most of your weight was still in the room, so you tumble back and get laid out flat on your back on the floor in your room.
I think I just passed out at that point.
And pass out on the floor.
Yeah.
All right.
Solid.
Nobody
Window
died.
opened.
Yep.
Nobody died.
Yes.
Nobody died.
We made it to bed successfully.
Yeah.
You made it through one whole day without dying.
Well, like 12 hours. Yeah,
Wow.
12 hours.
Good point.
All right. So morning comes around. Your window open. You can hear the larger bustle of the city as everything wakes up even more. And it kind of died off quite a bit by the time you all actually fell asleep. There was still activity, but not nearly the daytime activity. You're awoken by the sun starting to come in through the window, comes up in the horizon and clears the city walls. And the bustle of the city, the noise starts to filter in. Had it been the chirping of birds, woodland creatures, things like that, you probably could have stayed asleep for a little bit longer. But the loud city noises, screaming and yelling, and people busking, and music on the streets, it just grates you awake. The rest of you just kind of come to naturally. None of you really asked to be woken up at a specific time.
I mean, I assumed that we wake up before noon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, no, you all wake up in the early part of the morning.
Cool.
And Moira probably wakes up around like 8 o'clock, 8:30. The rest of you probably wake up a little closer to 9. Because your windows were closed and you didn't ask for a wake-up call. So you're at one point just kind of woken up by people coming out of their rooms and leaving because you're right next to your door.
Yeah.
So the sound of activity in the hallway brings you to.
And I'd be more inclined to be up earlier anyways.
Yeah, I mean, if you in the room, window closed, it's just hard for the natural aspects of nature that you're used to waking you up.
Fair.
Maybe you wake up a little bit closer to 8:30.
Sure.
But not quite as early as you normally would. You're kind of encased in this room.
Right.
But yeah, the sounds of activity in the hallway bring you.
Okay.
Calypso, you wake up shortly thereafter. Roll a dexterity save. Just out of curiosity.
First thing waking up in the morning.
Wakey, wakey.
11.
You wake up in the exact same position you went to sleep. Perfectly perched on your pillows, just exactly the same way. Pip.
Oh no.
Hey.
Pip. You start getting a little warm, Pip. You crawl under these covers and it was comfy at first, but after an entire night of building up heat, it's like 3 layers of blankets.
And snoring.
And snoring and alcohol.
Prove it.
Yeah, nobody heard it. Nobody heard it this time. It was covered up by 3 layers of luxurious blankets. Which also buffet all of the other noise from. So you probably wake up a little closer to 30. But yeah, so you all get up in Moira, earliest up. And you're doing when you first wake up. You wake up passed out on the floor, like staring up at the window. Rings in your head. There is a very nice bath in your room.
Yep.
There's currently no heated water in it, though. You have to call for heated
That's
water.
okay.
Have heated water brought up. If you would like to use the bath.
Do you have to?
There's not enough water in it in general.
Oh, okay.
So like if you want to use the bath at all, they have to bring up water, either heated or non-heated water. So
How does one communicate with front desk? Do I go downstairs?
you would have to go down and
Damn it!
There's a big rope in the
Ding ding!
Yeah, you would have to go down and tell them that you need your bath filled.
Okay.
Because they'll have to get somebody to do that for you.
So, I mean, I'm still stressed. So I stumble to the door and go downstairs to the front desk, and my friend is not there. Somebody else.
Skimmier is not there.
It's not there.
It's the morning shift.
Yeah.
Yep. It's a human male, older gentleman.
Excuse me. I need to take a bath.
Okay. You can tell he's kind of biting his tongue a little bit. Which room are you?
I'm in the pretty one with the marble in
Can
the
I
bath.
see your... He just looks at it. Very well, we'll have some water brought up for you.
Thank you. That's it?
That's all.
I don't have any cleaning stuff. Soap.
in your room.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Sounds good. All right, thanks. Bye.
It will be up shortly. They just have to get the fires going. Well, fires are already going. They might just have to refill the water a little.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Next up.
Yeah. Coming down to discover if there's a bath in my room? Well, yeah. We
Get that.
also need to bathe this morning.
Indeed. Looks. Your key. Very well. We'll have some water brought up. He's just looking at the numbers on the. Well, I'll have some water brought up. Will be a moment. We're filling one of the suites shortly.
Thank you.
Mosey, check.
Mosey check.
It's a
Add your-
9.
Add your dex.
Add my dex. It's a 13.
You're moseying fairly well.
Boop-a-doo-boop-a-doo-doo.
Yeah.
I wake up.
It's
Go down to the front desk.
Hello.
Good morning.
And to you.
I would love to take a bath. Possible.
It will be possible. It will be a moment.
Oh.
We've got several going.
That's fine.
But I'll send someone up as soon as the water's
Great, I'm in room. My key says.
blah, blah, blah.
Yes, very well. It'll be along shortly.
Thank you. And then I go back up and am like laying out because I have fine clothes.
Okay.
I'm like kind of laying them out on my bed and getting ready and putting my hair up in this like nice hairdo that I used to do when we had to go to the temple with my parents and all stuff. And then I think about what I read in my book the night before, and I take my hair down. I wipe my face, I wash my face.
Looks like someone found a place to kick up their feet.
And when the person comes to bring my bath water up, I just kind of send them away and say, never mind, I don't need it anymore. I just wear my common clothes.
You stink.
Yeah, well.
Alright. You spent 2 months on a boat.
We didn't bathe the whole time?
Not frequently. I'm saying.
Okay, fine. I still take a bath, but I put on my regular common clothes. My hair is down and messy, and I'm just.
It was salt water, so you're
I'm
crusty.
just.
So you all stink.
Okay, I will take
lot.
a bath. But I'm just rocking typical commoner clothes.
Okay.
Casual.
Alright.
Pip will wake up in a pool of his own sweat under all of those blankets.
Yes.
Yuck.
He will pulls the blankets over and gasps for air. And then stumbles downstairs. Hey, sir, down here. Down
sorry, sir. Yes,
Yeah.
how may I help you?
I,
Let me guess. You need a bath.
Yep, you got it. Yep, sure do.
Can I see your room key?
Yeah, hold on just a second. I left it upstairs.
Very well, sir.
So, Pip's gonna go up and find his room key.
Okay.
And he's gonna shuffle around for a while. He's throwing clothes around.
You find it in your deck of cards.
There you go, yeah. Then he finds it. Ah! Woof! And then heads back downstairs.
Very well. Not to be rude. Do you require a full amount of water, or it is at your choice? We will bring the full amount of water if you choose. Those tubs are rather deep.
I appreciate your asking, actually. It's very courteous. No, I will take 2/3 of the normal amount of water. It'd be perfect for me.
Very well.
That'll keep me from potentially drowning in your very deep tubs.
I had to ask.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I'll have it brought up shortly.
Righto!
Oh, man.
So yes, your bath waters are all
This
gradually.
town is real courteous for short people.
Gnomes are not uncommon.
Actually,
No, it's good.
what are your cantrips?
What are my cantrips?
Yeah.
It's a pretty personal question there, Noel.
As a person. Okay, yeah.
Create water.
She doesn't have presto changeo.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm clean.
I'm clean.
No,
You're
I
dirty.
don't. No,
I'm clean.
No, I don't have that.
Snap my fingers and you're dirty.
So
No,
yes,
but
you're-
I can slam doors and windows open.
Right, there you go.
There you go.
So yeah, your water is all gradually brought up to your rooms. You take your baths, however long, ceremonious, quick, whatever the case may be, and then get dressed for the day. Hair down, common clothes. What is
I have
Noel put on?
Yeah, my set of common clothes.
Just clean, common clothes.
Yes, they're clean. I'm not wearing my armor or anything. I'm just.
Okay. What about Pip?
Pip. Pardon me. Pip is gonna put on his dark set of clothes with a hood. He's not gonna wear the hood, but it's just putting his dark set on because he hasn't worn it in a while and it's clean compared to his raggedy purple tunic thing. So.
Okay. And Moira.
She is wearing her regular clothes because she has none, and she is wearing her wolf pelt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No leather armor, just
the clothing.
the clothing.
Just the wolf pelt.
Just
the wolf
the
pelt.
clothing that probably stinks almost as bad
Oh,
as
yeah.
you did.
Probably.
But does she put on her antlers?
Yes, she always has her antlers.
Always has her antlers on.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you guys did you guys plan to reconvene at any specific time for food
We probably
or?
met downstairs. Hey, oh hey.
Do we have a general idea of how long we think it'll take to walk to this?
It's gonna take you probably at least 2 hours to walk up the hill all the way.
Boom.
With going through security and because you've got to go through several tiers of guarded gates.
So we have to go.
Well, we should probably get going then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we have
Cool.
to go.
What about breakfast?
We'll
We'll
get
take it
something
to
on the
go.
way.
Alright, I hope they have shawarma.
It's probably gonna be meat.
Is that like another flatfish kind of thing?
No, it's way better. It's also orange.
I mean, I do have
though.
flatfish.
From last night?
You still have that?
Yeah,
You
don't eat
saved
that.
it?
No.
What are you gonna? Alright, whatever. We gotta
I
go.
definitely wouldn't eat that.
I'm not gonna eat it.
Okay.
You never know.
All right, so you guys are taking off to start your trek up the hill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, suppose so.
We're gonna go see the king.
All right, so you come out of the hotel, make your way to the central main road, and start on your way. Still have a little bit of the tier of tier of commerce to go before you get up to the tier of the masses. And on your way, there are a number of vendor carts lining the road, trying to sell various food items and things along those lines. So if you'd like to buy something to eat as you walk, definitely stuff available. One of the things that catches your senses the most is the quesadilla, which is not a quesadilla. Not a quesadilla, it's a quesadilla.
My heart's broken right now.
It's a throwback to the last campaign with Reno and them. The quesadilla is like a I always forget what they're called. The things that we can get down the hill. Tamales?
Tamales,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's like a tamale, but with like
Is it
a...
making it worse? I feel like it's making it worse.
Yeah. It's a throwback. Reno and I came up with this in our last campaign.
Okay.
It's like a tamale, but with meat similar to an armadillo inside.
Oh. Okay.
But it's actually a very popular
The
dish.
meat is comes from a similar animal to the armadillo,
Yes.
or the meat is in the shape of an armadillo?
It is similar. It comes from an animal similar to an
Similar to
armadillo.
the
Similar to an armadillo called a dilla.
Yes.
Hence-
Yes.
hence.
Yes. But yeah, so there's some. They got the tamales kind of dough and the armadillo meat and a little bit of cheese, and it's called a quesadilla.
Gotcha.
And it is very popular. It's one of the most popular.
Is it spelled like case of?
No, it's spelled exactly like
Ah,
quesadilla.
someone came down with
Damn.
a quesadilla.
It's spelled exactly like
Can I
quesadilla.
get one of those dillas? Yeah, I'll have it.
Yeah, I'll get one of those.
Yeah, I mean, it's street food. It's very cheap. 3 copper.
Can I have extra sauce?
Sure.
Have I encountered this creature that we're about to ingest before? I don't necessarily have.
Just roll a d20.
Just roll a d20. Yeah, 10.
You've seen them before.
Yeah, I know that they're edible.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very popular dish.
It's not a rat burger.
No. No, it is not.
Yeah.
It's, yeah.
I'll purchase one.
Right.
Oh, I have 0 gold. I get a lot of change. So much change.
Is in Moira getting anything to eat on your way up there?
Yes, I'm probably getting one of those too.
Okay. So it breaks change down a lot.
I know. I don't know how to do that.
So
10,
you
10,
have
10, right?
you yeah. So you have 9 gold, right?
Yeah.
So now you have 8 gold, 9 copper,
Is that
or
9
9
silver.
silver, and 7 copper.
7
copper. Yeah.
Silver and copper. Yeah.
So
8 gold,
8 gold.
9 silver, and what do we say? 7 copper.
Or 897 copper.
That's okay.
All at once, in a bag.
Jingle, jingle, jingle.
You're gonna look like a bank robber.
Oh god, this is
Just hit somebody with it.
it is now
It's my new weapon.
it's now a melee weapon. All right, so yeah, you get your quesadillas and continue on your trek, and it's actually very good food. It's definitely better than not as good as the stew you had last night, but definitely better than the food that you had on the ship. Like as far as street food and stuff goes, it's pretty damn good food.
Mm-hmm.
It's very filling on your trek. Make it up to the gate of the masses. And they just kind of stop you flat. None of the guards recognize you, and they ask you what your business is.
We have these papers.
We're supposed to see
We're
the
supposed to be
king.
seeing the king.
Your papers, sir.
It's good.
You 3 may go.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'm just kidding. Here you go.
We'll see you
All right.
in 4 hours.
Go through, sir.
Thanks, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
You make it up to the gate of into the tier of the masses. Previously referred to as the tier of the tireless. Houses range from apartment buildings to small one-bedroom homes to large houses near the top of the hill that border on nobility, but not quite. The tier is relatively well kept, but you can still find houses. Occasionally, you see them. Houses in various states of disrepair. The only businesses you see really are grocers, bakers, a few sundry stores, some clothing stores, just so that the people that live here don't always have to go down to the commerce for things, for general things, and a couple of smaller taverns that are just, even at this time of day, are just very quiet. Thick stone walls of the tier prevent the majority of the sound from the commerce from reaching up here. So going from the loud hum of the tier of commerce, almost as soon as you go through the gates, the sound just kind of drops off a lot. It's funneled in through the gate, so you can still hear it, but it just instantly drops quite a bit. You guys looking around at all, or just continuing straight up the main path?
I think we got someplace to be.
Yeah, we are short of time.
All right, so straight on up, you keep going to the tier of nobility. From where you are, you can see along the tiered wall up into the next section that there are 3 gates from the tier of the common, or the tier of the masses, up into the tier of nobility. One of which lies straight ahead of you. You go through. Where you get up there, it's even more heavily guarded. A group of guards approach as you try to go through, and again they ask what your business is. What's your business?
We're here to see the king.
Looks askance at you, and then he looks down at your paperwork.
Papers, please.
We won a contest. It's like a whole thing.
All right, well, yes, somebody else check your paperwork. All right, everything seems to be in order. Through you go, straight up. Don't stop at any of the houses. Continue on your path.
I just heard it as we won a contest, like, we won a raffle.
Yeah.
And we
We called into the radio. We got tickets to see the king.
We guessed what kind of horse it was.
Yeah. So the houses here are all well kept, yards dutifully manicured. The roads in this tier are paved smooth with intricate brickwork rather than dirt or cobblestone. Wherever you see people traveling by horse or by carriages that are pulled by horses, you can be sure a worker follows behind, close behind, within a minute or two, cleaning up any messes that the horses may leave.
You don't have a poop catcher?
This area is kept very well clean.
Your shovel could come in handy.
Yeah.
Make some money.
As you're
Get a free meal.
As you're looking around from this area, if you turn back around and look at the area that you came from the middle tier of the middle section of the tier, you can see the lake below. Boats, you can see them moving to and fro, vying for the best fishing spots. The further up you go, the larger the plots of land and the more grandiose the houses and buildings become. Regardless of the fact that Ambrose has been in charge for 38 years and made these changes of policy that he has, it's still, every once in a while, you'll kind of almost get in the way of a noble, and all of their people just kind of look at you harsh, like, what are you even doing? And you're all wearing your common clothes, pretty much. So especially with your wolf pelt, you're all getting just wayward glances of how did these people get in here, kind of a situation. Get up to the final gate to get into the fourth tier, the tier of the kings. Only one gate, one large massive gate that you can see. As you get up close to it and you look down the big arcing curve of it, you can see that there are several smaller areas that are probably gates in and out of the area, but it's probably reserved for military guards, things along those lines. It's not a massive pass-through gate like this one is. It's very heavily guarded. They stop you well before you even get up there. They're checking every cart that is heading. Every cart, even nobility carts that are heading towards this gate, they are stopping everyone. Checking papers, checking birth writ, whatever the people have to indicate that they have the right to go in that area. You see several people get turned away, even nobles getting turned away just because they don't have the proper paperwork or don't have any reason to go be seeing anybody of royalty right now. Like, just, you hear a couple people like, yeah, he still doesn't want to see you, go away. Like, kind of situations. Its access is limited to those with an invitation, council business, the highest ranking nobles and officials, or the people that work inside the area. People cleaning up the stables and things along those lines. As you enter in, you see the castle of fine stone and gleaming towers perched in the center of the round tier. And this tier you can see is, like, even from where you are, the castle blocks a fair amount of your view. But unlike the tiers below, where it looked like it probably went in a big sweeping arc, this one you can see probably wraps all the way around the castle. The castle sitting squarely in the middle of the tier. It's the towers of the tier peek over even the tops of the great wall at the back, probably so that they can see like what's coming from that way, even though it's a cliffside. The southmost wall sits atop a cliff overlooking the plains below. Stables, guard barracks, training yards, royal gardens adorn the outskirts. A massive royal courtyard surrounds the castle. Standing at the gates of this tier, if you turn around, you can peer below and see all the other tiers sprawling out within the confines of the city's Great Wall. And from this height, it actually is a pretty impressive sight to see everything just laid out below you. You probably are one of the only people to see anything like it. One day, like being with your parents when you were younger, and they went up to see the high priest in the Temple of Palor, and you got to see just how massive all of Grassolis was down below you, just sweeping. So you can appreciate it's still impressive, and you can appreciate it, but you're not entirely unused to it.
Right.
To everybody else, it is just kind of a massive overview of the kingdom, parts of the kingdom and nearby. You can see like dots off in the distance that are other cities. Just you can tell just by how large they are by comparison to everything else.
What's the countryside like outside the walls of the...
It's mostly plains. A lot of the farms for this area they're all outside the walls. You can see that there's the various ports and docks and things like that are outside of the western wall that connect with the lake. But there's lots of open fields, some farmlands. You could see the nearby forests from here pretty easily. But it's pretty open in this general area. It's off in the distance, but you can see this forest that's over here. You can see kind of the outskirts of it. It's pretty far away, but the forest there is pretty thick. But it's on the horizon.
You see those trees? You see that forest? That's where I hid for my life. Outside of Axedale.
I wouldn't yell that
Oh.
here.
Oh, yeah.
Just a
Yeah,
thought.
you're right. I just like those trees.
But
Trees
I
are
super
pretty.
want to
They
hear
are good
about
trees.
that later.
Yeah, good trees. Good trees.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So as you go in through the gates, they stop you once you get inside the gates, and then they call over a couple of guards to actually take you the rest of the way in to show you where it is that you're supposed to be going to have your meeting. So they lead you in, they take you up into the castle and take you through some corridors and take you to a feasting hall. And you go in, and right now there's nobody in there. They ask you to just please have a seat, feel free to look around, touch too many things. The king will be with you shortly.
So what's this guy gonna say? Why are we here again?
I think they were.
I
Weren't
think
they gonna give us food?
they were supposed to give us food, and then they might
But there's no
want us to
flesh.
do something.
There was potentially a job or a task.
Oh
or...
yeah, like he wanted something. from
Okay,
us.
wait. This is just dawning on me. So we won a competition, and our prize for that is that we're being given a job.
Well, no, I
We
mean,
got-
we got 2 night free rooms, and we're here when they're doing like
free
a
travel.
banquet.
Yeah, but
And
now,
most of the gold that you used to purchase your...
and now
Because you were all fledgling.
we're getting a job.
Mhm.
Do you think
You're
this is
given-
the kind of job that we can say no to?
You're
Or is
given
it like it's the king?
the option of a job.
The option of a job.
I need a job.
Usually, you don't want to deny the nobility things that they want. It usually ends up you end up having to do the things they want, and it's just less enjoyable for you.
I would
Chad,
listen
you
to
guys-
the old one.
You guys know this guy?
Sorry.
This guy like murdered his brother to get on the crown. To get on the
He didn't
crown.
murder his brother. I heard that it was a fair fight.
Might have been
Yeah.
a fair fight,
But
but
what about
he
the 3
definitely
before
murdered.
that?
Yeah,
I
there's a
don't-
lot of shady shit that went down.
I don't think he murdered anybody.
Well, that's
roll a history, Pip.
It's a very informed decision you've had after being here for 36 hours in Moira. 18.
18. You remember...
I just knew it.
You remember the stories and the tales that were going around on the day that the ship exploded and the 2 brothers died.
Mm-hmm.
There's never been any proof. It was all speculation, but all of his brothers died in relatively close succession to one another.
Right.
So you're whether or not you fully believe the rumors or not, they're not hard to believe.
Are there any like photos or not photos, like paintings on the walls?
There's some
or
albums laying around.
There are some paintings
is
on
there
the
a
wall.
boombox or a record player?
Yeah, there's some paintings on the wall. There are a couple of paintings spread around the room, mostly of... There's a couple of whom you presume to be the king.
Mm-hmm.
There are paintings of 5 women. around the room,
Wives.
who you presume to probably be the wives.
Again.
And there's some paintings of younger adults of mixed heritages, which very well might be his 23 children.
Are the 5 women, are they all human?
No. One appears to be mostly human, but kind of slightly pointed ears. You're thinking possibly half-elf. 2 are definitely elf, like full-on elven. 1 is a human, and 1 is a dwarf.
Oh, hello.
Damn.
Well, he's not picky.
Thought about it. I really thought about it.
Any paintings of the brothers?
Oh.
All history of, as far, at least in this room, of the paintings and decorations that are in this room, there appears to be no history prior to the current family.
Not even the dad?
Nope. I mean, you all have at least heard rumors, Pip more than the rest of you, that the previous king was not a good person. He was a warmonger held in check by treaties.
Seems like someone who wants to live in the now.
A couple minutes later,
That's a good assumption.
A couple minutes later, a couple of people bring in some drinks, wine, water. They bring in a couple of things of some mead, just in case that's your preference. And they bring in some small, like, hors d'oeuvres sorts of things for you to eat. Shortly thereafter, who partakes of what? First off,
And Moira's definitely
Wine.
eating.
wine.
Mm.
And where is eating?
She's not touching the liquor or anything.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Hangover.
And actually, yes, everybody make a Constitution check. Everybody make a Constitution save.
21.
And I'll actually give everybody advantage
21.
as well because you ate the quesadillas.
Okay.
Yeah!
What is the advantage?
That wasn't better.
Roll
Roll
twice
twice
and
and
take
take
the
the
higher.
higher.
That was a little bit better.
So, 21.
Okay.
13.
So we had
21.
21, 13.
11.
You two,
With advantage?
Yep.
you're not hungover, but you've got a dull headache going on.
Hair of the dog.
Slightly
Yeah,
irritable,
Pip-
need something greasy.
Pip's got a
The
glass
quesadilla
of,
helped.
Pip's got a glass
Quesadilla.
of wine.
Yeah, quesadilla helped.
Need more grease.
But yeah, you're feeling you're still it's there. Not enough to impede your movements or your actions. Somebody screaming isn't going to make you cringe, but you can feel it. So you're having some wine, some hors d'oeuvres. What was Pip doing?
Also drinking wine
Some
and eating
wine.
hors d'oeuvres. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then what was Calypso doing? Having anything?
I'll have a glass of wine.
Glass of wine.
Mm-hmm.
Taper it back a little bit.
Uh-huh.
All
Hair
right.
of the dog.
A couple minutes later, the door opens and in walks a man in his late 50s, early 60s. He is wearing clothes of fine make, but simple design. Carries himself with kind of an air of confidence. Anybody wants to make an insight check, you may do so.
Sure.
What is that?
Human man?
18.
Inside check.
He appears to be
Inside
half elf.
check.
What is
So
insight check?
insight check would be you roll a d20 and you add your insight. It's the one to like get an impression of somebody.
Yeah. And figures things out that aren't obvious.
16 plus 6. That's what, 22?
19.
19?
11. The day for 11s.
Alright,
Yeah, 22.
22.
You wearing a shirt with 11 on it? I did 11.
Mine was 18.
Alright, so 15's and higher, so everybody but the elderly.
Your 11 shirt is cursing me with 11.
Right. That's right. You get the gist that his confidence probably comes from a combination of like he's sure of himself with his training. He looks like he's like I said, he's an elderly gentleman. So you figure he's probably got a fair amount of wisdom under his belt. And he also has a very masterfully crafted rapier at his side. Like it's very apparent even from a distance as he enters the room. He's walking with a very slight limp. It's not a practiced limp either, so it's not something that he's necessarily used to. But yeah, he walks in his late 50s, early 60s. It's hard to tell, but he still looks to be very fit. Stands about 5'10", lightly tanned skin, salt and pepper hair cut short above his slightly pointed ears. Sparse wrinkles adorn his clean-shaven face. Mixed heritage playing to his benefit. As you can tell, he's got slightly pointed ears. He's probably half-elf. Friendly but cautious eyes of green and gold scan the group. Athletic build. Stands with perfect posture when he's not walking. But again, he does have a slight limp as he comes in. His clothes don't... They're, like I said, they're finely made, but they're not like outlandish. They're not decadent. He walks in, walks over to the table, nods to the lot of you as he kind of limps his way over there a little bit. Picks up an hors d'oeuvre, pops in his mouth, pours a glass of wine. Welcome. Introduce yourselves. What are your names?
Calypso.
Calypso. Pleasure. Don't give your hand a kiss. Welcome.
And
you are a sort of adventurer. What do you appear to be? Hard to tell. What is your specialty?
Well, a couple of things. And I will pull out.
He just kind of quirks an eyebrow.
I will pull out a holy symbol of Pelor
I ain't saying
and just show it to him.
Holy symbol of Palor.
I mean, he's got 5 wives. What's a 6th?
Yeah, well,
Oh, look.
someone's jockeying for 6.
And who is your real god?
My real god?
Yes, which god do you actually follow?
Well, I'm sure I couldn't tell you. It's not really a lie.
How's it going? My name's Pip. Put her there.
He accepts that answer. Pip, sir, shakes your hand.
And I'm sorry, we didn't catch your name.
In good time. And who are you, sir?
Giving a practiced leg, a little bit stiff.
No need for that.
I'm no Charin, Your Majesty.
No. Very well. Nice to meet you. And what is your specialty, sir?
Oh, I'm just a humble ranger.
Oh, ranger. Okay. Very, very good. What is it that you do, fine sir?
Oh, I play with mechanical things sometimes, and also I can do some magic stuff.
Interesting. It's a very fine wolf pelt. Did you take it yourself?
I also killed a deer.
Very impressive indeed. And what is your name?
Moira.
A nice name. How did you get this? That's very...
Oh, I don't remember. I was too tiny. I was a baby. Well, I was maybe like 6.
Close call, it looks like. But luckily it looks like you were tended to well. Well, I thank you all for coming. We will have your feast this evening. Yes.
Are you the king?
I am.
Oh, that's why you call him that.
A pleasure to meet you all. I am King Ambrose Eveningfall. Welcome to my home.
Where's your crown?
I have no need for such things.
Okay.
I find them a pointless accoutrement. It's not necessary. Either you are or you aren't. And the people that know that you are, more respected. No need to flip it. Well, you seem like a very unique makeup of adventurers, but you did complete the quest in the best time of all the other groups, from what I understand, by nearly half a day at the fastest. Impressive work. So obviously you all work very well together. Please enjoy a fine lunch. Feel free to tour the gardens. There will be guards that make sure that you don't go into any areas that you're not supposed to go to, and can tell you what areas you are allowed to access, show you where to go if you have questions. But feel free to look around. Heed any warnings that you're given. Have a nice lunch, and we will regroup for dinner, which I will make sure is being properly tended to. And then I will talk to you about a job that I would like to ask you to undertake. I'm not sure what your current occupations or goals or aspirations are, and not a job that I will force on you, but I am looking for a very mixed group of people, which you seem to be, luckily, to undertake a task for me that is quite important, mostly to my heart and to my family than anything else. It shouldn't be much danger, just interesting little bit. We'll talk more on it later. Enjoy your stay. We will have a feast for you tonight. Where to look about?
Can I do an insight check?
Yeah.
If I just believe his good intentions. 24.
He seems 100% earnest.
Okay.
He turns around and starts limping his way back towards the door.
I like this guy.
He brought us in here he only had to bring us in here for one meal, but he brought us in for two. That's a good sign in my book.
And he said the job was not like a thing that we had to do if you didn't want to.
I mean, they always say that though, right?
Do they?
I don't know. I'm just trying to be confident. I've
Just
never met a king before.
It's
Told you
working.
that.
I'm
Thank you.
buying it.
It seems like the competition was a tryout more than anything.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say.
Just
I
so
love how you're
happens that the
faking your
winning.
dice.
They're hors d'oeuvres. I figured. You know.
Yeah,
They're
you know,
small.
They're small.
Mm.
So yeah, there's a royal garden to explore, a courtyard. You guys can just feel free to mosey about the castle, unless you guys are talking to anybody specific or looking for anything specific. Today is rather uneventful. You can visit the royal stables and check out their horses.
As we are walking around, can I just cast Detect Magic and have it up as we're wandering?
Yeah.
To see if anything pops up.
You actually, the areas that you go to, there's not a whole lot. Occasionally you'll see like a captain of the guard or like a higher level guard that has some magical weapons or other small magical items on their personage. A couple of the tapestries on the wall actually have some sort of a magical element to them. You can't tell quite what without actually inspecting them.
I don't even know what school. Really, I just want to know if it's illusion magic.
Illusion magic, yeah. But yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot of obvious magic on display. But yeah, there's here and there you catch a couple of small things. A ring on this person, boots on this person, dagger here, a dagger there. As you're visiting the stables, as Moira would like to do, you do see a couple of the saddles are magic. But yeah.
Is there some sort of bookkeeper or records room, library of some sorts that would be available to us? And if so, would it be feasible that whatever place or person that might keep these records would have any information an arrest made in Axedale within the last 18 months?
You can go and They'll take you to where the records room is. You don't have direct access. People have to do the stuff and look for it.
But I just mean, like, if my knowledge of the criminal justice system in the area, would it be normal for records of something like that to be kept, or is that like a separate situation?
Based on the situation that had occurred previously, a record would have been kept because of the intended penalty for the crime.
Gotcha. In that case, Pip is definitely going to inquire about that.
So yeah, I mean, they'll. Are you trying to get the whole group to go? Or you just want one of the guards to just kind of take you on your own?
He's gonna go regardless. If anybody wants to come with him, he says it's fine. But he didn't give a shit about the stables, so he's gonna. If people are going to the stables, he's going to this record room.
I was gonna go and check out this garden.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, there are enough guards following you. Like, basically, they put one guard per person. In case you guys did want to separate, they didn't anticipate that you. They anticipated that you might not all want to stick together the entire time.
Sure.
So you go check out the stables. Some of the finest horses you've ever seen. Very nice animals, very well tended. Stables are really nice facilities. The gardens are just meticulously well made. The stereotypical like shaped shrubs and stuff like that.
Is there one shaped like a dillo?
One shaped like a dillo. Yeah, just very, very well kept garden. The guards follow you at like a distance that's like, unless you have a question, they're not trying to be on your heels.
They're unobtrusive.
Yeah, they're watching where you're going. They're answering any questions you might have about directions and places to go. But yeah, they're not being obtrusive. So you walk through the garden as peaceful. Nobody really bothers you at the stables unless you try to get too close to the horses to like do something.
Oh, I can't touch.
You can. You go close and you just want to like pet them. Like somebody gets a little bit closer and just watches you for what you're doing, but they don't stop you as long as you're not doing anything that they deem to be of ill intent. What are you doing? Just because his is a little bit more involved.
I probably went with her.
Going with her, okay.
Yeah.
So that's where you would see a couple of the saddles are magicked.
Yeah.
Pip, you are taken up to the records keeper.
Okay.
Since you're looking for more kind of a specific information thing. And they take you in, and there's an elderly gentleman behind the counter. Yes, how can I help you?
Hello, sir. I'm doing some research for a book that I'm writing, sort of a current events thing, and I was hoping to look at some recent judicial records for the Axedale area.
Now, how long ago did this occur?
Like 8 to 10 months ago.
Okay, so shortly before you headed to this other continent and then got your way to.
Yeah, so this event happened and then
he
took off. Yeah,
okay,
for sure.
For the Axedale area, you say?
Also, Meta, what's the name of the forest there? That's right there. Does it have a name?
I don't know if I actually gave that area a name. At least not on this map. Yeah, I don't have it on this map. If I have it, it's on my colored map, which I have not finished yet.
Okay, no worries. Yes, specifically, there's one individual who I'm trying to research, by the name of Bixcar Lilydrummer.
Bixcar Lilydrummer of Axedale.
Not of Axedale, but potentially apprehended in Axedale, from what I hear.
Apprehended in Axedale, and you said this was approximately within the last year.
Yes.
Well, let me check. I'll be back in a moment.
Thank you, sir.
He walks back into his rows and rows and rows of bookshelves and kind of meanders his way back. No, that's not it. Did he say Bixka? First name should be enough. No. Oh. Oh then. Okay. Shambles his way back forward. I believe this is the book that you may be looking for. Bixka is here. May read if you keep it in this room.
Sure, thank you, sir.
The guard comes over and takes it over to a little side table with some chairs, like over in the side room.
Excellent.
So you read through,
yeah,
and Bixcar, they misspell his last name.
Okay.
What did you say it actually was?
Lily Drummer.
Lily Drummer, yeah. They do not put that. Okay. It is misspelled in all sorts of ways. You can tell that it's been like crossed out a couple times, and like they tried to just fix it, not well. But the first name and the crime fits the situation. Meta-wise, do you care if everybody else at the table knows this information?
No.
Okay. He was arrested for murder of a noble, I believe it was. Or a merchant. A merchant. He was arrested for the murder of a merchant. Mm-hmm. The bloody dagger was found in his possession. There was all sorts of evidence stacked against him. He was actually brought to the capital because the merchant was part of a noble family. So he was brought to the capital to be held trial, wherein he presented names of other gnomes and other merchants that he had dealings with. He was held in the jails here for about 6 months before his trial actually came. From what you know of the area, at least he was probably well treated while he was in the jails. And then his trial came about, and enough people that he had given names of, they were able to track down and get testimony, and he was actually found to be clear because he had several other people that could provide alibis for his whereabouts and the merchants and things that had occurred. So he was actually released to be free. The penalty would have been death itself, but he was actually found not guilty and released.
When was he released? Does it say?
About a month ago. He was released from here.
This Pip reads that last part like a little bit tear going down his face. Close the book and
he was actually also given a 10 gold compensation. They figured the type of work, real work that he did, not the side work, from which they learned he did during the part of the trial, but that side work has actually ended up being part of the alibi and testimony that got him free, was that he was doing some of this other side work that he does, but his legitimate work, they estimated he would have earned about 10 gold for the amount of time that he was jailed. So they gave him 10 gold and set him on his way.
Thank you, kind sir, for allowing me this opportunity. This will provide a excellent twist in my novel. I'll be sure and send you a copy when I'm done, I promise. Thank you very much. Have yourself a fine day.
No problem. Thank you for coming by.
And then he'll catch up with the rest of you.
I haven't seen anyone in 2 days.
Just like
Just me and the books. They don't let me out anymore.
Yeah.
Do you want a beer?
So anyone else have anything they would like to do specifically or check out before the evening's feast?
We've got guards with us all the time.
Yeah. There's at least one guard following each of you the entire time.
I know.
Do you make any attempts to check out the tapestries?
I mean, I'll look at them.
Okay.
Like, I'll walk up to them and look at them and maybe touch them to make sure that they're not, like, they're there.
As you touch it, the color cascades from the red, like the deep hewn red that it was, to like a rose gold. And if you touch it again, it cascades back to.
Are there any like pictures or anything on it, or is it just a design?
Family crest.
Just family crest that just changes colors.
The crest doesn't change, just the fabric around it. The kind of colors of the kingdom are red and rose gold.
Oh, okay.
The crest has kind of a like a hydra with 5 heads figured into it. And that's, as you do it, that's one other small change that you notice, is the heads just kind of shift ever so slightly. So if you continue to just like touch, it gives an illusion of the heads kind of swaying.
Okay.
Honey, could you go change the tapestries?
Just
I've asked you 3 times.
Somebody just get you, King just walking in the hall.
Yeah.
You fucking king, gotta change the tapestries, goddammit.
Okay.
Why can't I hire someone to do this?
5 fucking wives, I'm gonna change the tapestries myself.
I'm good then.
All right. All right. Anything else for the day?
Just enjoying the gardens and being back in nature again.
Okay.
Nerd.
Okay.
Nerd.
All right. So
Wood nerd.
So
Geek.
as the day progresses, at some point the guards approach you each individually, and then the 2 of you as a group, and they let you know that it is nearly time for the feast and that you should head back to the hall. And then they direct you back from your various locations and take you into the great hall where the king is there waiting with his 5 wives. The children are not there presently. So it looks like it's a feast just with you and the king and the wives. They invite you in to sit down, give you your seats. They bring you, like, the waiters and stuff come in and they ask you each very quietly and individually what you would drink. And it's brought out to you, whatever your thing may be. And then they start bringing out the food. The wives all introduce themselves. The half-elven wife is Katharina. The first elven wife is Alassiel, Alassiel. The second elven wife is Silvana, Silvana. The human wife is Valera, Valera. And the dwarven wife is Dru, Dru. And then it's just, they introduce themselves and they just ask basically the same questions the king asked of you earlier. Introductions, pleasantries, things of that nature. The elven wives seem a bit more formal and old school. They grew up in this kingdom where he met them, but they're kind of a little bit more hard steeped in the old ways of doing things. And they're still in the process of coming around. They're a long-lived race with long-lived habits. All of the other wives seem a little bit more casual. They're dressed more to match the king in his more simple outfits and things along those. Pleasantries abound, just general conversation. Does anybody have any questions they want to ask? Any comments? Any things along those lines? Any information you'd like to try to glean before? Right now it's just pleasantries. He doesn't seem too interested in getting into the details of the job quite yet. He just wants to have this nice feast and get to know you a little bit better. And anybody wants to make an insight check.
18.
It seems like they just, like the king specifically just wants to get to know the group of you better and make sure that he actually trusts you as individual people for the job, and make sure that he doesn't feel like you'll come around with ill intent once he figures out, like once he actually tells you what the job is.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just carrying on with the small chat and the conversation, and he asks each of you about like where you grew up and like what was your favorite thing about where you grew up, and just very, very down to earth, honest conversation. And the feast continues on, and if nobody has any specific questions, the feast will come to an end.
Pip is just enjoying the very presumably tasty, fancy food.
Yeah, it's very, very well made food.
Pip is trying really hard to remember his manners as he's just stuffing his face.
The king does not seem like he's not. I mean, he's eating his food. He's not getting sloppy or anything, but he's not being super formal with it. Like he'll eat whatever he wants to eat whenever he wants to eat it. He's laughing and telling jokes with you guys. He's not an uptight, prissy king by any means. At one point during the evening, he's talking like with the wives and stuff like that, and you find out that he got his limp because he was actually walking around in the commerce, and jumped and grabbed a lady to pull her out of the way of the cart and twisted his, and that's why he's limping. Like he goes down among the people in his common clothes and just checks out how things are going, not surrounded by guards. Seems like a very down to earth, down to Murodin king. But he tells you towards the end of the feast, he gets a little bit more serious. Well, for the reason that I've brought you here, I've asked you here, I suppose you won the competition, and it was a competition, but it was also a sort of trial to find a group of capable people, but capable people that no one knows. I could have hired seasoned veteran adventurers, and the task would have been simple for them enough, but there is an aspect of anonymity that goes along with the task at hand. It also is the reason that my children are not present for the dinner. I had invited some of them. I'd have had to invite all of them. This particular job pertains to one specifically. My daughter Eleonora is coming of age. She's reached maturity, and she would like to explore the world as one of the people. She would like to travel. She would like to travel as a commoner, normal person. She demanded not to be followed around by royal guards and that she be allowed to travel alone, with the exception of her handmaiden, who will be accompanying her as a friend, not as a servant. I wish to grant her request. I wish to honor it, but I also wish to keep her safe. So no royal guard will follow her. No highly known adventurers will follow her. I would prefer, if you accept, for you to follow. Say no, her travels will be delayed while we find another group. Again, this is not something that I want people who have been forced into it to do. I want people going into this that are willing to do it, are trustworthy to do it, and who will have their interests, her interests, and my interests at heart during the situation. It should be a simple task. I just ask that you do not, if you accept, I ask that you do not interact with her during her travels unless her life is in direct danger. Protect her if something arises, but otherwise let her go about her journeys. Keep an eye on her. Rotate your guard or your tracking of her so that she doesn't see the same person too often. Should be a very simple journey. She is going to visit the allied kingdom of Julakar, where the competition was held. She's going back to Jucklian, or to the capital city of Julakar in Jucklian, where she will visit with the king and then travel around a little bit more as, again, a commoner. If you choose to accept this job, I will pay you each 150 gold to fund your trip, give you writs of passage through the teleportation circle to Port Royal, where you will set out from. And upon safe return of Eleonora, I'll pay you each an additional 1,000 gold. That is the request. I ask that you think on it. Do not answer immediately. Consider your individual paths, your individual lives, but the offer is earnest. You've proven yourselves, and no one knows who you are. So, I would be personally grateful if you took the job. And, again, there is the monetary aspect.
I have some questions.
That's a lot of money.
Yes.
It is 1,000.
How long are you expecting these travels to last?
Roughly double the time that it took you to get here. There will be travel to Port Royal, sailing on a ship to Port Shormark, and then you will travel caravan or whatever the case may be up to Julakar. Just kind of follow her in general to make sure that she stays out of trouble. She plans to stay in the area for approximately a month, and then returning the same way.
And I kind of look to the wives and say, and whose daughter is Eleonora?
Sylvana raises her head and nods to you.
And you support this decision to have your daughter followed?
If she wishes to someday learn what it takes to be a ruler, if she is to inherit the throne, it will not be as a queen as we, it will be as the ruler of this. She needs worldly knowledge. She must get that experience somewhere. She can't rule from a sheltered life.
Seems a fair assessment.
But if she's going to go, I'd rather her be protected than not have any protection at all.
And just one more. If your daughter does get herself into trouble that we're not able to protect her from, what happens to us?
You don't get paid.
That's it?
I mean, your job is to protect her as much as you possibly can, but we are not, your lives are not beholden to the survival of hers. We are not. The job is to protect her and then get paid. If you are unable to protect her, you will not be penalized, not spend time in jail or lose your heads if that's what you're requiring.
Or blow up in a boat.
No, that will be the king. King just kind of. No. No. No.
Insight check. Is there guilt in that? In his response? This dude blew up his brothers.
That's what he wants to know.
16.
There is a not guilt, but dark humor to his response.
Damn.
Consider to yourselves, though, meta-wise, because your characters might consider it as well. If the previous king was a warmongering, brutal bastard, what were his true sons probably like?
Well, that's maybe fair. I don't know.
But again, think on it. Turn to whichever inn you prefer to sleep in for the evening. Consider on it, and please return in the morning for a breakfast and let me know your answer. And this is not required of you, but there's a fair amount of coin in it for you if you are able to complete the task. Free travel for several months, and money upon your return.
Fair enough.
Well, we appreciate the opportunity, our liege.
Don't do that. Just Ambrose is perfectly fine. We are within the walls. If this was some royal court, there are those who would insist that you refer to me with such terms, but we're in a private feast. Ambrose is fine.
King Ambrose?
If you insist.
Sounds
But
Sounds like we've got some talking to do.
we will.
Aye.
I will retire for the evening. Stay and enjoy the food and drink as long as you like. I'm going to get some rest. Rest my ankle, especially. Guards will show you out whenever you're ready.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your hospitality.
Thank you for at least coming to hear my request. It's up and starts to head out the room.
Thanks for the chicken.
It's quite good, yes.
Aye.
And the wives all just kind of stand up in varying levels of formality, and they'll just kind of leave the room. Waiters pop in every once in a while, see if you guys need anything else.
Okay.
Guards just kind of stand quietly in the corner.
Free trip.
Yeah.
I hate boats.
Well,
We do get to roam around, travel around. Which
I mean, the thing you can't argue with is that payday.
well,
It's-
yes. I don't know that I believe that we will be punished against her.
we can always run, right?
Tougher thing is going to be keeping track of someone who doesn't necessarily want to be followed by anybody.
She doesn't know us.
Oh, there are ways around.
Well, for keeping a safe distance from someone for 6 months to however long it's going to take, and not having her recognize any of us as being repeatedly around.
That's fair.
There's not to be any interaction at all,
If it
or
can
we
be,
can't reveal.
if it can be avoided, then no interaction, but mostly just not that you're there for her.
We could scope out the her friend, the handmaid. We could see if there's any potential there.
For collusion?
Backtrack, he did tell you that if you accept the job, departure would be in a week.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
you would be given, your room would be extended. your free rooms
Sure.
would be extended for a week to give you time to prep and do stuff and get ready. And then you would be joining. Basically, there are scheduled sailing dates for the ship that she will be sailing on, and so it is not completely out of the norm
Get on that
for
boat.
other people to be going
Sure.
on that same trip.
Yeah, for collusion. Because if this person is her handmaid and attending as a friend, then not only does she care about Eleonora, but if she's acting as handmaid too, there could be not only some like emotional distress that would happen if something would happen to her, but some serious consequences. It's just worth exploring. That's all I'm saying.
So if we could get her to understand what our role is and then assist us slightly.
Sure, just in
Yeah.
passing some information or something. It doesn't have to
Mhm.
be a lot. I mean, it's just worth exploring.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
It
not
would make-
worried about her recognizing me. So.
You need to check your tall privilege, okay? It's not so easy for all of us.
Not really what I was referring to.
As you stare up at her and her magnificent horns
Yeah.
and bright colored skin and hair.
And then I
Eyes
Her
flaring.
remarkably privileged tallness.
cast disguise self and I'm a foot shorter and look about like you, but a female.
Well, that's one of us that can consistently do that.
I can't do any of that. I can track.
Tracking is good. Helpful.
Well, I think we could probably come up with a way to keep track of her. It seems like we have some options.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. As much of a pain and as tough as this might be, Ambrose certainly found a sweet spot of enough coin to offer to at least keep me interested.
There.
There's a lot of potential for danger, but a lot of potential for profit.
And free travel.
Travel.
I mean, we get to go wherever this little rich girl wants to go.
Suits my needs.
Yeah. Same.
So yes.
It's a yes for me.
Having this discussion before you even leave the castle.
We'll
I mean, we're sitting, stuffing our faces, and
we can discuss it more back
later.
at the end.
Sleep on it.
And sleep on it and make a decision in the morning.
Yeah, that sounds
Yep.
fair.
Alright. And so you guys are all heading back down
Mm-hmm.
to... next question is, are you getting a hotel or an inn in the tier of the masses, where it's quieter and more restricted, or going all the way back down to the tier of commerce?
You have to come back for breakfast.
You just stay here.
Yeah, I think we find some place close.
Yeah, tier of the masses would
Yeah.
be 2 hours or an hour closer, essentially. It's less of a walk.
Less of a walk, for sure.
It's less of a walk. It's more private.
Fine.
Alright. You all set back out to find a hotel, and it's 12:45. So, yes, that's where we will cut it. So, thank you guys for playing. Any takeaways from tonight's session?
Good for me.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, so far so great.
I like story driven.
Good.
I like story driven.
Story driven.
It's fun.
Yay! So, alright, so, just think of any questions you guys have. You can hit me up on Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Next session would be not next Friday, the Friday following, which I think is the 29th.
Yep.
If that's good for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Which gives me another week to kind of prep and plan now that I know more about your characters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, should be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will say, following that logical progression, it won't be an issue until the end of next month. But if we're doing every 2 weeks, that will eventually hit on the last Friday in April is my anniversary, so I'll be out of town.
We can take some either breaks, or depending on where we're at in the campaign and how things are going, we can do a session where we just continue.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm fine with
and
whatever. I just want to
May's
throw that
gonna
out
be
there
weird
now.
for me.
Yeah.
Because my show.
But yeah, we'll definitely figure it out. John, I don't think I've ever asked you, what do you do? Like work-wise?
I work
Of all the conversations that we've ever had, I don't think I've ever asked that question.
It's a fair question. I work for a place called the Math Learning Center. It's a non-profit that designs and sells math curriculums to elementary schools.
Oh, nice. That's awesome.
Very cool.
That's cool.
I don't do any of the smart person stuff.
I was gonna say, do you do the math?
No, I don't do
That's
math,
impressive.
but I do the logistics and inventory control stuff for them.
Nice.
It's a really weird niche thing I fell into as soon as it was the only first and only interview I took when I moved here,
Nice.
and it just worked out great.
So anybody, no takeaways, any lingering questions from the sessions, anything that did not get explained that you would like explained
I don't
Oh
think so.
no, just so many questions about.
in general?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
But not that need to be answered.
Okay. Anything from chat for the players question-wise? I can answer your questions anytime, but these guys are going to be getting out of here real soon.
Yeah.
So, any questions for the players before they take off from the chat? Aaron, I saw your question about the teleportation circles and then needing to get on a boat, because the teleportation circles don't connect from one kingdom to another kingdom. So they're traveling from one part of the kingdom to another part of the kingdom by the teleportation circles, but then traveling to a different continent and different kingdom by boat to get to that other destination.
That's a good question, though.
Yeah.
No,
And
so
that's
is
pretty
it-
much true on all the continents, right?
Yes. All the continents on pretty much all of the planets, exception of both of the Fa planets that are populated, because they are basically, at this point, there aren't really nations, separated nations, so to speak, on either of those planets at this point. They've all just kind of become connected,
Yeah.
which is ironic because of all the planets, they're the largest planets. But it's just because it's one planet is kind of the military capital planet of the solar system, and so they've just by path become kind of one big.
Well, and then I did have one question actually that I just remembered. So growing up in Grossolis, we would have gone to the Sea of Light, I think, for the Shining.
Yes.
Would we have done that via teleportation circle?
No,
Or
you'd
would we just travel?
You'd have traveled to ports.
Cool.
On that continent, gotten on the armada of ships,
Yeah.
and sailed.
Great.
Yeah, it's a decent journey that starts a couple of months ahead of the actual Shining. Yeah, it's a process, and as a young child, it was definitely a process.
Yeah, and then I stopped going.
Yeah, so exactly. Question from Mirza: how irritated were you about not having another drink?
Me?
Yeah.
I can have another drink whenever I want.
Okay, Mr. DM, what would you have done if they had said no to the babysitting job? They still haven't said yes, technically.
Not wrong.
And
Correct.
if they say no to the job, then my job as the DM is to BS my way through it, which is what I do anyways. So, if you watched my previous campaign, I planned like the first 2 months worth of stuff to get everybody let in, and then I BS'd 95% of the rest of that campaign. So, because you never know what the players are going to do, so if you try to overplan, it's not going to work out. Unless you're running a module or something where everything is kind of already laid out for all of the options for you. Yeah, that's how that goes. Cannon wants to know if the princess is single. As far as anyone knows,
I think Pip's gonna find out.
Pip may find out. Yes, this is true. They said everybody was great to watch. Not a lot of distractions happened. Everybody RP'd enjoyably so. Oh, yeah.
It wasn't lined up. I needed to fix it.
I know.
That's
this
fine. Yeah, this section actually went a lot longer than I thought that it would. But yeah, it happened. So
Yeah.
That's fun.
everybody was troopers today. The next sessions will probably end a lot more quickly.
Sure.
Closer to 11 at least. Even if we go over at all, it'll be a lot less going over more than likely. They added a couple of quotes tonight. One of the quotes was, 5 gold? Parchment is like a copper piece. Not this parchment. And one of the other quotes
Oh, my
was,
mom's calling me.
somebody do exclamation point. Oh,
Looks
and
like
then
someone found a place to kick up their feet.
Hi, Moms.
Welcome to the stream.
follows. Oh yeah, and then quote number 5. You need to
Yeah,
check
we're
your
just
tall
getting done.
privilege.
You're on the internet. Say hello.
Hi, Emily's mom.
She goes, oh shit, sorry.
Hi, Emily's mom.
Hello.
I'll call you when I get home. Okay, bye, Mom. They're in Hawaii right now?
Wow. Yeah.
So it's a lot earlier for them.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It's 3 hours
Yeah.
earlier
Yeah.
for them.
Oh, there's a clip? Awesome.
Oh,
So-
God.
So we'll check out that clip at some point. So from me to everybody in chat, thank you guys for hanging out with us for the evening. We got quite a few new followers and some subs and stuff going on, so that's very much appreciated. Most recently, we got Helen Head followed. Engineer Aaron dropped 200 bits on us. Exploding Dice started hosting us, and Tic Tac Doe started following us as well. So thank you guys very much for that. For me, to you guys, thanks for hanging out and playing. I hope that it was enjoyable, and I hope that it continues to be.
Yeah.
Any concerns that you have about the direction the game is headed, the way that I'm running it, or anything like that, always feel free to approach me, because I want everybody to have a good time.
Cool.
So,
Sure.
if we need to adjust things, let me know, and we'll work on it together.
Sounds
So
good.
that we all continue to have fun.
We'll plan something
Perfect.
on the calendar to see if I have time to talk to you.
I don't know when we're gonna have a chance to talk.
I don't know when
Like,
I'm gonna see you.
Ever. Yeah, I don't know. So
Busy.
All right, I will check out this clip. Probably not right now, but I will check out the clip. I'm not gonna bother trying to find somebody to host because it's late and I'm tired. Sorry, guys. I will catch you guys next time. Until then, everybody, our sign off for my chat, just kind of by default because it happened one time. That's what I stuck with. Is peace, love, Ironwood Tavern. So, just so you guys know. Peace, love, Ironwood Tavern. Bye, guys. Have a good night.
Bye.